All right, it's another Youshoot, and only the bravest in the business will do it. I guess you qualify because you're here.
I'm not brave. I'm stupid.
Provocative, brave, what are the other adjectives?
Stupid people will go where brave people fear to tread, and I am here, back with kayfabe commentaries.
Valor and stupidity, is that a fine line?
Another big deal here.
All right, we're here with the deaf-mute Jim Cornette. Let's get started right away. We had about 3 or 4 times the amount...
You didn't tell me we were going to watch porn on this, by the way.
Oh, is that what's up there? Is that virtual?
You don't recognize that?
Is that virtual? The early days is where we will start. And Matt Farmer, courtesy of Kayfabe Memories, says, I really enjoyed Jim's commentary on the Wrestling Gold series. Few remember, but Jim was a huge fan of wrestling as a kid, worked on his newsletters, took pictures, traveled tons of shows. I would like to hear about this period in his life. What were some of his favorite towns to attend as a fan? Some of his favorite wrestlers to watch. Also talk about the involvement in the tape trading newsletter scene, rating the matches with the star system, his work with Norm Dooley on the newsletter, etc. Take it all.
He misspelled etc. But we won't worry about that. Well, obviously, when I was a wrestling fan, it was the 70s, you know, and there was no internet, there was no national television. It was all territories, wrestling magazines, how you heard about people. And when I started taking pictures in 76 or whatever, it was a real, communication was very primitive. And I remember that in the Memphis territory, just to give an example, the same matches in Louisville, at the Louisville Gardens on Tuesday night, with the same results would be presented in Evansville, Indiana, 130 miles down the road, on Wednesday night, and nobody knew. You could change the title in every town in the territory every night, and nobody would know, except the people that saw the, you know, every once in a while somebody'd go on summer vacation and go to the matches in Memphis, and then those people were scarred for life. But I love going to the Louisville Gardens. I was there every Tuesday night of my life from 1974 to the time I got into business in 1982, and then I started getting booked there. Lexington, Rupp Arena. I got to go to the Omni in Atlanta. Went to the Mid-South Coliseum starting in 77 when Jerry Jarrett took over the promotion from Nick Goulas, and his first big super card, double main event, Jack Briscoe versus Jerry Lawler for the Southern title, and Harley Race and Rocky Johnson for the NWA title. And I went down and shot pictures, which I still have. You know, just all of the Southern wrestling. My one disheartening thing was I always wanted to go to Cincinnati Gardens, because from the time I was like 9 or 10, see, I would plan my family vacations around the wrestling shows. If I went to see my Aunt Lola and Uncle Tommy in Covington, Kentucky, that's right across the river from Cincinnati, so I got to see the Sheik's show. So we're talking the Sheik and Bobo and Mighty Igor, and you know, they always plug Cincinnati Gardens. Cincinnati Gardens, you got to be there. Well, Cincinnati Gardens was 25 miles away, even in a bad neighborhood even then, so I couldn't get my mom and my aunt and everybody to go, and finally my mom said, well, I'll take you. And it's 1975 by this point. Well, I didn't know that the peak of the Sheik's territory was 71, 72, 73. It's Abdullah the Butcher versus the Sheik, as a matter of fact, and there's 300 people in the Cincinnati Gardens, and I was just disheartened. But then also got to go to the Expo Center in Indianapolis, because Bruiser's territory, which constituted the state of Indiana, once again, Indianapolis was on fire in the early 70s when I first started watching the TV on Channel 4 from Bloomington. When Channel 3 in Louisville would go off the air, you know, you could get Channel 4 in, right? And so then later on, when I've jacked up the big antenna on top of the house, the story has been written everywhere, I could get Bruiser's TV from Indianapolis, Sheik's TV from Cincinnati, the Jarrett show, obviously the Memphis show from Louisville, and Nick Goulas from Bowling Green, etc., etc. So finally, around 1975, I get to go see Bruiser's show at the Expo Center, but the peak of Bruiser's territory had been 74, so it was still, there were several thousand people there.
What was the main event?
Well, I saw a bunch, because Indianapolis was easier to go to, but I remember I got to see Bruiser and Crusher against the Bounty Hunters in the, it was a lumberjack match, but they had some other kind of name for it, the Beer Drinkers Brawl, where everybody had the bowler hats on like at the bar. But I did see at the Market Square Arena, the big building, the Christmas Spectacular with Sheik against Bruiser after they had settled the promotional war, and Sheik brings out the snake, like this is new, right, with Jake. Sheik brings this snake out, it's going to be a 10-foot snake, And he cleared the entire section of ringside out because everybody was convinced that this guy was a madman. And I mean, there were grown men leaping over chairs. But it was even more panic than in the Louisville Gardens when we took my Aunt Lola, bless her, to see the show one night, and the Wrestling Bear was there. Gentleman Ben, the Wrestling Bear. So here comes Nick Adams leading Gentleman Ben, the Wrestling Bear, down the aisle. And we looked around, and there was Aunt Lola as far down the other aisle. She jumped up and run off, and a guy sitting next to her took off with her. Anyway, I loved going to all those towns when I was a fan because you got to see different wrestlers, different territories, different promotions, different styles. Back up now. There were more
newsletters.
The newsletters. The newsletters started out as fan club bulletins because every wrestler that stayed in a particular territory for a period of time, had their own fan clubs. And Georgianne Macropolis had the Bruno Sammartino and Buddy Rogers fan club. So I joined all of them. Not necessarily that I joined the Pedro Morales fan club. Not necessarily that I was a fan.
That was you then.
Yeah, exactly. Of all these people, but I wanted all the newsletters because the newsletters had results. And from all over the world, it had pictures and blah, blah, blah. So I joined all that, and then where they got with Norm Dooley, my friend Norman Dooley, and I haven't seen him in years, don't know where we lost touch as I moved away, but he was a big fan in Louisville. And he lived across the river in southern Indiana, so he got TBS before we ever even had cable available to us, because it was a different state, different deal. So I would go over on Saturday nights to his house and watch Georgia Championship Wrestling, the Freebirds, the pile driver angle, and with DiBiase, and then he got Madison Square Garden cable network. And then we found out that the Madison Square Garden shows are going to be available on cable. We can watch them in our own home, and we're thinking, oh my God, because we've read the magazines, right? But this was before videotape. You had never seen these people. So boy, I got over there early that Monday night. We sit down, and my God, it's going to be Bob Backlund versus I can't even remember who in this whole Madison Square Garden card. And we got the bowl of potato chips, we got the popcorn, we got the soft drinks, and we're watching, and we're watching, and we're watching. And at the end of the night, we turned and looked at each other. This was supposed the Madison Square Garden, the mecca of wrestling. Every wrestling show, every Tuesday night at the Louisville Gardens in Louisville, Kentucky, was more exciting, bloodier, wilder, and better matches than the mecca of wrestling. It almost led us to inflict self-harm on ourselves. We were like, because there was a balloon popped. But Norman Dooley started sending out the results of the Louisville matches and the spot shows up around the Louisville area. Because remember, we were going to 3 shows a week and didn't have to drive more than 100 miles to go 3 shows a week live. He would do a newsletter, and not even a newsletter, he just mimeograph. It was back then. Xerox, that's outdated too, ditto machine, whatever. A big legal sized piece of paper, and he'd type up, and he started giving his opinions on the matches. And he was a witty, funny guy. And he kind of knocked things here and there. He put this over. Terry Funk and Jerry Lawler was great, and Chief Jay Strongbow not so much, whatever. And one day I'm talking to him on the phone, and this probably will give me tons of heat. But you know what? I'm old. I'm almost retired. I don't give a shit who likes it. I said to Norman, because he sent this out to like 35 or 40 people, because you would trade programs, you would trade results, you would trade clippings from the news, newspapers. All the wrestling fans, because there was no internet and there was no organized society and no wrestling stores, they do it themselves. I said, Norman, get to the point of this story, too late. I said, you ought to, I'm reading the TV guide while I'm talking to him, and he said, yeah, and I went to, because he used to go to St. Louis a lot. His mom would take him to St. Louis. Back, nobody had a driver's license back then, by the way. I said, Norman, I'm reading the TV guide. I said, what you ought to do is you ought to rate these matches like the TV guide does the movies, right? Give it 1 star. Instead of saying, oh, crummy match or great match or good match or whatever, just give it stars. I'm jacking off. I don't think he's going to do this. So with the next letter, he rated them stars. And then as he sent those out over the next several weeks, people started saying, yeah, we really like that. Now we've got some type of, but then it just took off, and and Meltzer started doing it.
Yeah.
And it was ridiculous. And I mean, wrestling, like art or music, is subjective. What you like might not necessarily be what I like. And I've seen some of my favorite movies. The movie 4 Rooms, the Quentin Tarantino thing with Tim Roth in it. On the cable guide, he gets 1 star. I happen to think it's the funniest movie ever made. So, but still now, And then who among you have the right, you think you have the right and the knowledge to rate these matches by stars? Only Norman Dooley had that knowledge and that right.
He made me watch
You are usurpers to the Norman, I called him Weasel Dooley. His newsletter was Weasel's World of Wrestling, because he had the glasses and he looked a little bit like John Denver, but we made, you know.
Okay.
Anyway, so that was the first question. I guess now we're out of time.
Yeah, Jim, if we're doing 10 minutes, you're going to be here for a couple of weeks. You better call Karen. Nico, courtesy of WrestlingClassics.com. How was Memphis during the photography days? Were the guys cool to you? How well was kayfabe kept in the more gimmicky style that they used at the time?
Okay, the guys were all great. Well, there's a few exceptions. There's always an SOB in every crowd, but no, the guys were great. They were making money off my pictures because we sold them at the souvenir stand. They got publicity, so naturally, you know, plus Christine Jarrett had given me the blessing to be at ringside, so that was all you needed. Kayfabe was weird because, well, first of all, I was never allowed in the locker room until my first day at Memphis TV, because I was never, only then, it doesn't matter whether you were a photographer or whatever. In the Memphis territory, people on the card, wrestlers, referees, and anybody in the office got in the locker room. Cops didn't get in the locker room. And Pat Malone was sitting in Louisville and Memphis. Pat Malone, the Green Shadow, the toughest old timer in the world, was sitting at the locker room to make sure that a door to make sure nobody, you know, snuck back there. And I remember one time there was a big metal folding door at the back of the Louisville Gardens, and it was a track on the top but not on the bottom. It kind of swung. And as I'm walking back after the show, suddenly I see a guy fly into that thing, bam, and knock it out. And it's a huge noise, and he rolled all the way to the wall. And Pat Malone flings the thing open and said, "I told you to stay out of the locker room." The guys could not, like Troy Graham, the Dream Machine, and Bobby Fulton, who were close friends of mine that before I got into business, because they used to ride with us, and you know, I would, then when I got into business, I'd bring Troy up to Louisville with me because he lived in Memphis. We were making the trip. Before I got in the business, they would acknowledge that I was smart, but most of the guys, and of course Lawler would tell me things that I needed to know, or places I needed to be to get pictures or whatever, but no, they didn't say anything to me, and I didn't tell them I was smart. As a matter of fact, the first day that Jerry Jarrett asked me, "Do you want to be a manager?" he said, "My mother tells," and I'd never told Christine Jarrett I was smart, but she knew.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you know, saw her 3 days a week. She stayed at the house and was friends with my mom. But Jerry Jarrett said, "My mother tells me you're smart to our business." And I'm like, oh. Because now either I'm going to say yes, he's going to say fine, get out of here, or I'm going to say no, and he's going to think I'm an idiot, or I'm going to say I didn't know what to say. And finally I said, "Well, yes, good, because I'd like to see if you want to be a." I'm like, "Oh, thank God." But no, you did. You know, kayfabe was strictly enforced, which was better for everybody. The state athletic commissioner, Pat Malone, would have thrown him out if he'd tried to go in the locker room. You know, anyway,
Different time.
And the more gimmicky style that they actually, Nico, courtesy of Wrestling Classics, what can be more gimmicky than what you're seeing right now on television? Actually, Memphis wrestling in the 1970s and 80s looks like the UFC compared to the horse tripe you're looking at on television these days. So, not to knock your question or anything.
SJK 2005, courtesy of F4WOnline.com, wants us to ask Jim, which was a bigger indication that you'd arrived, your first paycheck, first fight with a fan, or first rat?
Wait a minute, arrived where? Arrived in wrestling.
Yeah.
First paycheck, first fight with a fan, or first rat? Well, actually, I think it was my first day on television. Just because I'm sitting there and the guys are cool with me because I've known them all for years, but now I'm actually at Channel 5. The first time I heard the term high spot was when I was in the locker room at Channel 5 television ready to do my first TV. Because people didn't talk smart, there was no internet. The newsletters were kayfabe newsletters. The old Wrestling Fans Convention, you know, when all the fans would come from Wrestling Fans International Association, they'd come from all over the place, you know, to the host city and see, you know, the shows in that place. And some of the fans were smart, some of the fans weren't. So the fans that were smart would kind of feel the other ones out, and if they weren't smart, then they'd kayfabe them. Because the fan, they didn't want to smart other people up. So anyway, back to the question. When I'm at Memphis television and I'm hearing all these words that I don't know what they mean, but now I can tell by context, either the snow's falling off the roof or we're next to the Newark airport or something. My first paycheck was $50. I managed Dutch Mantel against Jerry Lawler for the Southern title in the main event. No, I'm sorry, that was my second paycheck. First one was the Cook Convention Center match. That was $50. The second one, Southern title, managed Dutch Mantel versus Jerry Lawler at Mid-South Coliseum, that was $75.
$75?
Yeah, so I didn't think I'd arrived anywhere at that, but I was pleased to do it because I would have done it for free. First fight with a fan was in Evansville, Indiana. Me and Jimmy Hart had a handicap match against some babyface, maybe Terry Taylor, Coco Ware, can't remember who, and somehow or another they didn't beat me and Jimmy up bad enough because then some drunk guy from Evansville came and took a swing at me and thankfully missed me and then hit Jimmy. And the first rat we won't go into because actually I wasn't even in the business yet and we won't go there. But
Greg Pike, did you enjoy working with JYD?
yes, very much. JYD, especially in Mid-South, JYD, he was the king of the territory. It was like Lawler in Memphis or like Vernon in Minneapolis or Crusher in Milwaukee. He was the guy, and he was a great promo at the time. His work was never the best, but at the same time people believed in him, and this was when he was really in shape. And also he was a great guy, you know, and we never had a lick of trouble, and I always liked JYD. Personally, professionally, whatever.
Brad Dykins from OnlineWorldWrestling.com. Do you have any specific memories of Hercules Hernandez when he was your bodyguard protecting you from Hacksaw Duggan?
Hercules Hernandez was a great guy, and what's the funniest? I can tell he saved my life in Houston. We'd done a deal where I got my head shaved, right? And so I was wearing a mask. And at the end of every match that I would manage Herc against Hacksaw Duggan would somehow pop my mask off so people would see me with bald hair, and then we'd grab the mask back and run off. Well, as I grabbed the mask and we're running down the aisle, some fan snatches it and takes off down like the fourth row ringside. And I lost my head because I'm thinking, it's my only mask. And I've run and I catch the guy and grab him, I kick him in the balls and snatch the mask back, and I look around, I am in the middle of ringside. And I see knives coming out and people are tying hangman's nooses and pulling out, you know, it looked that way. Actually, they were going to beat the shit out of me. All of a sudden, here comes a guy over my head, and here's Hercules, and grabbed me up under his arm, and with one hand was carrying me, and with the other hand was pie face and fans till we got out of ringside. Or another time, he and Dr. Death were a heel tag team in Houma, Louisiana. They beat up ringside, everybody. As the people, for some reason, the people came in formation, like synchronized swimming or something. As we're going down the aisleway, they came in reverse order. The people that were on the end of the first row started, then the second row, then the third row. So I've got Doc's football helmet, and I'm backing up behind Dr. Death and Hercules. And people are flying. And I'm just, every time somebody kind of peeks through, beep, with the football helmet, and we get back to the locker room. They've threw 15 people out of the way. Doc and Herc beat up a bar in Alexandria one night. Pee Wee Anderson, the referee, jumps up on the bar and rips his shirt off, starts doing the Hulk Hogan pose while Doc and Herc beat up 12 guys. But my favorite Hercules Hernandez story, coming back from Jackson, Mississippi. It was probably, I guess it was November, so it got down to like freezing at night down there. So it's cold, and I'm driving by myself because I'd come from interviews that Midnight Express had come from somewhere else. So we're all headed back to Alexandria. And Herc lived in Alexandria too, and at the time his girlfriend, I can't remember her name, but she traveled with him, and also they had like 2 or 3 cats that traveled in the back seat. He had one of those old big, you know, Lincoln or Cadillac, what big long car, you know, you had to pay 2 parking meters. So anyway, I'm driving down the road, and all of a sudden I look up and there's this big long car, and the door, the driver door is open, and it's driving down it wasn't even an emergency lane, this wasn't an interstate, it was just a pull-off lane, and the door's not open like normal, it's open at a complete perpendicular 90-degree angle. And what the f***? And as I pull up, I roll down my window on that side, it's Herc and his girlfriend and the cats. Herc, is there a problem? What's going on? He says, oh, Jimmy pulls over. He says, Jimmy, he says, I needed to take a piss, so I stopped and started to get out, and a truck came along and whacked the door. He said, if I hadn't been holding on to it, it might have taken the whole thing off.
So he just continued to drive?
He just drove that way, yeah. Well, it was 1 o'clock in the morning in the middle of Mississippi. What are you going to do? But just the fact that he was holding onto the door and that's the best the truck could do, to me indicate that was hurt. Well, another story. Did I tell this story on the last one? Maybe not. Herc's doing a run-in in Baton Rouge at Centroplex, and me and Crusher Darso, Khrushchev, Barry Darso, Demolition, whichever name, are standing back watching. It's Butch Reed and somebody. Herc's going to run in and attack the babyface, and as he gets down the aisleway, it's always happened at the ringside aisleway. He gets almost to the barricade to jump over, and some guy comes out and tackles him around the waist to keep him from going in and hurting the babyface. So he just went like that, into the ring. The cops bring the guy back and they sit him in a chair. So me and Darso are here looking out the door, and it's a 2-swinging door thing in Centroplex. And over there, the one plainclothes cop is sitting with the guy who now realizes he's going to be arrested. And Darso just looked at him and said, "I'd hit you, but I can't possibly hit you as hard as he's going to hit you when he comes back here." And sure enough, as soon as Herc was done, he comes in, he busts through those swinging doors like John Wayne going into the saloon. And the guy stood up about to say, "I'm sure sorry," or whatever the he was going to say. It hurt an open-handed slap. Came around like this, caught him right up under there. I saw the guy's feet leave the ground. He was this far from the wall, his head flies into the concrete wall, smack, and then he dropped, smack. So it was like smack, 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 boom, and he's laying there like that, and he's done. One slap. So now the bell's ringing, me and the Midnight Express got to go wrestle. So we step over the guy, go to the ring, have a 20-minute match, come back. The guy's laying in the exact same position. The cops are standing around him, and you hear the ambulance siren. Right? They're coming to pick him up and cart him out. I go to Herc, I said, "Herc, why did you just slap him if you were that mad?" He said, "Oh, Jimmy, hit somebody with your fist, you could hurt him." Hercules Hernandez.
Guitar Dude, Figure 4 Wrestling Online. Your favorite, almost got killed in Louisiana.
Oh, Christ. Well, there were a bunch of different riots and things going on where the cops were fighting with us on our side. Well, a couple times they weren't exactly on our side. But even though it's a big fight and people are hitting you and you're whacking people with and I tried mace, but that didn't work because it was never one person coming at you. It was a mob coming at you, and you couldn't direct it. So then I started carrying a chain in my pocket that I could whip out, and it was taped up, one of those dog chains, but heavy enough that I could whack somebody and get them off of you. Then I started loading the racket. But in the buildings, you always had cops, and they were fighting too, whether it be with the sticks or whatever. And we got the Tulsa police force Tulsa City Police kicked out of doing security for wrestling matches because the internal affairs investigated, because one time we had a riot so bad when they nightsticked a bunch of the people and took them to jail. One guy was a son of a highway patrolman and caused a problem. But in the building, even though all this was going on, you had cops with you, so you're thinking, like, maybe I'm not going to get killed. I mean, I had the bulletproof vest that I got from the cops in Little Rock for Tulsa and Little Rock sometimes, and because I didn't think they'd shoot me, but they said it would help with knives. You couldn't get cut, which that was a real comfort. The cop came up to me and said, "We just got new vests, so if you'd like, to buy my used one, because, we don't think they're going to shoot you." But these were his words. "But knifing is a concern here." Great, okay. But probably, even though we had more physical damage in some of these deals, the time where we probably could have got killed the quickest was Houma, Louisiana, which is so far down. Our Cajun girls selling merchandise couldn't understand what the people were saying, right? And it's just a horrible place. South of New Orleans, you got to go north to get south. So anyway, me and Dennis Condrey are leaving. Bobby Eaton was riding with Bill Dundee that night. So we're leaving, and we're in my car. And as we're putting our stuff in the trunk out back of the building, here was 12 Cajuns that had had a few cocktails and decided they didn't like the Midnight Express. And this started happening real quick. We're trying to get I got the boom box. We had to carry our own boom box because we were the only people that had music back then, us and dogs, so we had to carry our own with us. So I'm putting the boom box, I got the tennis racket, I got my suit bag. Dennis got his wrestling bags, we're throwing it in the trunk. This guy comes up and says something to Dennis. He's got all his buddies with him, and so he wants to prove a point. He's going to with the big time wrestler, blah, 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 and show off in front of his buddies. And Dennis said, being the personable guy, he said something like, "F you." So the guy had an unopened beer can, and he chucked it at Dennis, and Dennis ducked it, grabbed his wrist, barred his arm, put him down in the concrete, kicked him in the face. His friends didn't like that. Here they come. I'm standing there with a tennis racket, and Dennis, there's 12 of them. I got Dennis Condrey. I figure if there was 6, I'd be fine, but there's 12. Here we go. We're dead. The Rock and Roll Express down the parking lot turned their car on, saw this, hit the bright lights, and drove into the crowd of fans where they all went, ah! And we jumped in the car and took off. So that, I mean, who knows? I have no idea how we did not get serious.
Robert Gibson to the rescue again.
I think Ricky was driving. No, I'm sorry.
He usually sells. Alex Goff, courtesy of Figure 4 Online. Why do you think the Midnights weren't given a run with the Von Erichs?
We have thought about that. You know, Dennis at one point had heard that Fritz said, "Oh, those guys are too small to work with my boys." But Bobby and Dennis physically looked as impressive or more so than Gino Hernandez and Chris Adams. I don't know whether we gave our notice first night in to World Class because we had been scheduled to go to work for Crockett, and because when they told us we were finishing up in Mid-South, we didn't really, they didn't say we're going to book you anywhere else. So Dusty and Flair had both asked us if we wanted to come work for Crockett. So I called Crockett, made the deal. We got a start date. This is explained in the book Midnight Express and Jim Cornette 25th Anniversary Scrapbook, available at jimcornette.com. But anyway, so we went over there and we looked at it and we said, well, it's not as big a talent roster. They don't have, even though they have the syndicated television, they don't have the, TBS, et cetera, like Crockett does. So we gave our notice, and then Dundee calls it, oh, Watts really wants you to go to Dallas because then you can come back for the Superdome, you can come back for Oklahoma City and Tulsa. Okay, so then we rescinded our notice and told Crockett we'd come later, which we did. Maybe they were upset about that. Maybe it was the fact, and I think this was probably the majority of it, that Gino and Chris had homesteaded. And you know what homesteading is? Mm-hmm. Okay. When you homesteaded a territory, basically, you either went into a territory and you liked it so much, or they liked you so much, or you did such great business, or you just kissed so much ass, all of those apply, that you moved there, that became your home. You homesteaded the territory. You did not leave. You did everything you could to keep your spot right there because it was more convenient or more money or more satisfying or whatever. So Gino and Chris had homesteaded the Von Erichs. I mean, they shadowed them. It was Kerry versus Gino and Kevin versus Chris, or vice versa, or in tag matches. And then One Man Gang was there with Gary Hart. And Gary was even, he could not understand. I talked to him a couple of years ago at the Charlotte convention. Me and Dennis both were like, why didn't you guys ever get a run with the Von Erichs? Don't know, Gary, because he was not in the booking office at that point. But he was managing One Man Gang, with Kerry. We were there 6 months. We worked with the Fantastics for 6 months. And Bobby Fulton and Tommy Rogers, they were a great team, and the matches were much better than we'd had with the Von Erichs, but the money wasn't. And Bobby and Tommy didn't have any control over that. If we had a 4-match card, in which all the spot shows were, you would go a single match, a captain's match, which meant one of the tag team guys would wrestle a single, then one of the Von Erichs versus either Gino or Chris or Gang in the main event, and then the tag match on last. Even though the main event with the Von Erichs got main event money, then the tag match is on last. So that means 2, 4, 10, a referee, 12 guys on the card. We'd do $16,000, $18,000, and we get $200, $250. But the main event would get 5 or 6 or 7, and sometimes it'd be 15 minutes from the house. So the point is, the difference in what we were getting in the tag team program over the tag team titles with the Fantastics and what the guys who worked with the Von Erichs were getting was the difference between the 50 grand a year we were going to make if we stayed there and the 100 grand a year the guys like the Freebirds made. And after 6 months, we said, it ain't going nowhere. We've had 4 matches with the Von Erichs. We're going to work for Crockett. And the closing straw was the check from Texas Stadium, which I reproduce in the Jim Cornette and Midnight Express 25th Anniversary Scrapbook, available at jimcornette.com. Basically, we were in the tag team title match, the America's tag team title match in Texas Stadium 20-something thousand people, $250,000 gate. We got $1,100 a piece. We got together and said, what the Jimmy Crockett, Midnight Express calling, and we gave our notice and left. We couldn't wait anymore. It was a paid vacation, whatever.
Rock when done, was Fritz von Erich really as cheap as they say he was?
Actually, the territory was, I can't say Fritz was cheap. The territory was run on a shoestring because it had always been run on a shoestring, and then suddenly, Gary Hart, as is told in his book, manipulated the Freebirds and Von Erich's angle, and it exploded like nobody ever dreamed it would, and actually the territory got too big for the infrastructure. There was no way that this office with 6 full-time employees and that had always been used to running the Sportatorium on Friday and Fort Worth on Monday and the spot shows, now they're running the Cotton Bowl and Texas Stadium and selling out, Reunion Arena. They didn't realize it was going to get that hot, and then once it got that hot, they couldn't really follow up on it, because after you had the Freebirds and Von Erichs for 2 years, every night and twice a week in the Metroplex, they couldn't follow it, so it started getting smaller again, and then then we know what happened from there.
Okay, WCW, Unmistakable Jimmy. Was Big Mama from Starrcade 85 really Jimmy Valiant's wife/girlfriend? Are they still together?
Yes and no. Felicia. Big Mama was Felicia, and they are not still together. Jimmy has been married, I guess, about 20 years now or so, to a very nice woman named Angel. I don't know where Felicia is. They were together for some time. Don't know where she is now, and I stay out of other people's marital situations, so I will leave it at that.
Very good. Justin and Erica was making fun of David Crockett on WCW as fun as it looked. Sometime around Christmas 1986, you came out for an interview segment, as was the norm at that time, with a piece of paper and told Crockett that it was an enrollment to the Columbia Broadcasting School and suggested he make use of it.
I also said, when I just pointed at him one time, said, see what happens when a fetus doesn't get enough oxygen. It was so, I liked David, and David was just, he was so, I don't want to use the word pompous with his honor. He had to be a baby face. And David, I'd say that David had to be a baby face to the point of not wanting to back up or even act like he was offended by the heels and everything. And I used to blister him because he'd just stand there and you could tell he's kind of burning, and some of his commentary, like when it was was it the Superstars on the first TBS special, Superstars on the Superstation? I think was it Ronnie Garvin and Ric Flair on that one? And Garvin grabs Flair, he does the old deal where he twists his nose like that and slaps it in. David's like, he's got him by the hunker. Or when Riggy Morton had the belt and was about to whip me, whip him like a dog. He had to be so babyface. It was just so easy to stick David. One time we're at TBS and he got really hot at me because this was right when it was either when Madonna and Sean Penn had broken up or when Joan Collins and her husband Peter Holm had broken up. Because I used to try to push it a little bit, see what I could say on TBS back when you couldn't cuss or say anything out of the way on wrestling. I said, Sweet Stan Lane, the gangster of love, he's the women's pet, the men's regret. I said, for example, Madonna and Sean Penn broke up, Sweet Stan could be Madonna's next Sean. Joan Collins and Peter Holm broke up, Sweet Stan could be Joan Collins' next Peter. You never know what David's, oh, you can't say that. I said, they're Christian names, David, Christian names. And I used to say this edgy shit, and he'd come back and he'd be like, you can't say that, they're going to kick us off the air. I'm totally innocent.
Excellent. Brad Dykins, Online World of Wrestling. What are your thoughts on Lex Luger when he started out in the business, then at the height of his success? Lastly, what do you think of Lex now?
I always got along with Package. Lex was never a wrestling fan. I sat next to him one time on a plane. We were in first class. He got a first class ticket, and I used my frequent flyer $30 upgrade. And we're sitting next to each other, and just for conversation, I said, Package, I said, you used to play football in Memphis. Did you ever watch the Memphis Wrestling Show? And he said, well, it used to be on, when we'd come back from practice on Saturday morning, but I never watched wrestling. He didn't realize how he came off sometimes to some people. He was a very educated guy, and the total package. He was educated. He had the body and the genetics and everything. He didn't realize that he came off some like superior sometimes. Because I said, well, what would you have done, just for fun and giggles? I said, what would you have done if you'd have had to work in Memphis for at that time, the late 80s, you know, it was guys were making $300 a week there. The big money had been previously. And he said, oh, I wouldn't have done that. Well, I understood, and I didn't have a problem with it, but a lot of times he would say, well, I wouldn't have done that. Well, it's to a guy who was doing that. Well, why are you better than me? So I think the thing that hurt Lex in the business was that he was so intelligent and so good looking and had a big contract, the first big contract that Crockett ever gave out. He came off as aloof to the people and like he really didn't mean what he was saying because he wasn't a wrestling fan. He wasn't into the business. He just didn't have the emotion that you would have if you, like Flair, who loved the business and bled and sweat and everything, breathed and slept the business. Lex just didn't connect with people. He seemed like he was kind of above them. But he was fun. One time we're driving to someplace, a WCW show, with Bobby is standing in the back, I'm driving, and Lex is in the front seat, and we stopped at Wendy's. And Lex got like a baked potato, right? I got to triple. Extra cheese, extra mayo, the grease is down to, man, I'm driving, I'm gnawing on this thing, and he's looking at me like I got a steaming turd hanging out of my mouth. And I said, package, how long has it been since you've had a cheeseburger? He said, well, Jimmy, I had some French fries about 6 months ago. I said, your body would just go into some kind of anaphylactic shock if you know. But I said, one of these days, I guess cholesterol will catch up with me. And by the way, it finally did. I'm almost 50, but it's only 203. But we got to stop these things before they get too far. But anyway, Lex, I like Lex. I saw him last a couple years ago at the Charlotte convention. He's had a lot of health problems, and I don't know. He had so many health problems. You couldn't connect it to steroids or any one thing. Like he didn't take a ton of bumps, but he did take bumps over the years. But not to that extent. But he had the paralyzation from the compressed thing or what. I don't know. I'm not his doctor, but it's sad to see a guy who was so physically impressive be sidelined like that, but I understand he's a happier guy personally now.
Okay. So Joano Barros.
Boy, he's really trying to hurry me up.
I gotta get you. We got good stuff coming, buddy.
It takes me an hour and a half to watch 60 Minutes.
How do you make a watch again? Who was a better partner for Bobby Eaton, Dennis Condrey or Stan Lane?
Oh, you troublemaker.
That's got to be there. It's got to be there.
Well, see, I'm not trying to pick my favorite children, and I'll try to make this as brief as possible so I can drone on about the rest of the questions. I think that Dennis Condrey was a better heel. I think that Stan Lane was a flashier worker. I think that Bob Eaton and Dennis Condrey were better for Mid-South Wrestling and for the early time that we were working with the NWA, but when we were positioned as the top tag team that had to get heat and had to draw money. Dennis Condrey's work, there's never been anybody work anything like him. He was so precise, no wasted motion, everything crisp. He was in the right place at the right time. He never made a false step. But at the same time, when Stan came along, that's when pay-per-view came along, and the national television and the main event matches on TV. And Stan's a pretty, no doubt about it. Stan Lane is a good-looking guy and just tremendous genetics and looks nowhere near his age even today. So he was flashier for when we didn't need to get so much heat. When it was about Dennis and Bobby had great matches too, but they concentrated on getting heat and selling tickets. With Stan, we were put in a position where we were to have the great match of the show. And with the other great tag teams, whether it be the Rock and Roll of the Fantastics or Tully and Arn or, whatever, Stan and Bobby got a chance to develop more teamwork, and plus there's more evidence of them on tape, because in the early days with Dennis, the house shows weren't taped. So anyway, for the time, each one were best for their...
You did that well.
It's true.
You did
it's
well.
true. I'm not trying to weasel out of anything. Read the next
Scott Crone. Why on earth was Starrcade 87 moved from Georgia to Chicago? And why was the entire show a flop given the talent booked? The entire show was horrible and had such great talent. It's one of those so bad it's good shows, but seriously, what the fuck?
Well, Starrcade 87 was moved from Greensboro and Georgia. 85 and 86 had been half in Atlanta, Omni, half in Greensboro Coliseum. Originally it was a Greensboro show entirely. Mm-hmm. But then they did the closed circuit thing, boom, boom, boom. But in Starrcade '87, well, Crockett had just purchased the UWF, and he had snapped up I think Florida and Kansas City at that point, and Vince was expanding, and WrestleMania 3 had been on pay-per-view, and point is, they went to Jim Crockett and sold him on the idea that here's Vince McMahon coming from New York City and we're coming from Greensboro. Nobody knows where Greensboro is. Or Atlanta. We need to be in a big major market metropolitan media area. So we were selling out in Chicago, sold out like 9 straight shows at the USC Pavilion. So they moved Starrcade to Chicago because it was going to be on pay-per-view. Well, as everybody knows, and I'm not going to try to answer a question by giving the entire 20 years past history of wrestling, Vince Starrcade '87 by coming up with the Survivor Series and telling people, the cable companies, if you carry the NWA pay-per-view, you can't have WrestleMania. So everybody went back on their promise except for 5 cable companies. So they went from doing 16,000 people in Atlanta and $300 and something thousand the year before, and 20,000 people and $380,000 in Greensboro the year before for the same show the same night. They sold out the Greensboro Coliseum in '86 and closed circuited to the building next door. That's how big it was. So they went from a live gate of $600 and something thousand and 2 sellouts plus closed circuit audience to a sellout in Chicago of $180,000 and 5 cable companies carrying a pay-per-view. And to be quite honest, our payoff for Starrcade '87 was the same as for Starrcade '86 because we had another scaffold match with the Rock and Roll Express that didn't go nearly as good as with the Road Warriors, not because of the scaffold matches or it wasn't the Rock and Roll's fault. They had seen it. You shouldn't see another one for quite a while. We saw another one a year later. And the whole thing just fell in a hole, basically is what the problem was. So Chicago, a great town, but we didn't need to leave Greensboro and Atlanta for Chicago, for the big media market. Didn't work anyway. And that was the start of Vince up the deal. So then that's what led to, against WrestleMania, the first TBS Clash of Champions live. And we took away some people from Vince and had the match where he made Sting the following March. And then the cable companies all got together and said, "F you guys, you're costing us money, don't run against each other."
Mm-hmm. Greg Pike, did Animal really babysit Hawk over the years?
No, that Hawk had his issues, but I think actually, if you want to phrase, Paul Ellering probably took care of both of them better than anything. So I can't really, I can't go.
Very good. Rich Eldridge, pro wrestling historian, he very proudly posts. Jim, how do you think Crockett and Dusty should have and could have handled Crockett purchasing UWF from Cowboy Bill Watts?
Well, it's much the same as the guest booker, the excellent guest booker with Jim Cornette DVD, which is available from kayfabecommentaries.com.
Is there anyone that doesn't own it yet? I can't imagine that being the case.
Actually, I think there's some Bolivian peasants that have yet to. Once again, there was some great talent there. The UWF territory had a problem because of the financial situation that led Watts to sell to Crockett in the first place. The oil bust in his core territory. He had tried to expand his syndication. But the talent was still excellent. Dr. Steve Williams, Terry Taylor, Ted DiBiase was still there. I believe that's when he took off and went up north. If they had been presented as equal threats to the Crockett guys, it would. But I'm more surprised that Dusty didn't go into a big invasion angle than I am that Vince didn't, because Vince is so pompous. And everybody that works for him, they think that the only thing that's ever been done well in wrestling was done there, elsewise it didn't count. But Dusty knew a lot of these guys. He knew the territories. He knew the situation. I wasn't in the office then, so I don't know, but it surprised me.
Steve Jordan, while we're on wrestling historians, do you think the work that wrestling historians do to preserve history is worthwhile, or do you agree with Bruce Mitchell that real historians don't just stop with finding old newspaper clippings and match results?
Well, I never agree with Bruce Mitchell on anything, including the fact that he's still breathing. However, having said that, no, real historians don't just stop with finding old newspaper clippings and match results, but, nobody said that they did, or at least I haven't heard it. I think that, the book on the National Wrestling Alliance by Tim Hornbacher,
yes,
is one of my favorite books, because here's a guy from outside the business who did his homework and did his research, and drew a compelling picture of the way that wrestling was organized wrestling was formed, and the way that the NWA was formed, and I think there are books like that out there, just like there are books. So you got to find one, a guy that did his homework and got down and got the stories, and then other times people are, oh, here's a clipping from Oshkosh in 1956. Look, Crusher's in the main event. Well, Yeah.
Could you talk about Bruce Mitchell for another 20 minutes, please?
You skipped over Lyle Alzado. I saw that name.
Well, what? It's the. Do you have any Ron Dixon writes? Do you have any memory stories or nightmares about learning the ropes? Do you remember it? We can refresh your memory here.
Well, no, I remember it.
Okay.
I remember it. Stan Lane was on that show. Are you going to show this clip?
Well, I can't. That's why I skipped the question.
Yeah.
So it's kind of irrelevant.
Yeah, my God. Well, take that off. No, what happened? It was Lyle Alzado played a school teacher who moonlighted as a wrestler, right? And they made a deal with Crockett to provide talent. And I guess it was on TBS. I guess I don't know. But anyway, some of the guys they would pick, and they never picked them. We didn't want to do it because they shot somewhere in Canada. So on our day off, if we had a day off, either that or we'd be booked off of a show, and we'd be sent all the way to Canada to be in a sitcom, which at the time, we thought, well, this makes wrestling look phony, obviously. We don't want to be a part of that. I've always hated the idea of having television shows about wrestlers that show behind the scenes, because invariably they make the business look phony. It was a lot more bigger deal there than it is now. Now here we are talking about it. But also the pay was like $500, and we were making more than that wrestling shows 90 miles from the house rather than going to Canada to expose the business in a situation comedy that wasn't very good. But they had Stan on it one time, and I don't even remember why, but we weren't asked and we weren't really missing it.
No problem. Courtney Marshall, do you think that Crockett was going out of business in 1988 when Arn and Tully left? Why did they leave in the first place?
Oh God, this would be a long one. We thought Crockett was going out of business more in March of '88 than we did in September of '88 when they left. Wrestling's a cycle, and houses were down the latter part of '87 and the first 3 or 4 or 5 months of '88. Business was rotten, and I detail in my book, Jim Cornette Midnight Express 25th.
Available at?
Book available at jimcornette.com. I tell what we were making, the matches, what they were drawing. But the point is, business was down, and we had no opponents. That's why we brought the Fantastics in. We begged Dusty, and he said, okay, we'll do it, to bring in Bobby Fulton and Tommy Rogers, because we had gone several months with no opponents. So anyway, then we had great matches in the ring, then we still had to worry about drawing money, and Dusty put a hell of a '88 Great American Bash together, and we went all across the country. The '88 Bashes were the most extensive tour they ever did, and we did big business that summer, and then shot the angle with Tully and Arn for the World Tag Team titles. So the double main event going around everywhere was Flair versus Luger, coming a rematch off the '88 Bash in Baltimore, and Tully and Arn versus the Midnight Express, match that never happened, for the tag title. We actually did better houses in some of the cities than the Great American Bash did. We did 115 grand, I'm going to say, in Richmond, Virginia for the Bash, and came in September, did 140. Sold the place out. The houses had come up so much in these new matches that David and Jackie Crockett were trying to talk Jimmy out of selling to begin with. But it had gone too far, and it was already ready to go. And the reason why Tully and Arn left is because as they were doing due diligence to buy the company, TBS conducted supposedly confidential interviews where, well, what do you think ought to be done? And Tully, of course, being non-political he was at the time, just knocked Dusty 15 ways from Sunday. And of course, TBS people immediately told Dusty. Dusty banned Tully off the plane. Arn got hot. Crockett's private plane, and the Jabroni jet and the Falcon jet was the real nice one. That's where the 9 top guys Jimmy Crockett flew on, right? Then the Jabroni jet, the Gulfstream with the propellers. That's where that was more fun because you had room to stand up. Anyway, Tully and Arn came in that night in Philadelphia and gave their notice that we're dropping the belts to the Midnight Express. That's why that match got such a response, because the people saw us win the belts. And if you watch the tape back, which also the video is available at jimcornette.com, I got sources.
How'd you do that?
I had friends in the stands with camcorders. What can I say? A lot of the 86 title matches are there also. Go to JimCornette.com, you'll find out all about it. But anyway, the people popped, but then they thought, okay, it'll be a reverse decision. And then when we actually left the ring with the belts, it started getting bigger. And that's what got us over in Philadelphia as baby faces, because they just, wow, it was something they weren't supposed to see.
Brad Dykins asks, do you ever have nightmares about the dynamic dude?
Oh, gee, you know, Shane wasn't so bad, but that left foot Laurinaitis, let me tell you something. No, actually, the dudes didn't give me nightmares. We managed to forget the matches, but then somehow Laurinaitis came back in a reincarnation to inflict misery on the entire world of wrestling, and actually my bigger nightmares are about the that he did to Ohio Valley Wrestling in Louisville on the way to completely destroying and demolishing the WWE developmental program anywhere and completely destroying their chances of finding, training, and fostering future talent. All goes on John Laurinaitis' back because he's a big lying sack of Hi, John. F you.
Adam Krasnoff of New Orleans, Louisiana asks, as despised as Jim Herd was, do you know of any good ribs that were pulled on?
Well, actually, no. You don't rib people unless you like them or unless it's some annoying that you really don't like and you can get away with it. He didn't fit either category because nobody liked him, but at the same point, he had a position of power. But when I can't remember what the milestone was, but I was living in Knoxville because I remember making the phone call to 1-800-Flowers or whatever from my office downstairs. So it was in '92, right before he left. He was fixed to leave because he left in '92, so he was fixed to quit. And they reached some milestone where some house was so rotten, or some pay-per-view was nobody watched, or some rating was so minuscule that I just called up 1-800-Flowers and sent him a bouquet at the CNN Center in Atlanta, a bouquet of dead black roses with a card that said, "Our deepest sympathies on the death of your wrestling promotion, Jim Cornette and Stan Lane." Well, then Jim Ross, later on I talked to him, and he said what happened was they evidently delivered the flowers, and the card just said, "Jim, our deepest sympathies." They delivered the flowers to her, right? He came in, got hot, picked him up, carried him down the hallway, and put him on Jim Ross's desk. Jim Ross comes in, sees him, reads the card. No, I would send him something like that. So then he figures out what happened. He picked him up and carried him back down, put him on Herd's desk again. No, there were no good ribs with Herd. He wasn't, he had no sense of humor. He had no sense. Nobody liked him. Nobody cared. They just, the way I wanted to give my resignation, because we knew we were going to quit WCW. We talked about, I fantasized about it in the car. I'd almost get a hard on. For the last year I was with WCW, I was booking Smoky Mountain Wrestling in my head. You know, we talked about it. I talked with Bobby and Stan back and forth. And the original plan was to take the Midnight with me, but you know, we thought we'd let the contract expire. We didn't know Stan and I were going to quit, and that whole story's detailed. But anyway, I want to give my notice this way. I said to Jim Herd, I want to walk in with a starter pistol, a blank gun, and kick his door open and fire 5 shots at him. That's why I'm going to quit. And Bobby brought me back out of it because he said, "Corny, as many people as this guy has around, he's probably got a real loaded one in his top desk drawer." And I said, "Well, yeah, okay." But then for a brief moment, I thought maybe I'll just take a loaded one first because I wanted to, but I'd rather put my thumbs just in his eye sockets and just do it that way. I don't.
Well, you had a bulletproof vest from Louisiana. Slick Chris, Fall River, thoughts of Paul E. in WCW?
We had a ball. I still liked Heyman then. No. The guys even thought we hated each other. That didn't come till later. You know, it was great to work with because everybody said, number one, you couldn't be a babyface manager. Well, so when people say never to me, I like to do that. So I can say, well, no, I did it. And I told Paulie one time, I said, "You're the only human being in the world could have turned me babyface. You could turn Genghis Khan babyface. Nobody can like you." And at least I'd been there longer. So here comes this New York. And I mean, I know I'm in a room full of Yankees, but people in Atlanta hate people from New York, and probably vice versa. So here was this obnoxious, you know, Yankee against I may be a prick, but I was their prick. I'd been around a while. And so, you know, the whole time we were in WCW together, it was great. Okay. Especially the infamous tuxedo match where Paulie wore those baby blue with white little shorts and everything. But the only problem was when we had that match, the night before we were in Philly, and I jumped off the ring to avoid Terry Gordy throwing a table into the ring, and I twisted my bad knee at the time, which this was the bad one. Now this is the bad one. So it's swollen up, and so I'm thinking, oh, we're limited enough as it is. I'm not a great wrestler or a great athlete, but I'm the only person in the world can blow Paul Lee up because he's worse off than I am, and we got to be on pay-per-view, and now I've got a bad leg. So I said, hit with the phone, throw the powder in my face, and when I'm blind, work on my bad leg with the phone so that I can limp for the rest of the match, and then we'll work it in the match. If you go back and watch the tape, it's the 1990 Baltimore Great American Bash pay-per-view. You will see we've been sitting like this, right, across from each other for the previous hour talking about what we're going to do. And I'm saying, we're going to do blah, blah, blah. He immediately goes to work on the wrong knee. And you see me trying to pull him over in my other knee, and I'm pulling him away. I'm laying this leg out, and he's going back there, and I'm like, damn it. Finally, he just starts beating the out of both of my legs. It didn't come off anywhere nearly as bad as it should have, considering who was in it, I'll say that.
Greg Pike, biggest NWA/WCW payday?
Starrcade 86 was 10 grand, Starrcade 87 was 10 grand. Those were the biggest ones. I knew we were in trouble when WCW took. We were used to 5 grand for Starrcade 85. When basically the big show of the year, that was our payoff. Like I said, 87 didn't deserve it. I think they just were ashamed that they set us up on that scaffold for nothing. But when WCW took over and all of a sudden the pay-per-views got full coverage, all the cable systems, instead of just these closed circuit Starrcades, the biggest check we got for a WCW pay-per-view was $3,000. We knew then we were in trouble. Of course, we were on guaranteed money and they were making none. But see, I looked at it like it wasn't our fault the company ain't making any money, because it's not the fault of the wrestlers who were drawing sellouts in Richmond or wherever 2 months before they bought the company. It was the fault of the people running it, because in the book it is detailed. I won't even mention the book or where to get it. We went from doing record houses in some places in September of 1988. They bought the company in October of 1988. By February of 1989, Greensboro was down to $12,000 gates. It just fell apart. Part of it was Tully and Arn. That took the emotion, took kind of the foundation. To break up the Horsemen took the foundation out of the NWA. But they hired people that had no clue. They booked buildings on the wrong nights. They made the television show look like a game show, the ding dongs, all the other things. It was an uphill battle for them.
Smoky Mountain, Tojo Boy, courtesy of Wrestling Classics. I've known Jimmy
bet that's
for many
David.
years.
I know David.
He's never answered this question for me. Back in '92, when Smoky Mountain was on Chattanooga TV, they never ran in Chattanooga, even though they did promos saying they were going to run a card there. I think Chattanooga would have given them another good, bigger city to hold semi-regular cards in Tennessee. Hey, Jim Williamson wants to know, why the hell didn't Smoky come to Chattanooga?
We tried, and actually I didn't even know I'd never answered this question for David. We wanted to clear television, and there was boy, this is going to be that long. Between 1987 and 88, when the territory started going out of business, and 1992, when we were doing this, those 4 years saw the influx of the infomercial, and also at the same time television was deregulated in large part by the FCC, because there used to be a limit on how much commercial time you can have on television and all this other thing, and it just So whereas wrestling programs were great ratings getters, and that's what stations wanted in the 70s and 80s, by the early 90s, the television stations didn't care about the ratings, because they had people, here's a tape and here's a check, just run it for an hour. They didn't even need a sales force except to sell their 6 o'clock news commercials. So that made it hard to clear television stations without paying for them, which Vince had set the precedent. We'll pay you, here's our tape. We went into the television station, the Fox station in Chattanooga, and said, if you will give us a time slot, we will run shows in Chattanooga, and we will buy schedules of advertising. We will figure there's a variety of ways you can do it. If the TV station wants to be a partner, you're great. If not, and you're... And the station said, well, the only time we have right now is 1 a.m. Friday night, Saturday morning, after the whatever the fuck Fox had on until 1 a.m. in the morning. But if we get good feedback, we'll find you a better time slot. So we're on there cutting promos. Hey, we're coming to Chattanooga. We're coming to Chattanooga. If you write in, tell the TV station you love us. No, they never came through. Then all of a sudden they would air us at 1 o'clock in the morning, but they wouldn't talk about, even for a little bit of money, putting something on in the daytime. And we're not going to try to run a city the size of Chattanooga with a TV show us on at 1 o'clock in the morning on a Fox station. And it just didn't work out.
Gotcha. Mike Campbell, 411mania.com. During the early stages of Smoky Mountain heavyweight title tournament, there was a spot in the tournament for Scott Anthony. Was this supposed to be the same Scott Anthony who was working in Global and eventually became Raven? If so, do you recall why he never wound up coming into Smoky Mountain?
Yes, it was supposed to be, and no, I don't. I don't remember. You know what?
You're speechless.
Was it? You know what? I think it was. God damn! I remember him calling me saying I can't do something. Was it he was starting with ECW and going to do the Raven thing? What was the timing?
What year would it have been for that?
Help me.
95.
Okay, then it wasn't that. Where did he go in 92?
Still in WCW?
That may have been it. It may have been that because either I thought he was going to be available or he did or whatever.
What was he in New York?
He was
Flamingo.
Scotty
That was
Flamingo.
around about that time.
It was after that.
That was
WCW.
before
I
Yeah.
know that he was Scotty Flamingo.
Well, somewhere or another, and I mean, I'm not, knocking Scotty. It's not like I was going to put the belt on him. And at the same, I wasn't. And at the same time, he had something else going on that would have been more advantageous for him. And so there was no heat and
Scheduling conflict. Mookie Gahan, courtesy of Figure 4 Online, how angry is Jericho for breaking his arm?
Okay, for those of you who don't know, I get a videotape in the mail, and normally I get these tapes, and it's a bad camcorder footage of a guy that has no tights and he weighs 140 pounds and he can't wrestle, and he's with another guy the same way. And I was in Smoky Mountain. I was trying to find some new guys, but at the same time, I just got disgusted with watching these tapes. So I popped one in. The only reason I popped it in was because it came from Canada, and he bothered to send it with a legible cover letter. And so I pop it in, a guy I've never heard of, and I'm looking, I was like, Jesus Christ. His name was Lance Storm. And he was leaping to the top rope in one leap, but it wasn't just acrobatics for the sake of it. He had the size, he had the body, he had the look, he was young, he was wrestling, he was working, his looked good and acrobatic. And he's working with this blonde kid, like the blonde kid's as good as he is, Chris Jericho. And so I call up Lance Storm. I said, I would like you to come down here. And by the way, can you get a hold of the fucking guy you're working with? Yeah, we're a tag team. Sometimes. I said, well, great. I can't remember what name they used. And then the problem was, Lance was a Canadian citizen. Jericho had dual citizenship. So he could come, but Lance, we had to get paperwork done. I had to hire an immigration lawyer and all this stuff. But I had him come down, and it was great because when they came down for a Knoxville show, just to see the show and to get familiar with the area. And that happened to be, I think, our Sunday Bloody Sunday show where we did a $30-something thousand house, and Terry Funk was in, and there was like 5,000 people there, and they're going, oh, we've made it, right? So I made a deal with them, and they didn't understand the concept of gimmicks, selling gimmicks, merchandise, because the Rock and Roll Express may have been making $500 a week wrestling, but they were making $1,000 a week on selling pictures and merchandise. So I'm looking at these two guys, they gotta be pussy magnets, right? The way they look, and they're young, and I said, you can make money on merch. Well, if we're gonna move from Canada, we want to get, so I ended up getting and Jericho says this in his book, but he acts like that they raped me and took advantage of me, and really it wasn't that bad. I got their gimmick money and gave them like a $750 a week guarantee or whatever, which wasn't that far out of the way, but I'm thinking these guys are gonna sell pictures out the ass. Well, and Lance, I love you. You know I love you. But Lance was bringing his wife to the matches to sell his gimmicks. And then the rats weren't, the only baby faces I've ever seen, the heels were getting more pussy than the baby faces. Because Jericho was picky, as he says in his book. My God, I guess he was waiting for Pamela Anderson to walk through. I mean, all the other guys, it was 8 to 80, blind, cripple, or crazy. If they can't walk, we'll drag them. But Jericho was picky, and Lance had his wife with him. So they weren't, the girls were not, they were not getting service, so they weren't buying the stuff. So I was taking a little bit of a bath, but if I can get these guys over, because I worked them with Well Done, Rex King and Steve Dahl, and they got over there. And then I had the Heavenly Bodies come back for a week for the big shows in August from the WWF to put the Thrill Seekers over. Storm and Jericho, and we're said the big match going to be Knoxville Civic Coliseum, the Night of the Legends, Heavenly Bodies and Thrill Seekers, this big angle we've built up, and we're going to be sold out, which we were. So that night, and I had told Jericho, I saw him take this bump at a spot show in like Wartburg, Tennessee. Guy, he shoots a guy off in the corner and he comes charging and the guy moves and he goes up over the turnbuckles and hits his head on the ring post and takes a bump straight to the floor. It looked like he killed himself. I immediately said, never take that bump again. Never do that again until I tell you to. Because it's going to be on a big show in Knoxville. It's going to be sold out. When you hit the post, you're going to get juiced. The heels are going to beat the piss out of you. And that's going to be the turning point of the match. And then you're going to make a giant comeback and it'll get you over. So never do that again in front of 300 people in a high school gym. Because you could kill yourself. So I've got that bump scheduled for that match, right? We're shooting interviews. At 4 o'clock that day, Jericho says, you don't need me for interviews. Do you mind if I go out and work out in the ring? I said, just don't hurt yourself. Off he goes. So we do the interviews. About an hour and a half later, Brian Hildebrand, Mark Curtis, comes running up to me. It's okay. Jericho's gone to the hospital, but he said he'll be back. I'm like, don't f with me, Brian. No. We think he's broken his arm. Who broke his arm? He did. What was he doing? Practicing a shooting star press. He broke his own arm. The building is sold out. He's in the co-main event that night with the Heavenly Bodies. He didn't need to do a shooting star press. The tickets were already sold. All he needed to do was get in the ring, have the match, and win. And now he's also, it's his right arm since his juice getting arms. So that whole out the window. And then he ended up getting juiced with his fucking left hand, and either because it was left-handed or he wanted to make up for it, then he looked like he'd been run through a razor blade factory. He almost bled to death. He did. I've got to give him credit. He goes to the hospital. He gets the, not artificial, but those temporary casts put on. They said, oh, you need surgery. Oh, I got to go wrestle. What? And he comes back, gets the juice, they win the match, and then the next day he has it, and they had to put a pin in his arm and all that, and he's done. So now I got Lance Storm, one thrill seeker. He can only seek half the amount of thrills. And then I've got no tag team, and then Jericho was out for months, and then I was afraid Lance was going to be mad at me. I said, I can't keep paying you this single money because blah blah blah. So we agreed Lance would go back home, and eventually they made it in wrestling, and I'm proud for him. But I may have been slightly mad at Chris that night.
I bet you were. An expletive or two may have fallen out of your holy mouth. Slick Chris, Fall River, once again, thoughts of Vince using Chris Candido and Tammy Sitch as Skip and Sonny, and then having Tom Pritchard to sit.
A massive waste of talent, but I was resigned to it at that point because I saw, people being wasted. He had this idea that Chris somehow looked like the Tony Little, those infomercials, the exercise guy, and Sonny looked like a cheerleader, and the body Donnas, and I'm saying, here's this young kid that is a main event talent, and this cunt, and I say that with all the love in the world for Tammy. She's a bitch, she's a cunt. You can hate her. I've loved her since the moment I saw her because she, of all women that have ever been in this business, has the ability to be a heel. And you got these two that are young and already smart to the business, and the jumping jacks. Well, that was stupid. And then Tom Pritchard, obviously after the Bodies, he needed a place to go, and they shave his head and make him do that, and it was just stupid, and it fucking sucked. And here's Tom's a great worker, and Tom would never say the WWF, so I'll say it for him. You, WWF, on behalf of what you did to Tom Pritchard.
Eric,
on a number of occasions.
Eric from Kingston, Tennessee, and Jimmy Clow of Kentucky also asked, what was the real reason you closed Smoky Mountain down in late 95? Was it money, problems, burnout, combination of both, different reasons? Well, no, if I'd had enough money, I'd still be there. 1995 was the year that Vince McMahon lost $6 million. It was the worst year of the 90s for the professional wrestling business. Nobody was drawing. That was when WCW Bischoff had just taken over. And remember, they did their first Nitro at the Mall of America, for sake, like goddamn Tiffany or whoever she was.
They were not drawing at all. Vince was losing money. We had gotten to the point where we were, I mean, seriously, a couple of grand a week would have been the difference between staying in business and not. But we'd gotten almost that close and we started dropping again. And I'd lost the bodies. And the rock and roll, who were a boon at the start, now they'd been back together for 3 years. So you couldn't get any other new talent. Basically, we went into Thanksgiving weekend without going into the whole song and dance. We couldn't get the international distribution. You know, Howard Brody, as a matter of fact, 6 months after we closed down, Howard Brody made me $75,000 for international television sales. Yeah, thank you, Howard, but I wish you'd been quicker. No. We went into Thanksgiving weekend, and I said, if we can do what we did last year, no better, no worse, then we can pay off our current bills and et cetera, and then I'll go to Christmas and see what. And we did like $10,000 or $12,000 less for that Thanksgiving week. That's when Ricky Morton had a problem with his girlfriend having a fight with Tracy Smothers' girlfriend. They were supposed to work a program, just yada yada yada. I was getting burnt. I could have still kept doing it if the money was there, but basically Rick Rubin, who had backed us and been great through the whole thing, after 4 years, we were breaking even some. We were making a little money on some, losing a little money on some. But he thought we should have been self-sufficient. But we didn't realize in 1992 that we thought in 1992 the wrestling business is as bad as it's ever going to get. Holy shit, were we wrong? It got steadily worse. Smoky Mountain house shows were outdrawing some WCW house shows. If that tells you anything, it just people hated wrestling then. So at any rate, we did less, and I said, fuck it, I'm not going to get in a situation that other people got in later with ECW or whatever, where I owe people money I can't pay back. All the boys got all their money, paid the production company, got the tapes, had a lot of my money in it as well. I'm not going to say a television station or two that had given it to us up the ass over a period of time might have got their last check or whatever, but the boys got paid and the production company that had worked with us got paid. And I just thought this is the time. And I'd gone to Vince, and because had been working up there. I said, Vince, we're probably closing up by the end of the year, and not going to have a place to get any talent from. And I didn't come out and say, will you help us? But that was I was leading in that direction. And all he said was, well, if you need a job, pal, just call me, you got one. All right, thanks a lot. He didn't realize for about the next 2 or 3 years, now I got no place to get talent. That's why he started going to Memphis with Lawler, and then when I came up with the developmental program for OVW, but that was 5 years later or 4 years later, and he didn't realize how bad it was going to get yet with not being able to get any talent. So, blah, blah, blah.
Pony Player 19, courtesy WrestlingClasses.com. I always thought that Smoky Mountain might have worked at least a little better or for a little longer if you had a better lead baby face. Brian Lee, Tracy Smothers didn't cut it. Bob Armstrong didn't either. The high-quality tag team matches should have been the added attraction, not the main attraction. What they always lacked was a real star with real charisma that fit the old kayfabe territory theme of the promotion. So my question would be, who, in retrospect, do you think you could have gotten to fill that role? Who was out there that you could have afforded, that could have anchored the promotion and given you a chance? I asked this because I thought about it myself and can't think of anyone. I'm sure he's pondered it a lot more. Well, what about you, Pony Play? Where were you at the time?
Well, if you've thought about it and I've thought about it and we neither one came up with anybody, chances are that means there wasn't anybody. No, Brian Lee didn't cut it. And my original choice was Brad Armstrong. Because I thought Brad Armstrong looked like an athlete, could talk, could work, was a tremendous worker, was the smoothest worker of all the Armstrongs. And had never gotten a chance. But he wasn't available when we started in '92, and he was the one that I had thought when I'd book Smoky Mountain Wrestling in the backseat with the Midnight Express on those WCW trips, he was going to win the tournament. Couldn't get him. In the tournament was Brian Lee, Dirty White Boy was a heel then, Paul Orndorff, Ronnie Garvin, Dixie Dynamite was Scott Armstrong. There was 8 guys in the tournament. It was a one-night tournament. Anyway, Brad was going to win, couldn't get him. Brian Lee had been wrestling in Memphis, big tall kid, cut an okay promo, okay work. Brian's problem was he just couldn't. He was one of the guys, I've said it about other people, he had all the tools, couldn't read the manual. Just something about it never clicked with Brian. I like Brian and I have any problems with him. But he was the top babyface until then we were able to switch Tony Anthony, the Dirty White Boy, because he at least had a history in that territory. Then Tracy Smothers, I thought, did the best job overall, because Tracy worked his ass off, had great matches, could talk, was legitimate for that territory, for that area of the country. People could identify with him, but at the same time, no, Tracy Smothers was not Jerry Lawler in Memphis, or was not Dusty Rhodes in Atlanta or Tampa or whatever. I tried Terry Taylor one time, because they let Terry Taylor go from WCW, but he was still involved with the power plant, because Eric Bischoff had said, oh, but you can still... I said, okay, if you've got anything to do with him, Terry, I love you. I think you should always have had a spot as the top babyface, but if you've got anything to do with Eric Bischoff, and he sees that you're in any way successful for us, then he's going to hire you back. So that didn't work. There was no top babyface to be had, and that was and Bob Armstrong, I just want to clarify this, Bob Armstrong was never the top babyface. Bob Armstrong, you always need a legend. You always need somebody that the people associate and remember from their childhood that can still get in and do it every once in a while. And with Bob, people forget, we made him the commissioner. He wore a suit and tie, well, not a suit, but a tie, and a commissioner's baseball cap.
Yeah.
And because he could cut a hell of a promo, and you believed what Bob Armstrong said, and at 70 years old, which he is right now, he's still got bigger arms than anybody in this room, including me. Incredible shape. The deal was, Bob was a commissioner for a year, and then finally, because of the evil deeds of that no good stinking manager and his men, especially what we'd done to his family, he was forced back into wrestling, and he did it sparingly. And that drew, actually, the first biggest house, point is, I brought the Steiner brothers in to face Heavenly Bodies, and Knoxville did $8,000. I brought Big Boss Man Kevin Sullivan, a bunch of people, and we would get a little better. Arn Anderson, the Rock and Roll Express, etc. The biggest house to that point in time we ever did was Jim Cornette versus Bob Armstrong in the main event in Knoxville, Tennessee, in a lumberjack match with all the guys around the ring holding tennis rackets. And Bob basically said, Cornette, you put me in the hospital after the volunteer slam in May. You cracked my sternum with that racket, which I did. And he made sure to let me know about it. You handcuffed me to that cage. You cracked my sternum with the racket. You beat me up, and you had me carried out in an ambulance to the hospital. Well, I guarantee you, in that lumberjack match, I'm going to have you carted out to the same hospital that you sent me to, or I will refund the money of every man, woman, and child that buys a ticket to see that match. 3,500 people, almost $20,000. We doubled our previous best house in Knoxville. That's what got Knoxville started with the series of the August big shows that later on, next 2 years, sold out. It's not about having the greatest match. It's not about the greatest talent. It's about having something that people can believe in, that they want to see, and then presenting it in such a way that they know when they pay their money, they're going to be happy. And that's what we did. So Bob Armstrong, per match, per capita, drew more money and sold more tickets than anybody had ever wrestled in Smoky Mountain Wrestling.
Eric from Kingston, Tennessee, do you happen to know or have an estimate on the number of original TV program content hours that you yourself have produced with your own companies? I don't know how the hell you would do this, but go ahead, take a stab at it.
Smoky Mountain Wrestling produced 200 shows, 198 of them aired. We also did some big events for videotape, but that doesn't count. With Ohio Valley Wrestling, it was right at 300 hours of weekly television because it started in July '99 and stopped in July of 2005. So what's 6 times 52 anybody? 312 or whatever the case. Plus we did 4 2-hour primetime specials on the WB station. So 500 and then,
A lot.
Yeah, okay.
Sebastian, why did you sell Smoky Mountain Wrestling video library to WWE?
For 6 figures, that's why. To get my money back that I'd put into it. You know, it wasn't, I didn't consider, if I owned the classic Florida library, and I know Mike Graham had issues with this, or if I owned the Mid-South Library, and that's still up in the air, or if I owned a library of classic wrestling that I knew that they would butcher and it would never be seen and they would hide it and just show it and rewrite history, I don't know that I would have done it, but I didn't consider SMW, you know, the hardcore fans' dream treasure trove. It was, you know, it was a good show, but at the same time, I had 6 figures in it. I want to get 6 figures back out of it. And the same thing with Ohio Valley Wrestling. I know, you know, we sold it, and they didn't want to pay us, by the way. Pricks apparently thought that they owned everything. Danny Davis had Ohio Valley Wrestling already going, already had a television show. And they thought from the time that they first sent down 6 trainees, 3 of whom could wrestle in front of people and 3 of whom had never even graduated class yet and couldn't even wrestle in front of people, they just assumed that they owned our television program because they're obnoxious pricks. And by the way, if you ever think about doing business with the WWE and you're in the wrestling business, they will you because they think that they're better than you are. So we finally had to argue with them because they would stop us from selling our show. No, you can't sell the show overseas for money because we own it. Show me where you own it. We had the, well, it's our talent. Well, what about the non-contract referees, the non-contract wrestlers, the non-contract announcers, and the fact that we pay to produce and pay to air the program? So they bought it from us. And you'll never see that either because, you know.
That leads to the next question.
Yeah.
Video from Jimmy James.
Good. They own it, so why does the WWE hardly use any of the SMW footage? Is it to get back at you? Do they just not see the value in it or what? I don't think they're getting back. I don't think they see value in it because it was great, you know, heated wrestling matches with Tracy Smothers, the Dirty White Boy, and the Heavenly Bodies, and the Rock and Roll Express. They use clips of people like Al Snow or Kane. Maybe they use Kane, I don't even know, because he was Unabomb, but a few of the people, and I think Jim Ross also did a lot to get them there. They were buying libraries at that point, and JR said, hey, a lot of the guys started here. And I think, you know, so he was probably helpful in that, but I don't think it's anything. They would rather show the best of Chief J. Strongbow from 1973, all those classic matches. If I said you WWE in the past 15 seconds, because I'd like to again, it just feels so good running off my tongue. Fuck you, WWE.
Mr. James E. Cornette,
Oh, golly.
James here from OffTheMarkShow.com. Take us back to Smoky Mountain Wrestling. It was a great promotion, and the blood, the guts, the old school. It was kind of like the ECW of the South.
Well,
Why did it fold? I mean, it was immensely popular, and WWE owns the footage. They advertise it for it on 24/7 or Classics on Demand, whatever the they call it now. Why don't they use that footage? Is there, you know, was there an argument with you when you left, or do they just not see the value in it?
we just answered this.
Yeah, I was waiting for the video to come up, and you read ahead.
Oh.
Most guys I have on the show can't read. I have the advantage of
well, you know.
Eric from Kingston, Tennessee. Over the last couple of years, I've been able to get all the old Smoky Mountain Wrestling TV shows on tape, as well as a lot of the house shows. Are there any plans for these shows to be remastered and made to the public on DVD?
Well, no, because I sold them to the WWF and I don't want them to sue me. But at the same time, I encourage and admire all tape traders. Keep this stuff alive. That's why I have a huge collection of wrestling on video, and that's why I think that everybody, and that's the tape traders before the internet and before commercial releases. I would tape the show in Louisville and I'd send it to the guy in Atlanta who taped the Georgia show, or the guy in Detroit who taped the, you know, whatever, from 79 through the early mid-80s there. That's the way that all this stuff was kept alive. That's why so much wrestling is available from 79 on, but so little because that was the VCR, you know. Yeah. And I know it's hard for people now, young people, to understand. When we, who had 4 television stations in our town, suddenly had a box that we could actually pick up and carry that would videotape television so that we could watch it later, and it only cost $1,000. My God, that was revolutionary. And then you had a wireless pause control, or a wired pause control, where you stuck the thing in and you could go pause, unpause. Brilliant.
All right, Stump Cornette. You sent in your questions. We grabbed a handful of them that we thought were worthy, and if you stump them, you get the DVD for free. All right, firstly from Mike Campbell, 411 Mania. We tried to use the fair questions. There was some nonsense, but let's see. Okay, the question is, who was the first person to win all 3 titles in ECW?
I don't have a first clue. What would I to know that?
Well, you're a wrestling historian, aren't you?
Yeah, but that's not wrestling history. That's modern.
Bruce Mitchell would know.
It's only history if you're 12 years old.
Bruce Mitchell would know.
Bruce Mitchell knows a lot of things. Some of them I don't want to know.
Okay, so the
I couldn't name you three ECW champions. Taz, Raven. Am I getting anywhere?
No.
I ain't hitting any. Is this cash cab?
the answer is Johnny Hotbody.
Wow.
It's true.
Okay.
All right, a question from Kevin Barrett. Besides being the first main event of the first wrestling pay-per-view, the match between Harley Race and Ric Flair had another first to it. What was it?
Wait a minute. Match between Harley Race and Ric Flair was not on the first wrestling pay-per-view.
Starrcade 83, right?
That was not on pay-per-view. Starrcade 83
Well,
was
it
on
was
the
a
circuit.
closed
The first
circuit,
wrestling
right.
pay-per-view was that Wrestling Classic deal that Vince did in '85 as a trial.
Yeah, right. In that, yeah. Okay,
So
but
basically, I've just blown your...
It's
All right.
invalidated. The question's been invalidated by the main.
Okay, but what's the question again now?
Okay, well, the Harley Race and Ric Flair match, there was a significant first in wrestling history, other than...
For Starrcade 83.
Yeah.
Flair for the gold, that was the significant first.
A hint for you, you would have seen it happen 3 other times.
Well, then how could it be a first?
That was the first, but it has happened 3 times since.
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea.
And the NWA World Title changed hands in a steel cage.
Oh, well, for sake.
Don't get all Russo on me. It's not his fault. He got you. All right.
Well, that question's invalidated anyway.
Jorge. When Tatanka debuted, he went on to his Goldberg...
Can somebody give me a question from the 70s that I'd know the answer to? All right, no, go ahead with Tatanka.
When Tatanka debuted, he went on his Goldberg-esque winning streak. Who handed him his first loss?
When did Tatanka, what year anybody did Tatanka debut?
93?
Okay, I'm in Knoxville working 20 hours a day booking wrestling. I didn't have time to watch the WWF. I didn't even watch the shows I appeared on.
Ludwig Borga.
Oh, geez, there you go.
Jay Zaretsky from Ontario,
Who wouldn't have
Canada.
known that?
You're breaking me. I had to give away 3 discs already. Jay Zaretsky, Ontario, Canada. Which wrestler tried to work an angle tastelessly recreating the Bruiser Brody murder, but was given so much
Onita.
negative... Okay, very good.
Jesus.
Very good. Jorge asked another one.
Jorge again.
Well, you got him the first time. Let's see. Only 2 masked wrestlers have ever held the AWA heavyweight title. Who are they?
Was he Dr. X
Yes,
at that
sir.
time? And the Destroyer. No, Destroyer was WWA. Wait a minute, masked wrestlers holding the title. Is that the masked Mr. M?
Yes,
Bill Miller?
sir,
Yes,
both of
okay.
them.
See, and older stuff, I started to say antique, but older stuff, you know, I can...
Okay, and prior to Rocky Maivia, what 2 American non-indie wrestlers used The Rock as a prefix to their name?
Well, Ole Anderson's
Yes,
nickname
sir,
was
that's one.
The Rock, although he actually didn't use that professionally. But you're also talking about Rock Riddle, or just a prefix instead of a...
Yeah, not part of the name.
So I like Rock Riddle. I just wanted to mention his name. Don Morocco.
Correct.
Yeah.
You got them both.
Yeah.
Okay, you want to do
And,
the
and
shows?
Rock Riddle extra credit for not knowing Tatanka's business. She asked me goddamn Cowboy Lang's social security number.
Set up the board
Why are
for me
you
real quick.
rushing through these?
Wait, he's just leaving.
I'm nervous. He's going to get divorced. I got to get him to his dinner.
Do I get the segment?
ECW. Mike Giuliano, how did the heat between you and Paul Heyman begin, and how much of it was a work?
God, we could be here for a while. You know, the thing is, and I can't say that I hate Paul Heyman personally. It's nothing like Vince Russo. I would kiss Paul Heyman on the face before I would be in the same room right now with Vince Russo. But the thing, and I mean, Paulie's always had his little tricks. Like, you know, when I quit WCW, he'd call me at my house in Charlotte every month or so, you know, on the pretext of, you know, how are you doing or whatever. But actually, You got them right where you want them. They'll give you anything to come back. Paul, I'm not coming back. I don't like those people. Don't want to work for them. Got them right where you want them. Just keep it up like that. Either he thought everything was always work, because in his mind it is, or elsewise he was checking to see. One time he even put his arm around me like this, started walking me to the door. If I were you, I wouldn't take this. He wanted to get me out of there. But the thing started with me and Paul with the Gangstas thing, where I'd had the Gangstas for a year, and you know, I came up with the gimmick when I saw them working in Atlanta for Sammy Kent and the little, you know, local promotion there, and I thought, this New Jack can talk, and Mustafa looks great. It worked on both of them. They were still real green, but you know, it was topical, the Rodney King beating. So I thought, let's take this black tag team, supposedly from South Central LA to the hills of Tennessee, and they got to get some heat. They did, unfortunately. Lesson learned as a booker, it was the wrong kind of heat. But in the process, I mean, and plus, they once, one of our local ring announcers once announced them from South Central Louisiana. They didn't even, you know, they weren't even watching the news, right? They didn't, and Mustafa Saeed became Mustafa Said, you know. But anyway, and I've told this story before, about try to make it brief. They've been there for almost a year, and I gave them a 3-month notice. I said, guys, you've wrestled everybody. I ain't got nothing else to do. We're losing spot shows because, to be quite honest, a lot of the local fire departments, it wasn't they wanted to see these heels get kicked out of them. They just didn't want to see these heels. They didn't want to have them in their town. And whether somehow I became a racist because the volunteer fire department in Paintsville didn't want black guys in their gym. I don't know. But anyway, so I tried Memphis, and Randy Hales wouldn't touch him because Randy's, you know, a lot more conservative than I am, and he didn't want to do that. And of course the WWE, no, we ain't gonna, we've heard that New Jack talk, you know, we ain't gonna do that. I said, they're tailor-made for ECW. And I hadn't talked to my old friend Paul in a couple of years. So I called Paul trying to get him a spot in ECW, but at the same time, New Jack had evidently called and either talked to him or Todd Gordon. So the story I'm getting from Paul is, yeah, we'd like to have him. And I said, look, I'm finishing them up on July 15th or whatever it is, and I said, we can shoot something on tape, we can do an angle, or I can say, whatever you need, I want to get these guys a spot because they worked for me. Well, at the same time, New Jack comes and says, well, Todd Gordon said, he talked to Paul Lee, and if we didn't start on July 1st or whatever it was, and then we ain't never going to start. I said, well, it's not the story I got from Paul, because I said I needed you guys to finish up these big towns. You've beat everybody. Now's your time. Once on the way out, wasn't going to beat them into powder, to put Tracy Smothers and Tony Anthony over and blah, blah, blah. So I called Paul back. And I said, Paul, I'm getting conflicting here. I said, New Jack's saying that if they don't start July the 1st, then they'll never start. And you said I could have until the 15th, and then they can start up there. They must honor your dates. They must honor your commitments. I won't use them. I will not use them one time if they don't make all the dates that you book them for. I said, well, that's all I need to know, Paul. Right as I'm hanging up, he says, let me know if you fire them. Okay. Let me know if you fire them. Well, of course I fired them when they stopped showing up. They went and made the date that they've been saying they were going to make for Paul, and didn't make the last 2 weeks of my dates, and Paul lied to me, and then of course I couldn't get him on the phone after that, and basically, you know, I thought, okay, he's with me. And that's also where the story came in that I owed the Gangstas money, because everybody got paid on the like the last day of the weekend, right? So in this case, it was a Monday television taping. On Saturday night in Johnson City, Mustafa had not showed up, but New Jack was there. And New Jack said something about, you know, car trouble or what. I don't know what the story was. But also, several people, including my ex-wife, heard New Jack say, well, this is the last time I'm going to be here because we're going to ECW. So Monday was television. Sunday was day off. So Monday everybody was going to get paid. So somewhere the Gangstas took draws in cash every night anyway, so it wasn't no big amount of money. I owed each of them $100 for Saturday night or whatever. Right? I owed New Jack $100. I owed Mustafa $100 for Friday night, whatever it was. The point is, I wrote him out of TV on Monday. And then New Jack shows up, still no Mustafa, and I would have figured it'd been the other way around if I was a betting man. I said, New Jack, why are you here? He said, well, I'm booked. I said, well, you ain't booked anymore because you told several people, including my wife, that that you weren't going to be here. Oh, I didn't say that. I said, well, look, Jack, just be honest. If she says that you squat down in the parking lot and a live chicken, I'm going to believe her rather than believe you. So I wrote you out, but here's your pay for Saturday night. And no, as a matter of fact, I paid him for coming to TV $100. And Mustafa, I didn't give him Mustafa's money. I said, if Mustafa ever wants to come get this $100, he can come, right? That's the last time I ever saw him until they walked in on me in the deal, you know. But then New Jack started cutting promos on me on ECW television. And I was hot at him because I gave him a chance. I put him in the ring with The Undertaker. I put him in the ring with a lot of top guys. I gave him the biggest payoffs that they'd ever had in the business. More than $100 a night for the big shows. But at the same time, I was hot at Paul E because why is he working this angle? ECW and Smoky Mountain are never going to have anything going on because it wouldn't work. We're not going to do an invasion angle, nor are they coming down here. Two different styles, two different territories. Why? It just Paul E was getting jollies from letting the guy knock me. So that was the start of, and then I worked with Paul when they were punishing him when he was in the WWE in 2005. They sent him down to Louisville to go to OVW because they knew that was punishment for him because he'd rather be in New York. Whereas the punishment for me was the opposite way around. I wanted to be in Louisville instead of New York, so they were with me in that way, but they were with him. So we commiserated on that. But the problem is Paul is a pathological liar, and I said at the time he'd rather climb a tree and tell a lie than stand on the ground and tell the truth. And he hated that, but it's true. Candido and Tammy went in the hole financially on his say-so. A lot of guys did. He f***ed up a lot of people's lives with not just telling them the truth. There's the famous Bubba Ray Dudley story about the FedEx. Bubba is promoting one of the New York towns because Bubba's from New York for ECW, and he needs like out of posters, tickets, promotional material, or whatever. He calls Paul. Paul, where is this? Oh, I got the FedEx tracking number right here. It's 472-654-651. Bubba says, Paul, that's one too many numbers. I'll just knock the last one off. No, and he stood, Brian Hildebrand, desperately. Mark Curtis, who I can't say a bad thing for him, and knew him for 20 years. Everybody loved Brian. He wanted to referee for ECW. That's before he got, after Smoky Mountain closed, before he got the WCW spot, because all the guys liked him so much. He actually was promised a date, and his plane ticket never showed up. So he called Paul. Paul said, oh, it'll be at the airport. He drove from Morristown 50 miles to the Knoxville airport. No ticket. Call Paul. What? Just call me right back. He calls him back in 10 minutes. Answer machine. Never could get him again. Never could get him again. Standing there. You know, he stood Brian up. Just did a lot of like that. Just tell the people the truth, Paul, just once. That's all. We would have never had these issues. But now one of these days, you and me, on pay-per-view, it'd be a big, I might even work with you. I wouldn't work with Russo, but I'll work with Paul. Maybe.
Justin and Erica have a lot to say. We respect the hell out of you. You're one of the greatest minds in wrestling, no question about it. There's something we don't quite understand, though. It's your view on ECW. We've seen several shoot interviews in which you generalize the promotions being blood, ladders, tables, fire, little to no substance. Please feel free to correct us if we're wrong. We find that to be an unfair assessment, though, because ECW was so much more than that. Apart from late 80s NWA programming, we're hard-pressed to think of a wrestling program that was as consistently entertaining as hardcore TV was. And the fact of the matter is that ECW was so much more than tables and barbed wire. Shane Douglas, Taz, RVD, Eliminators, Sabu, Raven, Cactus Jack, Tommy Dreamer, Paul E's brilliant booking, all these things combined to make ECW great, to make ECW matter. There were plenty of matches had at the ECW arena that did not involve tables, fire, chairs, foreign objects from the crowd, you know? You might want to write it off or call it a cult attraction, which you have done, but it was much more than that. Please help us understand.
Don't move it. Don't move it. I want to refer to it. I never said it was a cult attraction. I said it was a cult following. And Paulie, I mean, you know, everybody in the business says, well, are we going to drink Heyman's Kool-Aid? He was a cult leader because he was a great motivator, but he would motivate the guys that worked for him to do these things to their bodies and to their pocketbooks that nobody else could motivate them to do. But let's go back to the start. There was Eddie Guerrero and Chris Benoit and great wrestlers, and there were great wrestling matches. Yes, I'll admit that. The problem I had was with ECW, I get, you know, everybody said, well, you did street fight matches in Smoky Mountain. Yeah, but here's the thing. You can have a match that becomes a fight and spills out of the ring and people are being thrown into or hit with chairs or whatever, and then you can have a stunt show. And it got so far. It was like hot shotting on a weekly basis. How can we top ourselves? How can we top ourselves? They had a scaffold match, but it wasn't enough for the guy to take a bump off a scaffold. He had to take a bump off a scaffold through 3 tables, possibly that were set on fire. I can't remember. They set people on. They set Terry Funk on fire. The barbed wire. I'm seeing Mick Foley. I respect Mick, and you know he's wrapped up in barbed wire, and people are bleeding out the ass. It's bad for the business. You can't follow it. You can, as ECW found out. I could have run Smoky Mountain Wrestling for the 4 years that it was in existence, done the same things, the same television shows, with the same cards, with the same talent, and never charged a single penny for admission, and still would not have owed as much money as ECW did when it went out of business. It's not just a blood, ladders, tables, fire, and little to no substance. There was substance there. I've always said Paulie's a genius at getting the most out of the least. He was a good booker. He had a mind for the business. He could cut a promo. He was a good manager, etc. But he had this little problem with the truth and with restraint. Like many people from New York. Russo. I haven't mentioned that name. I guess I will later.
We're so going to get there.
But the problem is, it becomes a stunt show, and it becomes something. It was contrived. It was choreographed. I'll never forget. I didn't watch a lot of ECW TV. I was up there in Connecticut for a lot of it. I didn't want to watch the WWF TV. But I watched one night, and there's these 2 guys. I can't remember who it was. There's a table set up in the middle of the ring. They get up on the top turnbuckle, and they're both standing there holding on each other, and they're punching each other while they're on the top turnbuckle, and there's the table, and I don't even think thumbtacks had come in yet, thank God. But they've got each other, and all of a sudden you see them look at each other, look down, and go like, okay, here we go. And they both jump off together. It wasn't real. Instead of a fight that was erupting and evolving into a Pier 6 Donnybrook with people getting hit by furniture, instead of hitting people with furniture, they were hitting furniture with people. People knew that there was cooperation involved. They went too far. You can't follow it. After you go through the table on fire, then the table on fire needs to have thumbtacks on it. Then there needs to be AIDS-infested hypodermic needles on the mat below it. And then they got to bring in the pit bulls that haven't been fed in 4 days. Where do you stop? That's what's the problem with the wrestling business now. In a nutshell, 20 years ago, we didn't hurt each other, but people thought we did. Now we hurt each other, but people don't believe it. ECW, in my opinion, was a large part of helping that come about.
TJ from Australia, your thoughts on what WWE did to ECW, or better yet, WWECW?
Oh, wait a minute. It's been well documented that you're not a big fan of one Paulie Dangerously. The E is for extreme, folks. Or as you may know him on a personal basis, Paul Heyman. While it is known that you two have a, how should I put this, personal hatred for one another, you must at least find something Paulie did as a booker to be at least warranting of your praises. So tell us, King of the Dairy Queen. What would you say is your favorite angle conceived by Mr. Heyman during his reign as booker of the original ECW?
I thought we'd come in a little bit.
You know, but no, I wouldn't, because I wasn't a religious watcher of ECW. I did see some of the TVs, but I don't think that any one particular angle was Paulie's shining moment as much as the fact that Public Enemy, I mean, let's face it, they didn't get over anywhere else because they weren't allowed to do their Paulie let them do their Paulie could find something about anybody. And the Eliminators, not the most polished workers, but great athletes. You could go on and on and on. Paulie got people over that other people couldn't get over, that people couldn't get over in other places. So I think it's what he did with the talent, or bringing in and exposing people to the Eddie Guerreros and the Chris Benoits and etc. before they were on the mainstream promotions. That was, to me, Paul's best contribution to ECW, but I just wish the hardcore stuff is what everybody wanted, and what everybody went nuts over. But once again, sooner or later, you hot shot long enough. This is what Russo doesn't understand, and I'll talk more about him later. But Russo does not understand that every period of hot shotting in the business is followed by an equally long, if not longer, period of drought, because you can't follow it. In the old days, when territories were down, business was down, the booker, okay, we got a hot shot. We're going to have some blood. We're going to bring the Sheik in. We're going to have an angle. We're going to have a heavy stipulation. We're going to have something. We're going to throw it all at them, get them back, and then get them hooked to what we're doing, and then gear it back before we can't follow it. Now, nobody gears back. Pedal the metal every week, which is why now people are just immune to this constant parade of violence and yelling and screaming. Whereas with TNA, I used to say was, there were women fighting in the women's room, then we cut to the back where somebody's getting thrown into one of the locker room trailers, then we cut to the arena where people are already fighting. It's just endless sound and motion. It means nothing. You can't follow this. A little restraint, just a tad. Make it real. Don't make it goofy.
Well, what are your thoughts on what WWE's done to it since taking it over?
They didn't take it over. They used the initials. I mean, the WWE's version of ECW makes the original ECW look good to me. At least there was some passion and emotion there and some effort, and the guys were trying. WWE, ECW, Vince never understood it. You know, Vince does not see these things. Vince McMahon, and if I'm lying, I'm flying, and my feet ain't left the ground, never watches any other wrestling. When the Rock and Roll Express came up to do the Survivor Series pay-per-view, he asked me, now, which one's Ricky and which one's Robert? Only the hottest babyface team that his competitors had ever had on national television for years and years. He didn't watch it. I sat with him while he watched the first clip of ECW that he had ever seen after they were already working together. Because, and truthfully, I said, do you want to watch this? And it was Bill Alfonso and Beulah, where Alfonso's bleeding like crazy and they're pile driving women. I said, what the, what? Oh, didn't know they did things like that. He never watched WCW. He never watched Nitro. He never, no, his stooges and various people. But no, Vince McMahon to this day, I would imagine he hadn't seen as much wrestling non-WWE as we've seen in the last 2 days.
WWE, speaking of which, Greg Pike, thoughts on WWF's Tuesday Night Titans TV show from the mid-'80s?
Well, I've seen clips and I have a bit on tape. We were always working on Tuesday nights in the mid-'80s, but we laughed at it. Everybody, the NWA wrestlers laughed at it. You know, I guess they laughed last, but it was silly, it was stupid, it was cartoony, made wrestling phony, and it was funnier in retrospect than the rotten material that they give guys now to say on television, because at least it was the boys coming up with their own funny, and the boys are somewhat funny, but I hated it. Wouldn't even watch it if somebody gave me a free tape, because it was the start of the downfall of our business.
Mark O'Connell, can you explain the meeting you had with McMahon in '86, I believe, when you were with Midnight Express, the one where Vince talked about the doll?
That is an entire chapter in the Midnight Express 25th anniversary scrapbook. That's a long story, but basically we went up there, and Ernie Ladd had called us in Charlotte because we were the NWA World Tag Team Champions back when you didn't just, win that, all the time. It meant that you didn't really win the title, but it meant that the promotion thought you were the top team for business. So it was an honor back then to be the World Tag Team Champions. Now you get it, for 3 minutes in segment 6 and lose it somebody in segment 7. Ernie Ladd called and said, well, you ought to come to the WWF. They're making a fortune up here. They're gonna take over the world. Well, Ernie had never steered us wrong, so we got on the phone. I got on the phone with Vince, and he set up a meeting, which we went to Stamford. They flew us up there, and we're expecting to hear, okay, we are your competition's top heel tag team. We're making, this is 1986, we're on track to make a couple $100,000 a piece this year, and who are you going to use us against? Who are we going to work a program with down here with the Rock and Roll Express and Dusty and Magnum? Who's it going to be up there? What kind of money are we talking about? Are we going to get a run with the belts? When would we try? All the things that you expect to hear those days in wrestling. And you're going to have the opportunity to make more money than you've ever made in your lives. No, we're not. Not if you don't put us on TV and push us and put us over and give us the belt and put us in the main events. Are you going to do that? We were sitting waiting to hear this. We're going to have dolls. See, they didn't have action figures then. It was dolls. The dolls are going to look like you and everything. Well, we're heels. Why would we want people to buy our gimmicks? That means they don't hate us. It was a whole different concept. All we can think about now is dolls. He talked about dolls. Dolls through the whole meeting. And there was no money mentioned, no angles, no programs. You might be here however long, you might do this, that, and the other thing. It's dolls, and you got opportunity. Well, we're living in Charlotte. We're making a couple $100,000 a year piece. We're working with the Rock and Roll Express and the Road Warriors and Dusty Rhodes and Magnum TA and whoever the else. We're flying around in Crockett's private plane. And why the are we going to go anywhere? So we just didn't go. But the whole story with many more twists and turns is in the book.
Pick it up, JimCornette.com, Eric Smith.
And we didn't regret not going.
When you worked for WWE, did you live in Connecticut? I know the answer to this.
Well, part of the time. Started part-time in '93 when I was still in Tennessee, and then in February of '96, yes, I moved to Connecticut and was there until June 30th, 1999, when I was paroled.
Salvatore M says, growing up in the Northeast, I remember the first time I saw Southern wrestling and was shocked that the top babyface was a pale, obese man who thought he was black. I say that with all due respect to Dusty Rhodes. Granted, he had unreal charisma, but I also had to chalk it up to geography. With that prefaced, as a Southern, what things about wrestling...
As a Southerner, not as a Southerner. He says as a Southern.
We read it as they write it. That's part of the fun.
Well,
what things about wrestling above the Mason-Dixon shocked you?
well, like I said, earlier, I wasn't really shocked because I was shocked when we saw that first Madison Square Garden show. I didn't realize Vince, the WWF was always big guys and always kind of the more outlandish personalities, and it was Southern wrestling was more real, was more gritty, was more passionate, was bloodier and more brawls, and whether it be Eddie Graham loving amateur wrestlers, or whether it be Vern Gagne loving ex-football players, whether it be the Crockett's having the premier workers, in-ring workers, or whether it be Tennessee that was tables and chairs and hardcore before there was hardcore. These towns were smaller, they had smaller populations. They ran weekly a lot of times, definitely monthly, plus spot shows all around the area. The people had to believe. And when I looked at WWF Wrestling, which later WWF Wrestling, the thing about it is you couldn't really believe it. It was presented as I don't want to use the word hokey. Sometimes it was silly. The point was, it wasn't about the action. It wasn't about the heat. I mean, Bill Watts could get some heat on a heel, I can tell you right now, and the people would pay until he got his ass kicked. And then the baby faces, meanwhile, were the people that raised the goddamn flag on Mount Suribachi at Iwo Jima because they were vanquishing these evil people. I remember down south, it happened when Sam Bass died, it happened when Bobby Shane died, it happened a couple of times. They would make the announcement if a wrestler was killed in a plane crash or a car wreck, if he was a heel, the place would pop. You would, oh, I'm serious. Not just applause, yes, he's fucking dead. But that's what kept people coming back. The heels were the most evil, degenerate, lying, cheating sacks of shit that ever lived, and the baby faces were the only thing standing between them and a certain rule of wrestling, right? And the matches were worked and the angles were done and the promos were given in such a way that you could believe that this was going on, and sometimes there was some things a little kabuki-ish, but you know, Jarrett always used to say, if you tell them the truth that they know to be the truth long enough, once you veer off into the work, they told me the truth about A, B, and C, so that must be true too. Whereas, you know, I mean, and with all respect to Lou Albano, it wasn't, he got a ton of heat in the old days, but by the 80s and 90s with Vince Jr. took over, it was more showbiz and more cartoon. And there was no, and we're like, do they expect to make this work? Well, the answer was he wasn't going to run any town regularly. He was going to run every town once a year. You go see the Harlem Globetrotters once a year, but after twice or three times, you're pretty well sure the Washington Generals ain't winning that game. So, but you never knew Southern wrestling. So anyway, that was the difference. It's a cultural shift, and it wasn't the fact that one wrestling style, in my mind, won out over the other. It's the fact that a bunch of blithering morons bought the company and took over the one wrestling style, and they couldn't compete with Vince. The wrestling style was superior. People running the wrestling, such as TBS, where if it was raining soup, they'd be out in the yard with a fork. So there you have it.
Greg Pike, were you close to Howard Finkel?
Love me some Fink. I love the Fink. Fink is never down. He's always happy. He's always he loves being in that office. He loves everything he does, and I like the Fink.
Anthony Militek, why was Bill Watts' tenure as a booker in WWE so short?
Because he was not allowed to be the booker. Vince was still going to take over. He was there about 6 or 8 weeks, and then he wrote a TV, and Vince saw it as it was shot and decided, well, we're going to put the last match first, the first match last, and Watts went in and said, Vince, there's only room for one Titan in Titan Sports, and you're it. I'm going home to Bixby.
That's actually a quote. He did say
Yes.
that. Slick Chris from Fall River, thoughts of Sweet Stan Lane as an announcer at WWF?
Well, Stan, I thought, did a very good job. As a matter of fact, it was good training for his boat racing commentary and producing that he does to this day. Jerry Jarrett had brought him up because they needed some more announcers. See, Vince had hired Jerry Jarrett to come up in '92 or '3 when the steroid trial got hot, because Vince thought he was going to jail. And he needed somebody to run the company that I guess he thought he could trust who wouldn't run it into the ground, and he picked Jerry Jarrett. But when he didn't go to jail, and Jerry's sitting around there with nothing to do, but one of the moves Jerry made was bring Stan up because, I guess it was '93, because Stan had retired from wrestling. He didn't have the passion anymore, but as an announcer, you know, he's good looking, great voice. So he did that, and after Jerry went home, Stan the same way as I am, same way. Everybody that moves from the south to the north wants to cut their throat, hate every second of it. And Stan was the same way. Jerry Jarrett was drinking 2 bottles of wine every night in his condo in Stamford, going, my God, I got to get out of here. Stan hated it. Everybody. So Stan hung on as long as he could, got his money, had insurance, got some kind of surgery done he needed to get, and then he was headed for North Carolina.
Slick Chris, thoughts of managing Owen and the Bulldog in WWF as part of Camp Cornette?
They were great. I loved, you know, I liked Yokozuna and I liked Mr. Fuji, but when I first went up there and started managing, those matches were just so bloody awful. Except for Yokozuna and Undertaker. Undertaker, I have ultimate respect for. They're not knocking, they're just doing construction. Undertaker is the greatest gimmick in history of wrestling, great worker, great guy. He could get a great match out of Yokozuna. Nobody else could. And I mean, even though Yoko could move for a 650-pound man, still he was a 650-pound man. So when I got a chance to manage Owen and Bulldog, then at least we got back into some matches. I mean, I wouldn't work up a sweat a lot of times with Yoko because, you know, it was slow. So and plus Owen and Bulldog were always ribbing each other, always with each other. We'd do the promos, and there Owen would have the squirt bottle of water they used for the fake sweat. But he while we're standing there waiting to, you know, get the shot blocked, he'd be squirting my crotch in my pants that I didn't know about. It looked like I'd pissed myself. Or we'd look around, and there Owen was standing on a roll of duct tape, so he'd be the tallest one of the bunch of us because we were all three the same height. And then Davy'd stand up on his tiptoes, and then Owen would get a fucking block of wood, and all of a sudden I'd look like Cowboy Lang. Here these guys were just endless. So
Halloween Havoc '89, courtesy of Wrestling Classics. Did you travel with Yokozuna car or plane?
no, I did not. Well, for one thing, at the time I was from '93 until I started in the office in '96. I was coming up just for TV and pay-per-view from Knoxville because I was running Smoky Mountain full time. So you know, me and the Bodies would travel together when they came up with me. But otherwise, you know, I didn't travel with anybody because I was coming from a different place to go back to a different place.
Greg Pike.
And that had also been I'm sure traveling in the car with Yokozuna was interesting.
Yeah, I think that's where he was going with that. Greg Pike, did you ever eat with Yokozuna? How much did he eat?
Well, once again, we would be at TV all day from like noon until midnight. Back in the days when they did 4 shows in a night and whatever, we would be going to do promos. And Fuji was not getting around too good with his hips and his knees. So if the promo room was across the arena, you had to give Fuji a 20-minute head start. And then Yoko, no, seriously. And I'd be sitting over there and I'd be, oh, geez, because I'm like, I want to get this done. Boom, we're going to be here 3 hours. We're going to knock this out or whatever. And then Yoko's, you know, fiddle around. And then he comes in with a bucket of Kentucky Fried Chicken. And he would sit there during interviews, in between interviews, he would go through a bucket of chicken as a snack. And it just, you know, I can't imagine how, you know,
Adam Krasnoff of New Orleans asked Jim Cornette, is there any truth to the rumor that Lex Luger was originally booked to win the world title at WrestleMania 10? Rumor is that Lex leaked the original finish of WrestleMania to a news reporter in a bar the night before. DXD asked this as well.
Okay, well, yeah, Lex originally months out was going to win the world title at WrestleMania 10, and then Vince changed his mind well before that, and I don't know if Luger took a leak in a bar the night before or leaked to a reporter or whatever. If he leaked the finish, he would have, leaked the original finish. He might have said, yeah, I was supposed to win it. I don't know. I've never heard this rumor, but point is, it wasn't like it was changed overnight.
Gotcha. Video from Adam
Jim
K.
Cornette, it's the one Adam K here. And I was wondering, since you've worked with both Owen Hart and Mr. Fuji, which one was the bigger ribber? And also, did they ever get together to try and pull ribs on other people, or maybe Owen Hart or Mr. Fuji would try to pull ribs on each other?
Okay, well, I think number one, Owen and Fuji were both smart enough not to rib each other. I think Owen had so much respect for his seniors in the business that he would not have tried that with Fuji, and he probably would have put Fuji's over like crazy if Fuji had done it. They never teamed up. That might have been like matter and antimatter colliding.
The world would not have been able to handle it.
Fuji had slowed down quite a bit, because he was older at the time, and I guess he's in his 70s now, so he wasn't doing. But in his day, Dennis Condrey told me when Fuji wrestled in the Alabama territory, I don't know who it was, but this guy comes out of his apartment and gets in his car and starts his car one day. Nothing, won't turn over, nothing. He gets out, opens the hood. He's looking at the parking lot. There's no engine. Fuji paid somebody to have somebody come and take the engine out of the guy's car and then paid to have it put back in. It's like $1,000 rib just to get the pop out of the guy. So Fuji was big time. Owen was funny and was more, comedic, but Fuji's was sharp. I mean, I've heard a few.
Mark Rand and also Guitar Dude asked what your favorite Owen Hart rib was that was either played on you or somebody else.
Well, okay, and then Eric Smith, we're going to follow up on my favorite Owen Hart rib. Was not even a rib, but he had such a reputation. We're sitting, once again, you'd get to TV at noon, and there'd be nothing going on until 8 o'clock bell time or whatever, except promos, local promos we used to do all day long. So we'd be sitting in a room or in the room next to the promo room. So I'm sitting there one day, and in comes Owen and Davey. And from the next room, and they're carrying this red phone. It looked like the Commissioner Gordon bat phone, right? Is this Alfred? And the wire is out. I think it's certainly the wire. It's not plugged into anything. It's just around the corner, around the door there. But he said, Stu wants to talk to you. What? Okay. Now, they'd been doing the angle where supposedly Sean was after Diana, and it was going to end up that it was all a plot by the Bulldog. That Diana, his Bulldog's wife, had been trying to hit on Sean, and then that's where I used the word fornicator for the first time on WWF, maybe the last, WWF television. Shawn Michaels, you tried to make this woman break her sacred marital bounds. You tried to touch her in her most private of places. You have defiled her with your evil words and deeds. You, Shawn Michaels, you are a fornicator. Well, actually, what happened was they get started where supposedly Sean is after Diana or whatever. And so anyway, Owen comes in with Davey, and they got the phone, the red bat phone. Stu wants to talk to you. What? Stu Hart. Hello? Is this Jim Cornette? Yeah, no, of course, Bruce Pritchard does one of the better Stu Hart. I mean, everybody did Stu Hart, right? But Bruce does one of the better Stu Harts. I'm thinking it's fucking Bruce. He's going to be around the corner. So I'm like, yeah, Stu, what are you doing? I'm just wondering why that you're doing this thing with Diana, making her look like a whore. She's making it's rough on the kids, and it makes her look like a whore. And she's got, I said, well, you know who it is, don't you? No, Vince had control of, oh no, it's that Bruce Pritchard. He's one of those fucking preverts. He goes to the adult bookstores, he's wearing the raincoat, he's doing the five-knuckle shuffle, he reads the smut. Everything with him is about sex and smut and dildos and hookers and everything. This was all his idea. Well, I guess I'm going to have to talk to Vince about this. I didn't know that about Bruce. Yeah, it's all his fault. Anyway, so we have just talked for like 5 minutes, right? I'm thinking, when's he going to come to the fucking point? As soon as I hang up, I said, who the f was that? And right then Bruce Pritchard walks in from this room, not the room that the phone corded. He said, that was Stu. Owen said, that was Stu. That was my dad. I said, oh, Bruce, I think I just told Stu Hart you're a pervert. You know, anyway. So it wasn't a rib, but it was a rib.
Wonderful. Graham McPhail. Question all the way from Scotland. Why does Jim think Vader, who he was managing at the time, was ultimately a flop as top-line star in WWF back in the 90s, seemed to tick every box Vince wants for a big monster heel, but it just never worked out?
I don't think he was a flop. I don't think he did nearly as well as he should have. I think part of the problem was Shawn Michaels. Leon was he's a big, rough, mean, former pro football player, and he was a stiff, hard-hitting guy, and he was but he was he was a big teddy bear also personally. And you could hurt his feelings just like that. And Shawn Michaels is used to everybody, or was used to everybody catering to him, and also was used to people working with him a lot lighter. And I remember one time it was in Tulsa. It was at a house show in Tulsa. There, Leon's got him by the hand and he's peppered him right, boom, boom, boom. And all of a sudden I see Shawn gets out of it and grabs some kind of hold and there's a conversation. I'm like, what the? And then they go on and they go to the finish a couple minutes later and Leon rolls. Of course, Leon lost. It's another thing, a big monster. Frankenstein kicked a few villagers' asses first to get over. Leon rolls out and he's crying. He said, Shawn Michaels told me if I yanked his hair that way, that'd be my job, and he's going to get me fired. And then at SummerSlam 96, go back and watch the tape. Some way or another, Shawn's going to come off the top with an elbow, and Leon's supposed to move, and Leon don't move. And Shawn changes gear in midair and lands right next to him and screams, move! Kicks him. Move, asshole, or dumb shit, or whatever. Shawn Michaels, he was unprofessional. He was always on pills or whatever. And by the way, Shawn, you too, for the way you talked to me, for the way you talked to Jose Lothario that got you in the business, for the way that you got with your little clique and exposed the business in Madison Square Garden and kowtowed, and everybody had to kowtow to you, and you're whining and you lost your smile and you didn't want to do jobs, and wherever you were pilled up doing whatever the you were doing, you were a asshole and a prick. And if you found God, that's generally because I've noticed people in this business that find God do so when everybody else hates them so bad they won't speak to them. When mortals won't speak to you, you find a higher power. But anyway, between all this stuff going, Shawn didn't want to work with Leon. He didn't want to take the ass kicking. He came working with Leon. They didn't book Leon. Vince wanted to change his name to the Mastodon. I said, it's Vader. He was a WCW world champion. Everybody in the world knows who he is. Well, we can trademark it. He's a big mastodon. So Leon, he just didn't fit. The guys that he was supposed to work with didn't get him over. Leon was a high maintenance individual also, and that didn't help him. It just didn't work.
The Michaels incident is chronicled by Vader on our Ringside with Vader disc.
As a matter of fact, I'd like to see that as well.
You can have it. I have one in my bag for you. Halloween Havoc 89 asked, is it true that Vader never washed his ring attire to upset his opponents?
No, he just never washed his ring attire. I think one day it wasn't to upset his opponents. It just the mask was leather. You can't wash leather. And his other stuff, spandex, I don't know how many outfits he had. They all looked the same to me, so I have a feeling it was only one.
I was going to say.
And maybe, you wash something, but he's a big man, he sweated a lot. So.
Guitar Dude wants to know if you have any good Mantor stories.
Mike Halleck, the reason they're asking, because it's not known by a lot of people, but I managed him very briefly. I was at a WWF TV taping, and I see this guy walking around with what was it? Was it a bull, or was it what head did he have? Was it a giant?
Yeah.
What was it?
I think it was a boar.
A boar?
No,
it was some kind of
a minotaur.
Yeah. But anyway, had the thing on it like Yukon Moose Cholak in the 60s, and they came up to me and said, "Yeah, there's your new guy," because nobody said I was managing this fellow, and I'd never seen him before, and I said, "What?" And I thought it was a rib on me, and then the rib persisted. Right up to the time go with your guy. I'm like, okay, and I went out there, and big impressive looking guy, probably not the best timing, in the ring, and it just didn't fit, and shortly thereafter it was, but.
Brad Dykins, onlineworldofwrestling.com, your opinion of Ahmed Johnson.
Great googly moogly. Ahmed Johnson.
Any opportunity I get today to have you do a little black for me. We had
Well-
Ernie Ladd before. Hey, we're making a ton of money up here.
Oh, no, I can do some more Ernie Ladd. Let me tell you something, I'm the big cat Ernie Ladd. I'm 6'9", I weigh 325 pounds, and I covers the ground I walks on. I'm big enough to step on toes and keep on walking. Or if he's gonna give you a finish, Ernie would say, now I tell you what you do. You shine him up a little bit, and then you get some heat on him. You're gonna waltz him across Texas. You're gonna make him sell like he's going to the electric chair. You're gonna give him his come back to the locker room. Or he told Darso one time, Fat Darso, come over here, sit under the learning tree. Ernie was great. Ernie was the classic interview of all time. Ahmed Johnson, so much less so. Ahmed was a great big looking guy. It was kind of stiff in the ring, but you could not understand a word that came out of his mouth. And some way or another, I don't know where it came from, I think it was a commercial or whatever, that's why I said that. Because every time he'd be on TV starting to talk, the guys sitting around the monitor would go, great googly moogly, because they couldn't understand a word he was saying.
Richard Luck of Camden, London. Dear Mr. Cornette, how did the NWA WWF Invasion Angle come about? Thanks for the years of great entertainment and for tearing Joey Styles a new one. Very best wishes. I so much more want you to address the Joey Styles.
Okay,
Let's start with the NWA.
well, real quick, and I was off the creative team by this point, and I think it was some Vince Russo. I actually think they were with me on this one, folks, because it was like, well, he's so far in the past, and he's stuck in the 80s or whatever. Let's have him be cranky and come out and lead this contingent of people that are affiliated or associated with the NWA, trying to with sports entertainment. But when I started doing the interviews, what people want with wrestling these days is wrestling. Blah, blah, blah. This was 10 years ago. They played it on the big screen at Raw in the building. The people started cheering. And Russo couldn't understand this. His head was blowing up. Why would wrestling fans, which I'll talk more about later, why would wrestling fans want wrestling on their wrestling show? So then the Rock and Roll Express or Barry Windham or Jeff Jarrett, whoever it was, they just beat him like drums. I had Dan Severn. They managed to make Dan Severn the beast, the only Triple Crown Ultimate Fighting Championship winner ever. A guy who had 100+ amateur and collegiate and national and world wrestling championships. They made him a butts. So it was just, I was glad it was over with, didn't want to be a part of it, and blah, blah, blah.
All right, here we go.
Jolly Joker. Oh, and follow up on Joey Styles.
Joey Styles.
Well, I've never had a crossword with Joey Styles. I've not been around him that much. I've maybe had 3 or 4 conversations with him because I've never been to the same place at the same time. But I was reading all this stuff that during the election that he was writing. He's one of these right-wing radical Republicans, conservative. I call them the 3 C's: conservative Christian cocksuckers. Just because they're miserable in life doesn't mean everybody else has to be. And he's writing all this stuff at Barack Hussein Obama, and he's a guy, he's born in Kenya, and he's a Muslim and all this stuff. And I did my modest little podcast called Who's Slamming Who with Tommy Fierro, where I just blistered Joey Styles, and immediately my downloads doubled, and everybody started saying, hey, wait. And I got a few letters from Republicans, but they couldn't really spell all the curse words correctly. And then evidently it got back to the office, and they made Joey Styles quit twittering or twattering or tittering or whatever the it is that he was doing. But can I just ask my own question? I know that a lot of people are just mad the black guy won, right? And I know that a lot of people are just miserable. But here you've got a choice. Okay, let's say you get sick in the United States of America, supposedly the greatest country in the world. You get sick. Here's the choices you've got. You get sick, but you got insurance, so it pays your doctor bills. Or you get sick, and you got insurance, but you got a pre-existing condition, or they find a loophole and they don't pay your doctor bills and you go bankrupt. Or you get sick and you're self-employed, or you're not insured or whatever, and you go bankrupt. Or you get sick and you go to the doctor and the government pays for it. Some way or another, the Republicans have managed to prey upon people that are so mad that the black guy won that they would rather go bankrupt to preserve the glory of the United States of America than to have the government pay for their health care. I've paid approximately, probably, $1.5 million in income tax over the last 25 years. If I get sick, they ought to have a nurse come to my house and blow me for free. You Republicans, you're fucking old, rich, white, crooked assholes. They don't like, if you're gay, you ain't in the fucking club. Oh, gay people can't get married and be miserable like the rest of us. No, because that's a sin against God. If you're black, they don't want you. Hispanic, they don't want you. Not religious, they really don't want you, because George Carlin or Bill Maher or somebody might smarten up your suckers. What the is going on that you're doing to them? So if you're not in the club, which is basically rich, white, crooked, Republican, and generally old, they don't want you. Guess what? We would like to have something for our taxes. We would like to have people talking to us instead of at us. George Bush bungled the goddamn war. We have still, almost 10 years later, have still not even begun to find the guy that did it, but we bought it. Broke it. You broke it, you bought it. We broke a country, now we bought that. They didn't have anything to do with it. Sure, they were cave people with automatic weapons, but they weren't going to do anything immediately. Find the guy that's with you first before you go out changing the world. Bush and Cheney and the rest of these morons were trying to wage a holy war. My God's dick is bigger than your God. No wonder the Muslims want to blow us up and with us, because they think that we're trying to take their God away from them. I got news for you. I don't believe in the supernatural. I don't believe in a supreme being, an invisible man in the sky. But if I did, and somebody from Iraq or Kuwait came over and said, well, you're wrong and we're going to your God up, well, then I'm fighting for my God, right? Which is what Bush and Cheney did. They have instigated a holy war between the Muslims and the Christians, when in actuality, as John Lennon said, imagine there's no religion. It's easy if you try. No hell below us, above us only sky. Let's work on not blowing each other up first, morons. Maybe that would be a thought for the elected officials of the various countries of the world. Just don't blow each other up. Don't worry about who goes to church on Sunday, or who's who, or what sex they are, or what color they are, or whatever. Just don't blow each other up. And maybe give us a doctor every once in a while. $250 antibiotics for 8 days for a sinus infection, right? Just give us a doctor every once in a while. Don't let the pharmaceutical companies f*** us in the ass. Don't let the politicians f*** us in the ass. And don't blow us up. We'll take care of the other. I've noticed that the Democrats are more, the ones I see on television are more like people I'd like to sit in the same room with, and the Republicans are more like people that I would like to set fire to.
He's down about 10 pounds, too. We were talking about that before, too.
Get me off the sugar, you see, I'm not very...
He's calm.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what Jimmy James has to say for us today.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Cornette, it's an honor to speak with you. Jimmy James here from OffTheMarkShow.com. And I just want to give your book about the Midnight Express a cheap plug here. I haven't picked it up yet. Before I do, I just want to ask you, how many chapters do you have devoted to the new Midnight Express with bombastic Bob Holly and bodacious Bart Gunn? I really hope they didn't make the cut, because they kind of suck dick.
Was it Bombastic Bob and Bodacious Bart, or Bodacious Bob and Bombastic?
No, it was Bombastic Bob.
Whatever. Okay, this is going to be a real quick story. I'm at home. I'm off the creative team at this point, the WWF. I'm at home in Stamford. I'm working in the office with others. And it had to get to Vince that the entire time that I worked for Vince McMahon, when I was managing Yokozuna, his world champion, managing Owen and Davey, whatever, when I would travel with Vince, because at the time, when I was first on the creative team, it was me, Bruce Pritchard, Jim Ross, and Vince McMahon in the car and the TVs. We'd go in the convenience store, we'd go in the hotel, whatever. Everybody said, Jim Cornette, Midnight Express. Not Jim Cornette Yokozuna, Jim Cornette owned it. Jim Cornette, Midnight Express, obviously. Right? He had to wonder. So one day, phone rings, I pick it up, the bat phone. Nobody has his number. Pick it up in my house, what? It's Vince. Well, we're thinking about putting together a new Midnight Express. What? Why? Well, Bob Holly and Bart Gunn. We don't have anything for them to do. We think they'll be a good tag team. I'm thinking, and there's him and Russo over there sitting around, and Russo's trying to figure out some way to f*** with me. Either that, or he's just wondering why everybody recognizes me for the Midnight Express. Cause he'd never seen the Midnight Express because he never watched any wrestling. So anyway, I call Bobby Eaton. I said, Bobby, here's what they want to do. What do you think? Hey, I said, is it okay with you? Because I didn't want them guys not to get a spot, and also I'm trying to be company guy, right? I've gotten out of that state of mind the past few years. Bobby said, no, Corny is wrestling. Do whatever you want to do. So we try to put together, and I have them come up and I teach them some Midnight Express tag team moves. It's not that they weren't accomplished workers, but they've never been a tag team, so we got to have some basis start. Taught them some Midnight Express moves. And then they come up with, well, it didn't have to be alliterative. It didn't have to be Bombastic Bob and Bodacious Bart. It was Beautiful Bobby and Sweet Stan, but it was also Loverboy Dennis. It just worked out that way, and that was them. There was nothing bombastic or bodacious about Bart and Bob. And so at any rate, then they start using them as a team, and then finally I was on the road going to the shows with them for about a month, and then a combination of two things happened. One, Russo came up with that ridiculous brawl for all that not only destroyed Steve Williams' career, but cost the WWF between $5 and $10 million in one night, which I actually brought up to him. I said, hey, well, what do you think now, Russo? You cost the company $10 million in one night with your stupid idea. And got everybody hurt, because, you know, if as Watts used to say, if Vince Russo was walking through a men's locker room, he'd be whistling Stranger in Paradise. He's never been in a fight or an athletic contest. He's a piece of that blames the boys for his shortcomings. But anyway, he booked Bob Holly against Bart Gunn in the Brawl for All, thinking, well, that'll be intriguing, because now these two partners that have been together for 5 weeks are going to have a real fight amongst each other. And secondly, we were in Atlantic City, New Jersey, at the old, where they used to have the Miss America pageant, right? First match of the night, the new Midnight Express loses. I can't remember, it might have been to the Headbangers. And I love the Headbangers, gave them that gimmick, and love Glenn and Chaz this day. But I went back, and there's Jim Ross working on his book. No, I didn't go back. I went Monday at TV. That was Saturday night in Atlantic City. Monday I went up and said, guess what? Jim Cornette officially retires as a manager again. I don't need the money this bad. My Midnight Express team is doing a job in the first match in Atlantic City, and they're not even the Midnight Express, and now they're going to be fighting each other on television, which means that the team is out the window. Oh no, we're not going to break them up. They're just, because this is real. They want the money. No, you. For any amount of money, tag team partners don't fight each other if they're a great tag team. So anyway, I retired as a manager, and they had the fight, and they never had another tag team match.
Eric Smith, during the Monday Night Wars, did WWF air Nitro in the back for the boys to watch?
No. They were keeping an eye on it in the truck, but no, they were hoping the boys were watching what they were actually doing.
Anthony Militek, how long were you a booker in WWE, and what ideas that you came up with did WWE use other than Hell in a Cell?
Well, I was on a creative team from February of '96 until I believe December of '97. Yeah, I mean, I threw finishes in or tweaked things. The thing is, you had to pass everything by Vince. And there was a problem with, first, when it was me and Bruce Pritchard, Bruce would always tell me, oh, Vince ain't gonna like that. Well, let's ask him. Oh, no. Bruce thought he knew, and I love Bruce, I don't have a problem with, but Bruce thought he knew what Vince wasn't gonna like, and chances are he's probably right. And I love Pat Patterson, and Pat was a great talent, a great worker, and was the mastermind behind the Royal Rumble and could do great battle royals. But when Bruce and Pat would get together, it all had to be funny, and it had to cross over from funny to silly. And they were just entertaining themselves, and I was tearing my hair out. And then, then you couldn't do anything without Vince McMahon blessing it. And then when Russo came on, because the way that Russo got his spot on the creative team, he had sucked up, and he was a magazine editor and can't even spell. He's a magazine editor, can't spell, can't write. But he was constantly pitching these ideas. And finally, they did a Raw, and I believe it was probably like February or March, early of '97. Overseas, they just taped a show with lousy equipment and lousy lighting. It was just a cold-ass house show with no angle matches and no interviews. And they taped it and brought it over, and we voiced it. And I knew it sucked when I voiced it, because I was doing a commentary I played with Jim Ross that night. I knew when I heard what they were going to do that it was going to be the shit. Why go overseas and shoot a Raw house show and bring it back and air it as Raw? It was just bad. But that was the what's the opposite of apex? The low point. The lowest rating ever for a Raw, while the other guys were kicking ass. And instead of saying, okay, we shouldn't have shot an overseas show and put a bunch of cold matches with bad lighting and commentary done in the studio over the top of the tape on television and shot it as Raw. Vince McMahon decided, oh, goddamn, now we got to do something. All this shit. Vince Russo, you've been standing over here saying we don't have dogs each other and transvestites and all this other. So come on over here. And Vince Russo, he would sit outside Vince McMahon's office till 9 o'clock at night. He would blow off his kids' softball games with these stacks of paper, and Vince McMahon was desperate because all of a sudden he's getting beat, and he never gets beat, and Nitro's beating him in the ratings instead of just having some good wrestling with some good wrestlers. Now he's got to reinvent the wheel. So the two of those heads get together, talk about matter and antimatter, and then I was having to sit there in a room with the one guy who's the boss, who you can talk to when you get a chance, but he's listening, whoever he's listening to at the time, he hears better. And I got this guy who I'm trying to explain what a hammerlock is to, because Vince Russo, I was there the first night he was inside the rail. He was doing commentary for WWF New York, because with that New York accent he's got, the people on Channel 9 were the only ones who could understand what the f he was saying. My ex one time was like, I don't understand a goddamn word he said. What the f is he saying? Anyway, to do it on camera, he sits inside the rail, and he's already on the creative team. And we're coming, he's at the desk right inside the rail, and he come back, he said, that was cool. I said, what? He said, being inside the rail for a match. He's writing the show, and he's got a Woody because he was inside the guardrail for the first time ever while a wrestling match was going on. So I'm trying to deal with him, and I'm starting to get a fucking twitch because he knows nothing and he doesn't want to know anything, and he thinks he knows what he's doing. And yes, okay, when we shoot an angle in November between The Undertaker and Kane, but they're not going to have a match until March. Naturally, when Kane gets heat on The Undertaker the next week has to choke slam Kane through a announcer's table. I said, okay, that's the middle of November. What are we going to do till the end of March? You idiot. Anyway, so what was the question?
I don't even remember.
I don't even know. What ideas did I come up with? I threw in finishes. I'm sure some of you would have seen some of them. I had ideas about guys. They left me alone with Kane for quite a bit of his first introduction. I was real proud of that. And to be quite honest, my original thought of Kane was Michael Myers in Halloween, my favorite horror movie. I thought that maybe the vignettes you would see through the eye holes and you would hear the muffled breathing and you would see pictures of The Undertaker, all over like the serial killer thing, like the Omen with the Bible pages all over the walls, and just hear and you know, that type of thing. Of course, they superheroed him all out. But the way that he debuted at Hell in a Cell St. Louis, Bad Blood, was a combination of Kevin Sullivan's ideas that he'd already used and things that I'd seen. The Hell in a Cell cage was the old Memphis cage, where it encompassed the entire ringside area. And it was the War Games cage because it had a top on it. And how did Kevin Sullivan as Booker in Knoxville introduce Doug Furness, the world's strongest man, as a babyface on Christmas night of '87 in Knoxville? When the heels were kicking the shit out of the babyface, here comes Doug Furness, University of Tennessee football hero, and rips the door off the cage. Never been done since. I said, how about The Undertaker's brother, who we've heard about but haven't seen yet, makes his debut? But Shawn Michaels, The Undertaker, in Hell in a Cell, and here comes Kane, rips the door off, confronts his brother, tombstones his brother. Shawn Michaels wins. We get out of that deal. Shawn Michaels has always got to win, or else he won't show up. And then Undertaker and Kane have this big program, and that worked. And then we started having, and Kane couldn't be just a wrestler, because then he's not a monster. He's one of the boys. So instead of booking him in matches, a match is going on, and boom, the music hits and the red lighting, and here comes Kane and goddamn choke slams people and does all this stuff and says, it's going to be on your head, Undertaker. Undertaker won't fight his brother. But Kane says, I'm going to demolish everybody until I force you to fight me. This is what takes us to WrestleMania. Of course, Russo, Mr. Wrestling, is going to have the choke slam through the announcer's table 2 weeks after the angle, and we got 3 months to go, 4 months to go, and all that. But it was great, and actually the highlight, and this was Gaga, but it was funny. It was funny Gaga. Every week on TV, Kane appears by the red lights going on and the music going, and he comes down and destroys everybody that's in the ring, right? Heel, babyface, referee, he don't give a f. the apex of that was when we had the Mexican minis and a 6-man mini match with Sonny as referee. And by the way, I'm trying to lay that match out in a basement of a small building that we were in where there's water pipes like this, and I'm trying to show Sonny how to leapfrog the midget. But anyway, when those midgets are running around doing their spots and Sonny's in her referee shorts with her Snavensis, and all of a sudden the music hits and that red light, here comes Kane and the pyro blows, people just themselves. That's humor in and then the midgets run everywhere, and of course he didn't hurt any of them. But that's funny, entertaining wrestling stuff. It doesn't have to be silly. It doesn't have to expose the business as phony. It's just, when we're in 12 feet of snow, right? When somebody's walking across the street, and you're sitting in a restaurant at a table or whatever, you're watching them, and they slip and they fall, and the grocery bag goes up in the air, and the canned peas come down and hit them in the head, you laugh, right? You laugh. Is it fun? Look at the guy who slipped and fell. But not if the guy with the grocery bag walking across the street walks and all of a sudden stops and looks to make sure people are watching him and then takes a big bump on purpose. That ain't funny, because he's just doing it to tickle you. It's the that you just strikes you as funny that should be funny in wrestling. Anyway, I got off.
Very good. Decca Durabalin of F4W Online. How often did you talk to Dave Meltzer when you were on the booking crew for WWF?
Actually, not as much as I usually have before or since, because he knocked my pay-per-view match with Jose Lothario and also my weight at that point in time. I was pissed at him, but I was aggravation eating. I got up to 278 pounds at my height in the WWF. I would eat 3-4 dinners. I was just eating like I'm gonna kill Russo. I hate this. I hate Connecticut. I want to go home. Blah blah blah.
Guitar Dude, courtesy of Figure 4 Online. What was your part/knowledge of the Bret Hart screw job?
Oh, and I/hate/Russo, I like you, adds that the Observer listed Jim as one of the few in that meeting days before, along with JR and Shawn Michaels. Whoa, no, Shawn Michaels wasn't even in the meeting. See, here's the thing. There's no way we can even begin to cover this. Dave Meltzer did several wrestling observers in its entirety on this, but Shawn didn't want to put Bret over. Bret didn't want to put Shawn over because Shawn had always told Bret that he would never put him over. Vince was trying to get the match in the ring. Vince signed Bret to a contract that he couldn't fulfill, and then gave Bret the option to negotiate with WCW, but forgot to take the belt off of him. So Bret's going to take a job with WCW, but he still got the belt. Shawn and is acting like a 2-year-old kid. I don't blame Bret, to be quite honest, for not wanting to put the prick over, because he always told Bret, I'll never put you over. But by the same token, here's Shawn making $1 million a year, or whatever the fuck he was making. Okay, maybe it was only $750. I'm sorry, Mr. Christian. And there's Bret leaving a job where he's making $1.5 million, going to get a job where he's making $2.5 million. Meanwhile, I am sitting at Vince McMahon's kitchen table every goddamn Wednesday for 12 hours with Vince McMahon and Vince Russo, wanting to blow my brains out for $125,000 or whatever. So there was no baby face. It was a heel program as far as I was concerned. And Shawn was always on the phone with Vince. And then Bret would be on it. Vince was trying to work everything out. Russo was sitting there, as he usually does, with deer caught in the headlights, pie-plate eyes, not knowing what to do. And I was fed up with the whole thing. And basically, they ran 18 finishes by. And the night before Montreal, I had suggested a bunch. Everybody suggested no finish was good enough for anybody involved in this thing. And McMahon had told story after story to each person that he was going to go with them, and then they were mad when he wasn't. So basically, I asked him the night before the production meeting, I said, have you got it finished? He said, yes. I said, good. That's all I needed to know. And I watched, and as soon as I saw it, I'm sitting at the monitor, and I knew what a double cross was. My God, Russo didn't. Russo didn't even know the phrase until I said, well, there's a double cross. What? But I said, well, there we go. That's how he got out of it. And I grabbed my bag and hit the car. I was out before they even got back from the ring. I beat Hebner out of the building. Not because I was afraid anybody was going to punch me out, because I didn't want to be involved in the whole goddamn thing. It was stupid. Here's a bunch of millionaires arguing about a goddamn finish of a wrestling match. And
Well, to follow up on that, Mark O'Connell asks, how would you have resolved the Montreal situation? Had you been in McMahon's shoes, and the night Owen died, would you have continued the show if the buck stopped? So two different questions. Take Montreal first.
Montreal first. Before I told Brett I can't pay you the amount of money I promised to pay you on this contract, I would have said, Brett, I need you to drop the belt. Fuck. I even suggested, I said, put Ken Shamrock in the fucking ring with him if he don't want to drop the belt. Because he'll beat the piss out of Shawn Michaels. Bret Hart could beat Shawn Michaels so silly that he wouldn't even know what hit him. I said, if you're afraid he ain't gonna drop it, book him with Shamrock, for sake. But I would have taken the belt off of Bret, and then I would have said, Bret, I'm an idiot, and I promise you I can pay you this money, and I can't pay you. So let's you and me work together and see if we can get some of Bischoff's money for you, take care of you, and thank you very much. That would have been easy. But then the belt and the Shawn Michaels thing, there was no way Bret Hart was going to put Shawn Michaels over, and there's no way Shawn Michaels was going to put Bret Hart over. And that's what the whole deal was.
But as a company
and in the
owner-
old days, if the fans had sensed that, then they would have got together and done the biggest business ever. But no, they really just didn't like each other and didn't give a.
But as a former company owner and a booker yourself, a boss, was that at the last straw position there? I mean, I assume as a booker you only pull out the screw job when you have to.
Oh yeah, it was it was going to be the last straw one way or the other. Yeah, and Vince always said, his father always said, get the match in the ring, and that's the old time promoters' credo: get the match in the ring. But you're the one who booked the match. You should have known there was going to be troubles. How did we get there? I was in the meetings, and when everybody was writing those names down, nobody had said, oh, but goddamn, there's going to be trouble. And then all of a sudden, as soon as they make the match, nobody wants to do it. And plus, Vince McMahon has always catered to people. I don't know why. He gives them the opinion that they're superstars. Even if guys the last 10 years, he's ruined their head because now they're comedians and character actors and entertainers and movie stars and all this. No, they're wrestlers. I was a wrestling manager, then I became a wrestling booker. You're wrestlers. That's what we do. We're in the wrestling business. I'm proud of it. Don't know why everybody else ain't. But I haven't seen a lot of goddamn great thespians. Maybe a few of the divas are thespians. We just don't know it yet. And Owen, yes, boom, stopped on the spot. I tell you what, if Buck had stopped with me, Owen wouldn't have been up there. It's nothing Vince Russo, but maybe that's why he found God, because he killed Owen Hart. F you, Vince Russo. Owen Hart would have not been up. One of the best wrestlers on the roster, had done everything. He didn't want to be up there. It was Vince Russo's silly ass idea that a great wrestler like Owen Hart needs something to get over, and gonna do the blue blazer because it was funny, because he did it before 10 years ago, so we're gonna do it again because everybody remembers. See, here's the thing with Vince Russo. Everybody remembers Chief Jay Strongbow's social security number. If it happened at the Nassau Coliseum in 1974, everybody remembers that. But if it's NWA history from 10 years ago, why, who would ever remember something like that? You moron. But he put Owen in the blue blazer outfit and he hung him up there. And Owen didn't want to do it. He didn't want to do the run through. He didn't want to do the whole goddamn thing. He thought it was stupid, but he was trying to be a company guy. And Vince McMahon, I'm sorry, but you tolerated Vince Russo doing like that and your company up, and then you, and then going down and putting WCW out of business. Everybody who tolerates Vince Russo, in my opinion, gets what they deserve. And I admit some culpability in letting Jeff and Dutch tell, and I still like Dutch. I ain't too warm on Jeff right now. I love you, Jeffrey, as a person, and I love your grandmother. Your father started me into business. But Big Rib, Jeff, talking me into coexisting with Vince Russo for 3 years. I told you how it was going to turn out. And it turned out that way, just took longer than I thought. And also, by the way, Dixie Carter, you employ Vince Russo. About $40 million of your father's money that he dug up out of the ground has been thrown back in a oil well that Vince Russo dug because you're too stupid to figure out that everybody else in the business ain't wrong. You are. Vince Russo's an idiot. But anyway, so yes, I would have stopped the show.
Eric Smith, did you get along with Triple H?
Yeah, I did until... when he first got there, you know, I mean, he was one of the guys, you know, fine, etc. I was in the office, he was one of the boys. When they did that curtain call thing, and I mean, I wasn't the only one mad. I was throwing my suit bag down the goddamn Madison Square Garden hallway. I assume everybody knows what the curtain call is. I don't need to go into it. Jerry Briscoe was walls. He wanted to stretch all of them as soon as they came back. Everybody was hot because it was, they took a on Vince McMahon's dining room table, the guy that was paying him. The Madison Square Garden show was to his father and to him at that time the yardstick measure of success in a business. And just because they had their little billionaire boys tree club, they had to go out and expose the business and have a big circle jerk. And okay, who was Vince McMahon going to discipline? It was Kevin Nash's last night. It was Scott Hall's last night. Shawn Michaels was the champion. So Hunter Hearst Helmsley, who was supposed to win the King of the Ring, didn't win the King of the Ring. Cost him about $100,000 to $150,000 that year, probably, and what he would have made and what he did make. He was punished because he went along with the other three guys. So I actually went up to him. I said, look, I said, you made a mistake. You let these other guys, I said, who got punished? You got punished. I told Helmsley this. I said, because he ain't going to discipline Shawn because he's a champion. What's he going to do to Hall and Nash? So you got it. So you let these guys get you to a position you should have done it. You on the business. All the guys are hot at you. And he had been told to apologize. He went around and apologized to everybody, to all the boys, Helmsley did. And he apologized to me. Sorry, I shouldn't have done that. It was blah, blah, blah. Seemed very genuine. What happens? A couple years goes by. Well, meanwhile, also, Steve Austin wins the 96 King of the Ring. So thank you, because the curtain call, if nothing else, gave us one of the biggest stars in the biggest star in the history of the business. But then a couple years goes by, and now Russo's work shoot in full mode. And there they play some fan's camcorder on Raw of the curtain call, and Helmsley said, I apologize, but I knew we were revolutionizing the business. He never meant it. He was a kiss ass and a suck up then. He's apparently, well, now he doesn't need to kiss ass and suck up because he's licking the right crack. So therefore, he doesn't need to suck anybody. But the point is, he didn't mean it when he apologized to me. He didn't mean it when he apologized to the boys. He didn't mean it when he was saying he was sorry that he exposed the business. And so, you know, he's got, as his brow increases from steroid or HGH use, so does his ego from being irreplaceable, because he's got the keys to the kingdom. Because he's married to the boss's daughter, who took the job as head of creative straight out of college. I think Stephanie's a bright girl, and I never had a crossword with her, but she needs to be the head of creative like I need to be the head of NASA. Because I know as much about the Hubble Space Telescope as she knows about wrestling. It's ridiculous. Nepotism and corporations have led us to where we are in the wrestling business, which is why Dana White and the UFC are kicking all of our asses, because they're doing pro wrestling from 30 years ago, and they're doing it better than we are.
Sebastian?
Now, let me say one more thing about it.
Go right ahead.
I've got to bring this up before we go into Volume 6. Vince Russo recently, this is another thing, Vince Russo recently gets on the internet. And he's mad because somebody actually called him on his and said, by the way, one of those 2-hour TNA Impact shows only had 16 minutes of wrestling in a 2-hour show. So he gets on he's promoting a book. I wasn't aware Vince Russo had ever read a book. I'm surprised he's written one. But he's promoting his book, and he says, I have so many things I want to do with my life. I want to make my father laugh. I want to play baseball with my kids. I want to blah, 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 blah. I can't imagine how anybody could have such a miserable life that they would sit there with a stopwatch and time how many minutes of fake wrestling are in a fake wrestling show. That's an exact quote from Vince Russo. Puts this on the internet. Of course, immediately the starts. And I guess people in the company, I know Taz, thank you Taz, a lot of people in the company, outside the company, fans, people in the business. So the very next week, he's back on his Twitter or his internet or whatever he is with this heartfelt apology about how he didn't realize what he was saying. He's just a New Yorker. He shot his mouth off. And it's not that he doesn't like wrestling. It's just that he doesn't like fake kind of wrestling. That's why he likes to try to write all his shows to be real. And he doesn't like the word booker. He's a TV writer. He hates the word booker. See, we couldn't be any more opposite. We are diametrically opposed. We are the bizarro component of each other. He's a northerner, I'm a southerner. He wants to be a writer, I wanted to be a booker. He's a Christian, I'm an atheist. He hates wrestling, I love wrestling. If one of us was a black lesbian nun, we'd have it all covered. But anyway, I don't know what I'm more astonished by. that Vince Russo was completely, utterly gobsmacked to hear that what he wrote was offensive to everybody that's ever made a dime in the wrestling business, or everybody that's ever considered themselves a wrestling fan, or whether I'm more astonished that he genuinely, delusionally, literally believes that he has once in his life written a wrestling show that anybody could possibly believe was real. I burst into flames whenever I hear things that he says, whenever I hear his voice, whenever I look at him. It's like a sudden itching powder thrown up my crotch, because he is so utterly disrespectful and unsuited and unqualified, and has been completely unsuccessful at this business, but it's always everybody else's fault. He wrote recently, well, the boys got complacent for a while there, but now that the new regime is in and some of the new talent's in, maybe they'll step up their game. Why don't you step up your booking, genius? And he says, well, I'm a TV writer. I'm paid to produce ratings. I can't worry about, how much wrestling. Well, then you're not getting paid. You're paid to produce ratings. When have you produced any ratings? He tries to take credit for Steve Austin and The Rock. But if something doesn't work out, it was somebody else's fault. Standards and practices in TBS, or blah, 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 blah. I could go on endlessly. It's just there's so much material. But I just wanted to get that in there. Once again, thank you.
Okay, Sebastian, Quebec City, Canada. Can you explain your theory or thoughts on why Shane McMahon left WWE? Is it because Vince doesn't listen to his opinions, or the advice that Shane brings to the company?
I have no theory and no opinion and no first-hand knowledge otherwise than I believe that Shane McMahon, more than anything else, and I think Shane's a great guy, and more than anything else, he always wanted to be his father. And he believed in the McMahon name, the McMahon family, the McMahon dynasty, and he wanted to sit in that chair one day, and when he found out, I believe, that his little sister and the wrestler that she married, and how I would have bet my house and car and life 10 years ago that Vince McMahon's daughter would marry a wrestler about that you'd look up and see a donkey flying over, and it happened. I think Shane finally realized, well, she's going to run the place. Slope-headed caveman, as long as he keeps fucking pumping out the kids and everything, it's going to go that way. And so I'm going to go do my own. And I hope he does. And I hope he is a giant success at it.
Greg Pike, biggest WWF/E payday.
I'm embarrassed to say this as a performer. Now, I got 6 figures out of him for the Smoky Mountain Library, and I got 5 figures as my share of the OVW Library, and I got other. But as a talent, I'm ashamed to say $15,000 for WrestleMania 10. I'd heard all about the WrestleMania and the pay-per-view and these huge checks, right? And I'm managed the WWF champion twice, Yoko versus Luger and Yoko versus Bret Hart, on a sold-out Madison Square Garden, and I got $5,000 more than I got for Starrcade '86 when it was just down in little old Greensboro on closed circuit. So as far as I'm concerned, for WWF, big payoffs. Of course, they get them now.
DXD wants to know what's the real story between Randy Savage and Vince McMahon? Why won't Vince acknowledge him?
I don't know, because all I know is this: when I first went up there, Savage was doing commentary. When I first started working for WWE, it was this summer of '93, and this was, I guess, when he left anybody help me in the peanut gallery. Sometime early in '94, I think it was, because I remember we were in Pennsylvania doing a television, and suddenly I got pressed into being the co-host of the show for 6 weeks. He left to, I guess, go down, well, did he go down south right away?
I think so.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So that would have been maybe '95. Whatever, I'm sure all you guys are. Point is, Savage up and left with no notice. That's the only thing that I know that he ever did. I don't know the source of any other heat. I've heard rumor, and believe me, I would love to say that any rumor that you could possibly say about the McMahon family is true. After they screwed me in Louisville, I'll never forgive them. And by the way, I'm the only person in wrestling, when I say never, I mean never. But I can't buy the rumor of anything that Savage did to anybody in the McMahon family.
Peter from Melbourne, Australia. Do you think steroids are in the WWE today? Vince says they aren't.
Well, I mean, they're cracking down simply because of the PR. And the next question, what is your opinion of the wellness policy? Vince never came out and said, okay, well, at least he never did in front of me. Okay, you got to use steroids, you know, whatever. And some guys have said, well, he told me to get bigger, whatever. But let's face it. Vince is up from the Ultimate Warrior to Hulk Hogan. He's always wanted these jacked up bodybuilders, whether they could wrestle or not. Hogan could work in his day. Ultimate Warrior never could. He would be more happy to give a chance to a jacked up bodybuilder that couldn't stick his thumb in his ass on 3 tries than to Jack Briscoe. We all know that. We all know that he was a 62-year-old man on the cover of Muscle and Fitness, a billionaire. If I was a billionaire, I would not do this. I'd have somebody opening my bottle for me and putting it up here, and I would have somebody to rub my throat so I didn't have to swallow it. He's working out to get on the cover of Muscle and Fitness. But the point is, the wellness policy, it's all come about because of public relations. And Vince sees nothing wrong with these guys jacking themselves up and looking like helium hoses have been stuck up their ass for 20 years. And he likes to do it too, and I don't see what the attraction is. So I can't even stand those women bodybuilders with the veins and the no. I want a little foam rubber there so I'm not bruising myself. Yeah. But anyway, so it's much less than it has been, but you can always, the guys who are making big money can always beat the test, just like the Olympics, and you guys are going to do what guys want to do. But you can't blame them because of the hiring practices.
OVW, Mookie Ghana of F4W Online. When Kenny Bolin was getting lauded as one of the best non-wrestlers of the half decade, 4 years on the list as of 2005. Is there any talk of bringing him up to WWE?
Absolutely none whatsoever. They didn't watch the OVW TV show when we were working with them, developing their talent. And finally, as a punitive measure, they made Bruce Pritchard start watching the show. The comedy writers, they had never even watched it. We sent a tape, but they never watched it. No, they don't understand why Kenny gets over. Kenny is classic pro wrestling. His entire life is a pro wrestling promo. And he is a classic, he's a cross between Mr. Haney on Green Acres, Uncle Joe on Petticoat Junction, and Chill Wills, Andy Devine, and the great wrestling stars of days gone by. And no, a manager that can cut a promo and make people hate him instantly, or talk people into doing anything he wants, whether they've ever heard of him or not, they have no place for something like that.
Mark
Hire more lingerie models.
Mark O'Connell says, channeling Dusty Rhodes, cut a promo on Kenny.
Oh my God. Kenny Bolin, you couldn't put me down with a steel-toed boot. Couldn't put me out with a steel-toed boot, but I promise you, unless you get me dinner for free at Applebee's, payback will be hell, Daddy.
Mike Campbell from 411 Me. How do you respond to the comments that Batista made in his book saying he wasn't taught anything in OVW?
Well, I got news for you. You didn't learn anything in OVW, but it wasn't for lack of trying. We tried to beat it into your head. Batista said that because he wanted to buddy. Have you noticed every time somebody buddies up to Helmsley, they get the title? We pushed Batista to the moon. The first time I saw Dave Batista, he could not sell a punch. Alpha had taught him how to write a check. He immediately in training tore his bicep because he was so steroided up, and he was off on the sidelines for 3 months, and he got a chance to sit and watch class, and then he was better. And he had an amazing look. He was a good natural athlete. He was a very frail demon. He was always sitting there with his sweatshirt on, and he was always very cold and always very chilly. And should have seen when we brought him up, rose him out of the Ohio River. Oh my God, he was down there going, oh my God, snakes. And he did whatever his wife said for him to do, and he was just a pussy-whipped, frail, quiet demon. But Leviathan, the demon of the deep, the guardian of the gates of hell, the right hand of Satan himself, was the most physically dominant force that had ever been in the promotion, and we smashed him over. He beat everybody. He did no jobs. He beat 2 guys and 3 guys at a time. We made him so our version of The Undertaker, because that's what I was going for. I was going for The Undertaker's next money pay-per-view opponent, because look at the guy. He can't take arm drags in the second match. He's either got to be main event or nothing. So I was shooting for a gimmick that he could, with his limited ability, to be quite honest, that he could perform, that could get over, and it did. And I put him in the ring with Kane, and he's sitting there. I said, tell Glenn what you do. Well, anything you want to do. He just had no oomph to him. Put him in a ring with The Undertaker for the first time in Louisville. All these things put him in a ring with Big Show. All these things drew money. They sold tickets. He was an attraction, but he was never driven to be a success. He like, oh, I'm sick today or whatever. So anyway, finally, they take him up there, they put him in a suit and put the box around his neck for Devon, right? You remember that? And they're about ready to fire him, and somehow he starts working out with Hemsley, and all of a sudden he's a top guy. And then all of a sudden he writes a book. He didn't learn anything in OVW. Well, it wasn't for lack of trying. I called him on the phone. I said, Dave Bautista, left a message on his voicemail. I said, I'd like you to call me back and tell me why you say you didn't learn anything. When we took care of you, we liked you, we smashed you over, we did everything we could possibly do for you, and then you come and knock me and Danny Davis. I said, I'd like you to call me and tell me why. In the meantime, you. And I've never heard a goddamn word from him since, and don't really give a whether I ever do.
Let's see with the one Adam K.
Jim Cornette is the one Adam K here, and I'm representing the Who Dat Nation. And I want to get your thoughts on Nick Dinsmore. You trained Nick Dinsmore, and what was your impression on the Eugene character? Did you think it had a lot of longevity, or did you think that something like this was going to get a big backlash from a lot of activist groups?
No, I didn't think it was going to get any backlash from activist groups. I thought it was going to end his career, and it pretty much did. I love Nick Dinsmore. When I first went to OVW, he was the standout guy there. He, Doug Basham, Rob Conway, and Danny Basham, Danny Holly, the Damage Up, were Danny Davis's 4 core original students, the guys that he had built his promotion around, and they were all talented, and I used them in various positions over 4 or 5 years, and Nick was great. He wasn't the greatest promo in the world, but he could get the job done after a while. He looked good, looked like an athlete, he could teach wrestling or perform wrestling. I brought Chris Benoit down. They went 20 minutes at the Louisville Gardens, tore the house down. They wouldn't look at him. I put him in a program with Doug Basham. Here we're drawing money, and especially in the summer at the Six Flags shows, we're drawing money in a wrestling school with these guys on top. They wouldn't look at him. I said, why the f can we not get Nick Dinsmore up to the main roster and make him some money? He just doesn't have anything. He's too plain. One time I rated number 1 through number 20. Who should go to the main roster? Who is ready to graduate? And there's Dinsmore at number 1, and they took number 17, 18, and 19. I think it was Orlando Jordan, Mark Jindrak, and who the f else, who knows. So what else to fucking do? And then all of a sudden, he's up there as Eugene. I don't know if it's politically correct or not, but he's a retard. Roughhouse Fargo was my favorite wrestler when I was 9 years old, but he only came in at Christmas time. And then he went back and refereed to Sonny Fargo for the Crockett's, and you waited for 6 months or a year for Roughhouse Fargo to come back and sell out. You can't have a retard on television every week as a babyface, especially when he accidentally got over. They didn't want him to get over, but he got over because he started outsmarting the heels, and people like a retard that outsmarts the heels because that makes them look even stupider. But then when they start fucking outsmarting him, what does that take? Because he can't even spell his own name. Short-term shelf life, and now he's pigeonholed as Eugene. I'd love to have Nick in Ring of Honor, but I can't with a straight face bring that up because the stink of Eugene is still on Nick Dinsmore, who could have been the next version of a Chris Benoit or a great professional worker like that, and instead they gave him a career-killing gimmick like they've done so many other guys, and the Spirit Squad, half those guys quit the business. Johnny Jeter moved from San Diego to Louisville, 3,000 miles, everything he owned in the trunk of his car when he was 19 years old, waited tables at Chili's to pay for his wrestling school tuition, becomes way farther advanced than anybody should have been at his age, becomes a Ricky Morton for the 21st century, in shape, with fire and can sell. And by the time they finish with him, he's up there for a year and a half, he goes home, quits the business. They run more people out of the business. And now, once again, the question, Nick Dinsmore, no, it finished his career. Everybody will look at him as Eugene, and nobody wants that in their promotion if they want to be serious.
El Matador, Figure 4 Online, was there a specific point in the OVW-WWE relationship where you realized that everything was it wasn't going to work?
Well, where I should have realized, as soon as Jim Ross retired from the job as Vice President of Talent Relations and tagged off, handed it to John Laurinaitis. Talk about going down the home stretch and fumbling the baton. I should have known then, but I didn't realize right then because I didn't know anybody could be as incompetent and as deceitful and as totally disregarding of anybody else's business as John Laurinaitis turned out to be. But once they started pulling people that were promised to us and firing people out from under us, we'd have champions, guys holding belts. They would fire them and then call us and tell us about it. And then they'd also have told those guys, don't go back to work for insurance reasons. Or, you know, call me on Tuesday, use this guy on TV. TV when? TV tomorrow. TV tomorrow's written. Well, use him anyway. Well, f*** you. I don't have 15 secretaries. I have to do this shit myself. We had TV written 3 days ago, like you ought to. It just lying about guys that were promised that weren't coming, not wanting us to do business. I could go on and on. That could be a whole nother videotape. But John Laurinaitis, the guy who signed the wrong one-legged man, the guy who basically has plummeted the developmental program into the sewer, the guy who is a laughingstock as far as a talent relations administrator who is there because Stephanie likes him because he says yes to anything related to Stephanie. Yeah, that was the beginning and the end of the OVW-WWE relationship.
All right, it's time for a game. It's the list, the Jim Cornette list. I'm going to go through names.
That was a great song, by the way. Pillman used the song list in ECW. I do know that much.
Was it a country song?
No, you've never heard that? You made my list. Yeah,
No.
Yeah, it's all right anyway. Somebody knows it, I'm sure.
You got it? Okay. So I'm going to present you with a name. If they're on the list, they go on the board. If not, I'll toss it aside if they're irrelevant. Then once we get the handful of names here, you can rank them 1 through 5.
Okay.
You have a very lengthy list. You claim last time we were together that it's gotten shorter. I doubt that after the last 4.5 hours
Well,
together.
people might be with me, but I don't really care about some people anymore.
But
I just decided as I get older, I'm not going to tolerate. I'm going to say what I think.
Certainly we can get 5 names, but let's fill this side here. Vince McMahon.
Well, he'd be on it.
He'd be on the list.
Vince McMahon never did anything to me personally. It's just all the minions and stooges that he hired that did perpetrate, and he allowed them to get away with it.
Well, that qualifies.
Therefore,
Eric Bischoff.
I'm really ambivalent about Bischoff one way or the other.
Very good.
You know.
Very good. Mark Madden.
Well, we'll put him over here because I'm not sure if he's 2 or 3.
Okay. That didn't take long. Wade Keller.
Let's put him on standby.
We're not sure if we're going to use
I'm not even sure now if he makes the top 5.
Okay. Hardcore wrestling.
Well, now that's not really a person
I didn't say
or a
people,
place. It's more of a thing. Okay,
Things.
well,
That's on the list though, isn't
let's
it?
stick it up there on standby. Stick it up there on standby. This thing's gonna fall over pretty soon. Spared no expense on this set here.
You got to see our budget. New York.
Oh no, you know, no. With all these other competition, I still don't understand the traffic or the smog or the fact that the pedestrians won't get the out of the way of a moving car. But nah, just
Really? Wow. That one is shocking to me. I thought that would have had the top spot. Dairy Queen.
I love Dairy Queen. Now, if you made it Dairy Queen in Hyden, Kentucky, after a really lousy spot show with a rude window person, but otherwise, I'm a Dairy Queen fan. Oh, you got to stick him over there. Yeah, you got to stick him over there. God, this
You
may
notice
take
I'm
a
leaving a
while.
lot of room because I figure we're gonna. Okay, Bubba the Love Sponge.
Actually, no, I want to put him on my hit list because after he played part of my Who Slammin' Who podcast on his satellite radio show, not only did he not refute any of the points I made about how he and the TNA show was, but also I got 30,000 more hits and set a record downloads the following week. So actually, I need to send Bubba a Christmas card.
Okay.
Yeah, I went over 100,000 for the first time.
Joey Styles.
You know, once again, Styles' momentary fucking pain in the ass during the middle of the election when we're trying to take a step. Like, America was like wrestling. We were trying to take a step into the 21st century, but a bunch of people who didn't really see that were trying to hold us back. Joey Styles was just proposing their point of view, but I don't have anything against the guy as a person. He was just such an easy target because you know, when you get the conservative Christian crackpots going, you really don't have much trouble taking the piss out of us, as Adrian Street used to say.
Paul Heyman.
I don't know whether he can go on my list because this has to be reserved for people that I have no respect for in any way, shape, or form. And while Paul's and I's personal business dealings have been rather checkered, at the same time, I can go ahead and say that he does know what he's doing, that he was a good booker, etc., etc. This is for pure.
And
I will live. By the way, I told Dutch Mantel to put this in his book. I don't know if he did or not, because Dutch, you haven't sent me the free one yet. I sent you my address. I will live. I'm making it a point. As a matter of fact, that's one of the reasons why I'm on my low-carb diet and trying to stay away from sugar, etc., because I want to live to stand over and piss upon Vince Russo's grave. For the fans that he's deprived of seeing great wrestling, for the wrestlers whose careers he's shortened, for the people that make their living in the wrestling business who have had elevated blood pressure or lowered income because of his foolishness. Vince, one of these days, I'm making it a mission now in my life. You're going to go before me. If I have to make it to 93 just so I can stand there and take a whiz on your headstone, pal, you.
well, it's quite an accomplishment to get him off the Bob Evans turkey gravy.
Exactly.
You're pretty important.
It's got chunks of sausage.
Santino.
I could go on in the whole story, but no, actually I should send him a Christmas card too, because they were pushing my buttons for a year looking for a reason. And when I've smacked him 17 times, it gave him the reason. And immediately my blood pressure did get better, so no, I have no problems.
Kevin Dunn.
Wow. See who else we come up with. We're saving it over there.
Do you have a quick Kevin Dunn impersonation you'd like to do? A few people have done it on Ken.
Yes, sir. We're not wrestling. And I don't know why you think we're wrestling. Just because we have wrestlers in wrestling boots and wrestling tights in a wrestling ring.
Fuck you.
Jim Herd.
Oh boy, Jiminy Pete. I can tell you already, just because he's just, he's a little slime, but just because he's more inoffensive, we gotta stick at it. God damn!
Yeah, it's gonna fill up. ICP.
You know what? That whole thing was blown up out of proportion. Bruce Pritchard showed me a video. I'd never heard of these people. I only listen to music, so why should I have heard of these people? In like 1997, he shows me a videotape of the Japanese hardcore IWA, which I don't watch anyway, but there's Terry Funk and there's Cactus Jack but these people, whoever the they are in their real lives, are doing the commentary. They gave everybody phony names, and they're making a joke out of the wrestling business. And Bruce just thought it was hilarious because he likes funny, silly shit. I didn't think it was funny. And when I found out that the Insane Clown Posse were musicians, if I can use that term loosely, then I thought, look, I don't come and make fun of music. Why are you making fun of my business? I was there the night that Victor Quinones, the promoter, and Cactus Jack walked up to him and said, "Where's our check for that tape that you sold?" And to their credit, they cut him a check right on the spot, but I think they make fun of the business. It's that hardcore. I've seen videotapes of these juggernauts or juggalos or whatever in a mud field fucking watching this where they, I don't know, it's like a David Letterman stupid pet trick, but it's humans. I don't get the whole thing. Stay out of my business, I'll stay out of your business.
They're not on the show.
But nah, they're not that important.
Very good. Hulk Hogan.
No, once again, no. I mean, it's sad now that the guy who, except for Austin and Rock, has set more records, made more money, got to be a bigger celebrity, etc. in our business now because of, family situations, divorces and whatever, has to go out there and do that at 60 years old with artificial body parts, trying to convince people that he's going to get a company over when he's never been a booker and he's never gotten a company over. He's been a star. Should have stuck with it.
Rap music.
Oh, heavens to Murgatroyd. There we go. It's got to be way up there.
7 Up.
Not in this company. Although 7-Up does have an aftertaste that Sprite, does not have.
I bet. John's ending.
No. No.
Okay,
Not even.
well,
We don't
now
have any
let's
copies.
rank these guys now. Now the work begins.
Oh, Jesus. Well, actually, you know what? Okay, what I said about it, I wasn't going to put Paulie up there because I can respect him for some things he's done. Vince McMahon has been, I'll take the cheap shit off. Vince McMahon has been very successful, even though he allowed his minions to fuck me around.
Very good.
I can't do it. Hardcore wrestling is more of a, not a person or a thing, it's more of a, what's the word I'm searching for? An
Concept.
entity concept. I think we gotta go with people who just have no redeeming value whatsoever. 2, 3, 4, 4. Oh, wait.
Who do you got? You got another idea? You want to add one? John Laurinaitis? You want to add one? Get a pen. Let's add.
Well, once again, not even important.
Not important enough.
I got to say we're gonna throw Wade off the fucking page because I think right here, if you want to go in this direction right here, you have the 5 worst enemies of the professional wrestling business and the professional wrestling fan, and between the 5 of them, they ain't worth goddamn, so, as my mother used to say, they don't have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. They don't have any talent or haven't had any talent for anything related to professional wrestling. No redeeming quality. Can anybody in this room, I'm holding up, name something in professional wrestling that any of these people have done well? Great angle, great promo, great performance, great something. The camera's not on you. You're nameless, you're faceless. Give me anything that any of these people have done.
Oklahoma.
Great. I said great.
Stay employed.
Yeah.
A lot of people without jobs. Stay employed.
That's an art right there.
Stay employed.
Sold a lot of pizza.
Made money.
Heavyweight champion.
Got hired. Initially made that transition from...
Somebody said he had a heart attack. I find that hard to believe. You'd had to find a heart.
Well, that's
There
it.
you
That's
go.
the list. That's the list. Might not be a bad idea for a column if you ever wanted to write for USA Today or New York Times.
Do you think if I wanted to dwell on these people all the time, see, you just do this to stir me up. If I wanted to dwell on these people all the time, I'd need goddamn be hospitalized.
Well, you can critique things in society, politics, healthcare plans.
But now, why didn't you have a positive top 5? Why didn't you have Jim Cornette's top 5 of all time, the Bobby Heenans or the Mick Foleys or the Ric Flairs or the Christine Jarretts or Bill Wattses or all the people that I admire and like and that have done things for me and other people and the rest, but no, you have to go for that seamy underbelly of the wrestling business.
You had 4 hours to talk about all the wonderful things.
Well, you
in
rushed me
wrestling.
through everything.
Wait till the next 4. You think this was bad?
You rushed me right through. I couldn't go
Stuff.
into any detail.
TNA. We'll start it with...
Wait a minute. Why would it be?
With a video.
Jimmy Cornette, the bulldozer, coming at you live from the OffTheMarkShow.com studios, Daddy. What I want to know is, there was a point in time where you made your long-awaited, epic TNA debut, and it was one for the ages. Because I remember what happened. You got a little excited yourself, sir, and the king went the crowd. I want to know, how tough was it for you to walk back to the locker room? Because I know you just came back from surgery. And also, was it a tad embarrassing for you, sir?
Well, actually, it wasn't as tough for me to walk back as it was to walk down that ramp. Here's the deal. I just had the knee surgery, and I was still ACL tied up and everything. I was still walking with a cane, and I debuted in June of '06, and it was 150 degrees in the impact zone. And all day I'd been doing the Charlie Chaplin thing, spinning the cane around, you know. So I decided as I go out on the stage and I get a good pop, I'm gonna milk it, and I'm doing this, but my hand is covered with sweat. The foam thing on the cane is sweaty, and it just straight out. And I expected to look over and see some old woman, you know. I said, okay, now I gotta go down the ramp, right? And everybody backstage is like, is he gonna go? And I just, whoops, okay. So, very flat-footed. I don't need no stinging cane. Get down there, cut the promo, and then get out of the ring and walk back flat. It was a good promo. I wasn't embarrassed. I was tickled by it, you know, more than anything. And actually, some people even thought that I meant to do it. And I let them believe that for a while.
Kyle Sands, did you ever have a bowel movement at the TNA Impact Zone?
What, in the bathroom, or you mean just?
I take it that's what he wants to know.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I used to go to the bathroom as often as possible so that I calm myself down from choking Russo or walking out, getting the car and leaving.
Greg Pike, do you think TNA will ever charge admission for fans to get into the TNA Impact Zone?
No, but they are planning on charging for you to get out. So,
Paul Miller, courtesy of F4W Online, with Jerry Jarrett having done so well as a booker in Memphis, why do you think that didn't translate into more success with TNA?
well, as I know, or as I'm aware, Jerry only wrote the first, 15, 20 shows.
Yeah, it wasn't much.
Jerry was not the booker there very long. And also, did you see anything wrong when Jerry Jarrett left the company? Could you sense something was wrong? I wasn't even there. And to be quite honest, did you ever see Dixie Carter get lost while she was wandering around backstage? No, but I hoped on several
That's
occasions.
from Cornette fan, courtesy of Wrestling Classics.
But no, here's the thing with Jarrett Jarrett and TNA. You know, he started the thing as the pay-per-view, Wednesday night pay-per-view, and then they got television, and then blah, blah, blah. But he was only in the first 6 months or so, and then the direction took a different turn. So I don't, what was the second part of that? I don't really, and I wasn't around at that point. To be honest, I never watched TNA Wrestling until, I'm going to say, 4 weeks before I debuted in June of '06, because I still, WWE and me got sideways in July of '05, but I still had an ownership interest in Ohio Valley Wrestling, and so I was still making money off of them. Plus, I was really pissed off at wrestling, and besides Ring of Honor and reunions with the Midnight Express, I wouldn't really want to do anything. And I was waiting on to clear up the OVW TV rights and get a check, so I didn't want to jack that around too much. So basically, I had never watched any TNA because I knew that Vince Russo was involved in it. And I thought there's no reason for me to make myself mad in my own home. And then when he was gone, I just was in the habit of not watching it, so I didn't. But Dutch Mantell had called me a number of occasions. I said, when I get all this straightened out, then I get my knee surgery, finally time was right. So then I was like, oh, I better start watching this stuff because I don't know what's going on. And so I watched it, and I liked the show, and I thought it had a lot of potential, and there was guys there, boom, boom, boom. And then in, I guess it was late September, Dutch calls and says, well, we made some changes in the creative team. I said, oh, great, good, what? Well, we fired everybody but me and Jeff. I said, well, that's probably a step in the right direction. He said, and we hired one guy. I said, who's that? He said, Vince Russo. What? Vince Russo. Why? He can't explain it. Nobody said, that's, by the way, I've asked so many people that have been around so much longer than I, why? Nobody can explain it. Nobody knows. Jeff Jarrett wanted him there. So I said, have Jeff call me. So Jeff called me. I said, this won't work. I don't know why. I'm speechless. I'll just give it a chance. All right, I didn't want to do it on the phone. So I went down the next taping and sat down with Jeff and Dutch and gave my notice. I said, it's going to detract from business. I can't be around this guy. He'll kill everything he touches. I don't want to be involved in it. Let one of your heel, let Abyss, it was a heel in, lay me out, boom, I'll be done. And Jeff basically said, oh, if you no-show, or if you don't come, you're no-showing, I won't accept your notice. Tried it, blah, 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 blah. So that's what happened.
Halloween Havoc 89, courtesy of Wrestling Classics, says, what is the best part of the new TNA of 2010? What is the worst part of the new TNA of 2010? Got a couple hours. What would you like to see show up, who would you like to see show up in TNA that is on the WWE roster?
Boy. The worst part of the new TNA of 2010, everything. The best part of the new TNA of 2010, nothing. Here's why. I don't even care if anybody else shows up in TNA, it's on the WWE roster. It doesn't make to me. Here's the problem. The problem is, to me, they had a chance to say, okay, we're going to make a statement. We're going to be a new promotion for the 21st century. We're going to fight to get the fans back from the UFC and MMA. We're going to take these guys that we've got on our roster that are young, and we're going to push them, and we're going to get them over, and we're going to use them, the bodies of the older stars to do that while they still are capable. They've got a crew of main eventers that needs to be packed in ice after every performance. I've been saying that to them for a year. Kurt Angle is a machine. He's incredible, but the injuries that he's had, he doesn't need to be wrestling 30-minute matches every night carrying a company on his back. I wanted to see him push the young guys. I wanted to see him do a more serious style. I wanted to see him do an alternative to Vince McMahon, a more credible, logical style, but of course that means getting rid of Vince Russo. And they get rid of everybody but Vince Russo, and I hate to keep harping on this. There they come down now from the heavens to strike me down.
He's got a direct line.
But the problem is Vince Russo's incapable of writing anything that approximates sports. He's incapable of writing anything that anybody can believe. But if they had done that, if every restaurant in the world sold hamburgers, why would you want to open up a restaurant selling hamburgers? You want to open up a restaurant selling chicken. And with Vince selling at least having the best marketing on hamburgers, it may not be the best hamburgers, but McDonald's sells the most hamburgers. They ain't the best, but they sell a lot of them. With Vince doing that, open up a chicken restaurant. Let's have some realistic, credible, sports-based presentation to our wrestling. Let's not be light and do with a less of a budget and less talented people involved in the writing of the thing and copy WWE. Let's do something completely different. So when I saw January 4th, it made me glad that I was gone, because let's face it, if I hadn't been fired or released or terminated or whatever you want to call it in September, I would have been gone in October of my own volition. As soon as I figured out that not only are we never getting rid of Russo, but now we're having these other guys come in and put another company out of business 10 years ago. And they're 10 years older. And it's more of the same. Hogan and Bischoff on the January 4th show, when they're in the ring, it's going to be great. It's going to be, they look like they were trying to talk themselves into it. They look like two quasi-celebrities on a fundraising telethon for a goddamn hurricane disaster. I expect to see Hogan say George Bush doesn't like black people. It was embarrassing. And over on the other channel, you got Vince McMahon and Bret Hart. Bret Hart was a legend. Vince McMahon is the boss, but it's a bunch of gray-haired guys yelling at each other about that happened 15 years ago. The TNA program made all of their young guys like Beer Money, Matt Morgan, Hernandez, etc. meaningless in favor of guys that have had their best years behind them. Maybe they've done a lot in the business before, but goddamn, it's time to move on. And so the answer is blah. No, TNA had a chance to do something and they ball and they ain't gonna get it back.
Well, that answers Todd Packard's question.
Thank you, Todd.
The January 4th show. Clips courtesy of Figure 4. Ask him if the only reason he still slags TNA off is so he can fit the phrase "shine a turd." It's one of his sentences.
Well, it's the phrase "you can't polish a turd." However, after watching TNA of late, I will say that they've increased. As a matter of fact, they bought a Times Square billboard. They hired Hulk Hogan for untold hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars, and Eric Bischoff and all these other guys. And they've gone all the way from a 1 to a 1.2 or 3. Imagine that. I said recently, if a lot of people are looking at a turd, does it still stink?
Jay Zaretsky from Ontario asked, when TNA is out of business, maybe and hopefully by the time this DVD comes out, will you allow yourself to be interviewed for the inevitable rise and fall of TNA DVD?
Now I have a feeling that there'll be enough video evidence out there. You know, here's the thing. I don't want TNA to fail. I wanted TNA to succeed. That's why I went to work there, because Vince McMahon cannot be allowed to have a monopoly on the professional wrestling business. And then he's embarrassed to admit he's even in the pro wrestling business, so he calls it a monopoly on the sports entertainment business. For the sake of the wrestlers, for the sake of the fans, for the sake of everybody who makes a living in this business, except the billionaire who don't need any more money, you can't be allowed to have a monopoly. There always has to be a place to go, another choice, an alternative. I wanted TNA to be that because it seemed like they had the best advantage toward doing that. They had national television, they had monthly pay-per-view, they had a good crew. You could always have better talent, but they had a good crew. They had everything they needed except a direction and a way to implement that made them stand apart from the WWE, and a guy who respected the business ultimately writing the show. And I kept hanging around waiting and waiting and waiting. Sooner or later, somebody's going to smarten up and see this. People laugh at him behind his back in the production meeting every time that they read his drivel that he writes. Eyes roll on the production crew, from the talent side, from the agents. And it just never got any better. And I'm gobsmacked. I don't know how he does it. Nobody I can ask that have been in the business 20 years knows how he does it. But TNA could have been the alternative to Vince, and now, boy, you know, when on January 4th, when they cut to that crowd shot of Dixie Carter, I figure you look at the phrase buyer's remorse in the dictionary, you have to see her picture. Because what the is she, it's just, Dutch like this. I said one time, I told Dutch Mantel, I said, you know what? I said, the people that know how don't have the money, and the people that have the money don't have a clue how. And unfortunately, I guess it's that way with everything.
Ring of Honor. This would be an 8-hour release if we did 4 hours on wrestling and 4 hours or so in this. Well,
Mr. Cornette, you are with Ring of Honor now, but you had another tenure with Ring of Honor. And during that time period, there was one of the greatest feuds on the indies. It was ROH versus CZW. Take us behind the locker room. Take us to the booking meetings. How did that whole thing play out? Was there any heat between the boys? Was John Zandig the douche I always read that he is? Come on, tell us about that feud. The internet wants to know.
Well, I wasn't in on any of the booking meetings. At the time, Gabe Sapolsky was the booker in Ring of Honor. And he said, well, we're thinking about doing this thing. And basically, I mean, I almost feel like I'm, you know, my God, everybody, you can't expose the wrestling business anymore. But there was such a great passion and emotion in the Ring of Honor and Combat Zone Wrestling thing that I almost feel like I'm, you know, telling kids there was no Santa Claus, say there wasn't really any unprofessional conduct. But at the same time, there was a lot of shooting going on. Because I think that's why it got over, because the fans, remember what I said, Jarrett always said, you know, when he had Lawler and Dundee working a program with each other, the fans knew Jerry Lawler and Bill Dundee didn't like each other, because they told the fans, whether they were partners, both baby faces, one of them's a heel, fight each other, whatever, they told the fans at the arena, they told the fans at the convenience store after the matches, you know, they didn't like each other. And Jarrett used that, and they sold out year after year when he put them against each other, because the fans knew there was an element there, they were going to beat the piss out of each other. I think hardcore wrestling is the most ridiculous, inane, stupid thing that I've ever seen in my life. And I talked about ECW, you know, they only scratched the surface. This Combat Zone Wrestling, the broken light tubes, the fluorescent light tubes, the barbed wire, the staple gun, I mean, just anything about it, I think it's ridiculous. I think anybody that perpetrates it has to have their head examined. I think anybody that promotes it ought to be put in jail. That Ian Rotten in the state of Kentucky. Now, the state of Kentucky used to have one of the easiest athletic commissions in the world to get along with. $5 license and fucking have a promoter's license, they wouldn't even send an inspector. Because of Ian Rotten and his hardcore wrestling getting on the news, people being splattered with blood, guy almost bled to death because he got punctured by a fluorescent light tube, was taken to the hospital, hardcore wrestling invades state. All of a sudden now there's inspectors and there's rules and regulations. You can't have any blood, even accidental blood. Match must end immediately. You'll lose your promoter's license. The licenses cost a fortune more. We immuned the people to simple angles that they could believe that a guy could work and you could still believe he was hurt. It doesn't take any talent to take blunt instruments and bash each other over the head for real in front of 200 people at a goddamn parking lot of a bowling alley for $20 if you get paid at all. It made the business look bad. It made the boys, when I saw the wrestler, I went into a 3-day depression. Because here are people who may not know anything about professional wrestling for the last 20 years, since Hulk Hogan and Hulkamania, or I remember Ric Flair or whatever, and now they're thinking, oh my God, that's what happened to all those guys. And now professional wrestling is in a goddamn VFW hall, and all the people, I don't even take independent bookings. Because I'm afraid if I go to a show that there's only 200 people at, and I've got my gimmick table out, people look at me and say, oh, now he needs the money too. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing that the average person would say, oh, he would hear that somebody's being stapled with a staple gun or ripped up with broken glass or doing this foolishness. It takes no talent. It takes no art. The people that go and pay to see it, I have serious doubts about their mental capacity, that you would think that's entertainment, which taxes the very definition of the word. And the whole thing is ridiculous. And it's, what if you were a basketball fan and all your life you loved basketball? You got a tickle out of the Harlem Globetrotters, but I mean, at least it was still an athletic show. But mostly you like the Boston Celtics or the goddamn whatever the. And all of a sudden they come up with new rules for basketball, like I'm sure Vince Russo would like to write, where you've got to make the inbounds pass through across a flaming table. And if you got to shoot a free throw, you got to shoot it over 3 coils of barbed wire. And there's a guy on the fucking top of the goddamn basket that's going to try to spear the ball and puncture it and throw a spear at you and whatever the. People, what the is this? Why would anybody want to be involved in this? Why the would anybody want to be involved in a situation where they're going to be ripped up with barbed wire, bashed with light tubes, cut with broken glass, snapped with mouse traps, and hit with a staple gun? I made $15,000 for. I took one bump and it was a one because Luger threw a punch. I made $10,000 for jumping off that scaffold and regretted that. And somebody's going to do that to themselves for $20 because, like Ian Rotten, they have some kind of inordinate need to be somebody in front of a few delinquent people at a goddamn bowling alley in West Fuckwad, Indiana. It just makes everybody in our business look like. And that's what I conveyed in the Ring of Honor fucking CZW angle and meant every word of it, and people loved it because they bought it because they knew it was real.
Very good, Zach.
But everybody involved was professional. Even though Zandy couldn't say suey if the hogs had him, I blistered him on the promo. But how can you defend the indefensible?
Zach Lambert, when you first made an appearance in Ring of Honor back in 2003, did you think it would grow into the company it is today?
I did not. I was hoping so, but to be honest, I thought it was a good independent show, and I thought this was going to be a good independent show. But now that's why I've always been a fan of theirs. I always got along well with Kerry. I've never had any problems with Gabe. Like Adam Pearce, the booker, all the people that work there, the guys, they always work hard. That's why I'm there now. But that's why I'm saying I guess I've always felt there's needed to be an alternative. I was hoping TNA would be that because they were best equipped financially, but they're not going to be. So, the next day after the TNA thing happened, Kerry called me and they'd gotten the television, they'd gone through the pay-per-view thing. I think they put the cart before the horse. I think it's hard to have pay-per-view before you have television. TNA found that out. But I would have never dreamed they'd be on national television on HDNet, 7 years later. And I never dreamed they'd still be a high-profile company and actually being more high-profile with the big shows in New York and etc. So I'm happy, but I didn't think that at the time.
Ring of Honor, it's finally come to the big time. It's on HDNet. But Jimmy, I've got to be honest, I really liked Ring of Honor back in the day. The likes of Loki, Christopher Daniels, AJ Styles, Spanky. I know you don't like the name Spanky, but hey, Spanky, it's kind of funny. Anyway, I want to know, what did you think about Ring of Honor then versus now? And also, do you have any booking power now, or are you strictly an on-air talent, per se?
Per se. I like the way you per se. Adam Pearce is the booker, but I obviously can make suggestions, and that's what my job is. Executive producer can be anything, and whether it's open up a new market for live events, or I've got a connection to find a sponsorship, or somebody to help promote, or, hey, I think we could do this on television. They're listening and they're letting me do that because I want the company to succeed. Not doing it for the money at this point. I'm doing it because I want there to be an alternative. I know everybody when Samoa Joe and AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels were in Ring of Honor. I did too. I thought they were great. But if you notice, you never get a new star over until the old star leaves. So when they went on their way, then along came the Briscoes and Bryan Danielson, Nigel McGuinness, and everybody, wow, these guys. Well, now Bryan and Nigel have left. Thank God Briscoes are around. But here comes Austin Aries and Tyler Black. Tyler Black's 23 years old. He's hardly been able to legally vote for 2 years. You know, I think he's going to be a star. I think a lot. Roderick Strong. I don't want to leave anybody out. I want to say a lot of names, but Brent Albright, I've always been a big fan of. Daivari just started. Sean Daivari just started the last TV tapings. He was very underutilized in a variety of ways. You can never get a big star over until the previous star leaves. Jackie Fargo had to hand the torch to Jerry Lawler. Bruno Sammartino had to pass it off to, well, he didn't pass it to Bob Backlund. But you know what I'm saying. So basically, guys are always going to move. They're always going to go on to another job, or bigger and better, or sometimes smaller and lesser. But ultimately, I think Ring of Honor has proven that they are a new style of wrestling. They let the wrestlers do their shit, and they let the fans decide who they like, and then we go from there. And I want to keep doing that. I want to steal some of the UFC fans. I want to steal some of the MMA fans. I want to take the young 20-something, maybe 30-something guys that don't have the big national names, but they got hunger and they got talent, and I want to try to help create a framework where wrestling, I want to do pro wrestling as it was done in the 80s with guys that were born in the 80s. Imagine that. Treat it seriously, be logical, let the guys go out and be themselves and get over, sell the guys based on their personalities and not a bunch of hokey gimmicks, and don't insult people's attention or insult people's intelligence and just start slapping them in the face that we're phony, it's all a show, cartoon. No. Why do you think they like UFC? It's real, yes, but it's also because we understand it. I know this guy, I know that guy, I know why they're going to fight, let's see who's going to win. That's the basis of pro wrestling. So anyway.
All right, another video. Stephen M.
This is going to take a long
Jersey.
fucking time, ain't it?
Hello, Mr. Cornette, James E. Cornette, Jim Cornette, whichever you prefer to be called. I'm a big fan of you, and I'm glad that you have come back to the Ring of Honor crew. I actually have 2 questions for you. If you can't answer both, that's perfectly fine. The first one I'd like to say is that we all know John Cena is the main guy in WWE. But who in ROH do you think could be the next John Cena, and why? And I guess the other question would be, is that who in WWE do you feel is not getting the deserving push that they should, and why?
Okay, well, first of all, I would never say somebody else is going to be the next John Cena. I know what he's asking, who's going to be the next big star? Because to me, everybody ought to be individuals. The reason why wrestlers don't get over better than they do now these days is because they got writers putting words in their mouth. They can't get themselves over. I think Tyler Black is a superstar waiting to happen, but he's too young right now. He needs more seasoning. He needs more time, but you get a 27, 28-year-old Tyler Black, athletically as good as he is, but then getting this up here, and I think you got a superstar. The Briscoes as a tag team are unique. I love their promos, which everybody's, the Briscoes can't talk. No, the Briscoes are the most legitimate, real, credible promo in professional wrestling today, because they sound they talk, they do their promo exactly like they talk. You can't tell the difference between on and off camera, and they're naturals. So I love that, and they're unique once again. So, and secondly, what was the second part of his question?
Was it stars in?
It was
underutilized in WWE.
Underutilized in WWE. I don't want to call any names right now, because that would stooge me that I'd never watch the TV show because it gives me gas. But all the guys that were in OVW developmental from 2002 until 2005, just write all their names down.
Very good. Mark Berry, will Ring of Honor ever start doing house shows in the South? I think that's St. Louis, Nashville, Memphis, Atlanta would be great stops for you guys.
Bada bing, Charlotte, North Carolina. April the 3rd, you may be watching this after that, but the Big Bang takes place April 3rd, and the reason why that we chose Charlotte, North Carolina, just an example, all the big-time independent shows in the Carolinas, which was a rich wrestling market over the past several years that have drawn big crowds, have been Legends-based shows. Mm-hmm. We think that the fans that loved wrestling in the Carolinas, we were predisposed to like wrestling, and the new fans that like wrestling and haven't seen anything that they like lately, all of them will like Ring of Honor. The Big Bang, it all begins again. Pro wrestling explodes into the 21st century. After Charlotte, we got our eyes, we're doing the paperwork to get promoters' licenses in Kentucky. WrestleMania next year is going to be taking place in Atlanta, and Ring of Honor sort of has a little tradition. I think a lot of those towns, we want to open up more live markets. I've talked to a lot of people who have experience promoting local wrestling shows and have done very well with it, and we're going to start using those people to help us. And so the South and the Midwest and all parts in between is on the roster.
Very good. Mark O'Connell, what are your thoughts on Ring of Honor suing Ric Flair?
Well, and you phrased it nicer than this guy up here did, but it's the same question. You know, I wasn't here. That was before I started. I'm not sure what the situation was. Basically, I understand that Rick was paid money in advance to make appearances, that then once that Vince found out that Ring of Honor was on television, you may remember Vince McMahon doesn't have a clue of what's going on in the professional wrestling business anywhere other than his own company. Then he said, well, I don't think you got to be doing the TV, and Rick didn't do the TV, and apparently the money didn't get paid back. I don't want to get in the middle of it. I like Kerry Silk, and he's a friend of mine. I believe what he says, but Ric Flair has helped me a lot in my career, gave me my first booking job, recommended me for the highest paying job I ever had, which was not, by the way, working for Vince McMahon. So I don't want to get in the middle of them, but I think it's a shame that a guy with the reputation and just the man, Ric Flair, is having problems with wrestling promoters when probably I would say that for 20 years, if you were a wrestling promoter, the most dependable thing that you could hear, the best thing you could hear on your card was, I got Ric Flair, because you knew he was going to be there, you knew he was going to tear the house down, you knew he was going to sell some tickets. Now it's going sideways, and I hate to see it.
Volume 1 is in the
Volume
books.
1. And I was being brief, folks. I'm sorry.
Okay, it's not deja vu.
All over again.
All over again. It's Vujade. No, we didn't cover so much, and I'm tired of your emails. I'm tired of the outcry on all the message boards. My question. We thought we'd pack a nice concise 4 hours last time, covering all the areas that our guest covered in professional wrestling, and we did that. But apparently there was more that we hadn't touched. So Jim, here
Wait a minute. You didn't tell me you were going to touch me, or we would have negotiated a different fee for this episode.
We'll cover all that stuff.
Sean, it's good to be back.
How
Thank
have you been?
Thank you for having me. I enjoy being had. I've been great. I've been excellent.
Yeah.
I'm having a lot of fun.
Yeah, huh?
Relax,
I've been reading about that.
Relaxing at home. I make a little news every once in a while. Relaxing at home, staying out of trouble. You know.
Staying employed, it's called.
We'll talk about it, I'm sure.
So let's kick it off with Mark
I love
Berry.
doing this stuff, by the way. Just, you know, Sean and I, we get together, we talk, we chat, we have idle banter back and forth, and it's fun for the whole family. And hopefully if you find folks, you know, let me just say this before we get started. Everybody says, oh, geez, Cornette, he's burnt this bridge with WWE, he's burnt this bridge with TNA, he's burned a lot of these, I don't burn bridges, I demolish them. Yeah. The bridge over the River Kwai, you know, straight up. He's not going to have any place else to work. Here's the problem. The problem is I just want to relate this to the folks so they understand. So when we, you know, answer these questions, they know where I'm coming from. I'm so completely disgusted with corporate wrestling and most of the people who run, especially the well-funded companies in our industry today, and the promoters and various people who have hired people who have made this business go to hell, that I figure if I am going to live a few more years at least, hopefully, knock on wood, and also if I'm going to have a career involved in wrestling, I'm going to put my trust in the wrestling fans. I'm going to put my fate and my destiny in the hands of the wrestling fans instead of in the promoters, because I trust the fans who are like I am and wish they could see some good wrestling and wish they had wrestling back. I'm more like them than I am these promoters that I've seen how they've treated me and the rest of the talent. I see how they treat and look down their nose at the business, so I'd rather throw my lot in with the humble little wrestling fans, and we can all have fun doing this stuff, and the promoters with all the big millions of dollars, billions of dollars, can go piss up a rope. Except, of course, for the fine folks at Ring of Honor who are trying to present wrestling the way that it should be done. But they're not a big corporation. They're nice people.
Well,
Not heartless, nameless, faceless corporate entity, but fine folks trying to present wrestling as it was intended by Mother Nature himself or herself.
well, I'll tell you, the fans are the ones really that cut your paycheck. It's not the promoters.
Exactly.
And they're always there. Promoters may come and go. Federations come and go. The fans
The
are
fans
the
cut
only
the
constant
paychecks
in
and the
business.
promoters cut the farts.
That's it. And let me please point out that you're wearing a heatwear, heat-wear.com.
There you go. You can plug that.
And you are the book.
My man Kevin Sullivan, my mentor, my old friend. I had a choice of T-shirts today, and I chose Kevin Sullivan. He'd like to thank me for
A
that.
fine choice available at heat-wear.com. Who you
And
got?
you can hop over. We got to do a banner between that and JimCornette.com, because that way when you go to JimCornette.com to get like my new rookie year video, you know, volume 1, volume 2, it's a 2-disc set of volume 1, 2-disc set of volume 2. Together you get 4 discs, 10 hours, my entire complete rookie year with collector's booklet, which comes actually as sort of like a video diary, because I go from start to finish. The contents are like a video and audio diary and written diary of my first year in wrestling. That's available at JimCornette.com, along with the Midnight Express book. I see here as a question from somebody who bought the Midnight Express book from your website, JimCornette.com. So I just bring that up in the spirit of doing business here.
That's item 2201. 10 minutes left, 10 seconds left on that. Bring that up on
We
the
can't do
screen.
this all day.
Do it as Don West. Could you do one as Don West?
No, I'll hurt myself. I don't
okay.
know how Don breathes.
Mark Berry, Jim, first of all, thank you for entertaining myself and thousands of dedicated fans across the country over the years. Yes, I bought the Midnight Express from your website.
Well, no, he didn't buy the Midnight Express are not on sale. I think he meant to say book.
I was going to say,
because
things are slow for Stan. Would it be a good idea, if this is not already done, and it's not, for the indie promotions to come together under one system or co-op, much like the NWA used to be? This way they could help each other, share talent, so that the promotions would have a better chance of survival.
It would be a fantastic idea. And for reasons that are both historic and unfortunate, it will probably never happen. Because you go back to when Vince McMahon started the national expansion in 1984, and Jim Crockett, and I believe, who was involved in Pro Wrestling USA? Vern Gagne.
It was
Jerry
Vern,
Jarrett,
Jarrett.
Jim Crockett.
Yeah.
Fritz World Class was involved, or
No,
no?
I don't
No,
think they used any of those
no.
guys.
I see the cameraman shaking his head. The jowls are flapping around and everything. A lot of the big promoters got together and said, well, we'll compete with Vince. And the problem was they began dropping like flies out of it because, as the story goes, they couldn't agree on who was going to get coffee. Everybody wanted their talent to be on top for honest reasons, because they trusted those guys the most, and also for some dishonest reasons, I'm sure. But they wanted their guys to be on top. They wanted to call the shots, etc. And wrestling promoters have historically never been able to work together, and that's how Vince actually got the upper hand and got far enough away from him they couldn't catch him. Crockett was the only one that really hung over the long term. Watts, I think kind of knew that there was going to be no cooperation, was trying to do his own thing. And I'll say this today, I've mentioned to, to the folks at Ring of Honor, and look at this, no sugar still. I've mentioned to the folks at Ring of Honor that we should find the best independent promotions, the top talent in them, and try to deal with those people, because if we come to a market in the Midwest or the Northeast a few times a year, they're always there, so it makes sense that we would want to use the top local talent as well as possibly co-promote, and also the tryout camps that we're doing.
John Cage, in your opinion, Mr. Cornette, what are the main problems which have reduced audience figures, live attendance, and pay-per-view buys over the last few years, specifically more so in TNA, which now converts less than 1% of its audience to its pay-per-view, around 10,000, in around 1.2 million.
10,000 people out of 1.2 million viewers is what he's saying buy the pay-per-views. 10,000 may be lucky.
He feels it's the writers with writing stuff with little significance. As a result, the audience who did pay for it immediately regrets it, as there is no consequence. For me, wrestling is all about cause and effect, and is all about consequence. What the writers have done is remove any consequences from events and matches, and as a result, it all means nothing and nobody draws. Well, you kind of answered your own question. He asks, Vince Russo's a total New York prick, and I wish I meet him. So I can tell him and explain to him. Now that might be constituted as a terroristic threat.
Don't threaten Vince Russo,
John?
because he will send you a letter in writing that he's in extreme fear of you, and he will complain to the teacher.
They'll throw a paper airplane at you from the law firm.
He said, explain to him just using the facts why he did his job, and you glossed over this man's carefully orchestrated book that he wrote there. But basically, yes,
It'd be
the
another
problem.
4 hours. Go ahead.
The problem is, yes, the audience figures and the pay-per-view buy rates are down because the writers do not invest a lot of time in making big matches between Stone Cold Steve Austin and The Rock, or two top guys that you want to see wrestle and pay to see that. They spend too much time worrying about what's the soap opera aspect of it and what's the backstory and all the cute little written scripted lines. And with Russo, he especially resents a match being presented as important without a story behind it that he's written and manipulated. So when you make the matches meaningless, naturally it comes to pass that nobody pays to see them.
Which brings us to Shane Mead from Melbourne, Australia. Will the business ever go back to having bookers, or are we doomed with wrestling writers also being a one-person worker, past or present, who should have been given a chance to book a major territory company? Keep up the good work, kayfabe commentary.
I think, well, the business still has bookers in a few places, and Ring of Honor has a booker. You know, a few of the independents have bookers. I think corporate wrestling is doomed to writers because they've gotten so far away from what wrestling is that now a booker would go in. If you offered me the book at TNA and WWE, how can you possibly do this? The whole company is structured so that you can't have a booker. A booker should have. This is why Jarrett wouldn't take the job at WCW years ago. This is why Bill Watts didn't take it for quite a while, and this is why a lot of other people have turned down jobs at various places. A booker has to have control over the talent, who's hired and who's fired, what they get paid, because if a booker's going to book a guy here and he's making this money, then the owner's going to say, well, book him here. Well, I don't want to book him there because he only deserves to be booked here. It's not my fault what you're paying him. You see where this is going? So the booker always had charge of the talent and how they were used and what went on television and the house shows. And the major companies now will not give that up, will not allow that to happen, because they think that they're some kind of large entertainment conglomerate and they're all going to win Emmys and make major motion pictures and sitcoms. And you can't have that position anymore, which is why corporate wrestling sucks, in my opinion.
TJ Ballarat from Australia. Do you think a lot of wrestling these days, especially in independent, is spot wrestling more so than technical wrestling?
Well, and you know, once again, spot wrestling, technical wrestling, choreographed wrestling would be a better way to describe a lot of independents these days. Rip Rogers calls it as seen on TV. Everybody does the stuff that the guys that have jobs that they'd like to have do because they're on television making money, right? But the problem is, these guys are on TV for 5-6 minutes. They get boomed, but they get clotheslines. My God, can you get rid of some clotheslines, chops, etc.? Everybody wants to be Flair. Choreographed wrestling, when the guys talk over every single bit of the match, they take the customers out of it. If you're running a restaurant and you're a cook, you're going to cook the thing the same way every time, or is a customer going to say, can I have a little less salt with that, or can you put some butter on that, or hold the mayo, or whatever, to customize it? Good workers go out and customize. They do all their and they do all the other guys, but they customize the match to the audience. They're the conductors, the audience is the orchestra. They're kind of bringing them up and down, but the audience is feeding you. So when something's laid out ahead of time, which a lot of independent matches are, using stuff that's only seen on television, over a period of time, there's a lot of stuff that everybody works the same, and there's a lot of stuff that never gets done. And that, to me, they're just going for the, oh, this will be a cool move. Well, did it mean anything when you did it? Why did you do it? What happened afterwards? You know, did you follow a shooting with a stabbing? Et cetera, et cetera.
TJ, why is it that we don't see a lot of Australian talent overseas? Would it be due to the structure of Australian wrestling?
What is the structure of Australian wrestling? Well, in years past, obviously, if you're from Australia, TJ, then you might remember these names. Ron Miller and Larry O'Day were a tag team from Australia that came to the United States in the early 70s, worked Florida, worked Tennessee. George Barnes and Bill Dundee from Australia. Mario Milano I think I don't know if he started in Australia, but became a name in Australia, came over here. You know, there were a lot of Australian stars in the business in the past. I think it's probably just because of the constriction of the business that there's not a lot of top names in Australia to come to this country anymore. Just like there's not a lot of top names here to go to Australia, to be quite honest with you.
Thomas from the Netherlands. Dear Mr. Cornette, do you believe professional wrestling could become more popular by adding MMA influences, like having matches won by KO or referee stoppage?
Definitely. You know, I'm not saying let's go all the way to Strike Force, and if they break out into an angle, cut away from it and don't mention it. I'm not saying that. But anything that makes pro wrestling more credible, where you can suspend your disbelief, anything that makes it more sport-like, becomes an alternative to the WWF, also takes wrestling back to what was so popular with so many people for so many years, which was, we can buy this, we kind of know what's going on, but just don't slap us in the face with it. I think, yeah, referee stoppage, knockouts, anything. The MMA and UFC in general are really hot now and are kicking Vince's ass on pay-per-view and are doing these mega gates, and everybody's reading about it in the papers. Take advantage of that, because MMA and UFC are pro wrestling from 30 years ago with a few tweaks in high def. You know, basically they've changed it a little bit, and it's in high def, and it is real, and basically it's pro wrestling. So wrestling ought to steal something back from MMA.
Todd Matthey, how is your salary as a manager determined? Great question.
My salary as a manager was determined, especially in some of the places that I worked in the territory days, just like the wrestlers was. They would take all the money from the show in a bushel basket, grab it, and throw it up in the air, and whatever stuck to the ceiling, the boys got. Legitimately, you know, in the old days, a manager would get a payoff depending on the territory. He might get paid the same thing as his guys. He might get paid underneath money. He might get paid a little more than some of the guys he was managing if he was also figured into the office or in some respect. I made underneath money in Memphis and was glad to get it, because that's where I got my start and my experience. When we went to Mid-South, Bobby and Dennis stood up for me and basically said we're a three-man team, so Jim Cornette should get paid what we get paid. And from then on, basically, I got the same thing as the Midnight Express. In some cases, you know, other guys didn't have the same deal, but we always considered that we were a three-man team. Of course, basically, that just in my book, Jim Cornette and Midnight Express 25th Anniversary Scrapbook, there is a chapter available at jimcornette.com. There is a chapter, Jim Crockett Jr. had to describe in a lawsuit deposition in Beckley, West Virginia, when we had a big lawsuit there, how the wrestlers got paid. And this was when they figured on the house instead of, you know, guaranteed contracts and guarantees, right? Because in the old days, you got paid on the house, and allegedly. And so when I basically print this verbatim in the book, but it sounds like an Abbott and Costello routine. He's got these two attorneys, these educated men in a room, and he's leading them around in more circles that chased a cat that ate the rat that lived in the house that Jim built. I applied his formula to what we got paid the night in question, and I'll let you buy the book and see how it comes out, but it's very interesting. Point is, it was really strange how the wrestlers got paid in the old days.
Anthony Militek, Vince Russo said in his book that you had an idea to bring Terry Funk back to WWF in 1997 by having him come out of a box. When you were asked why you had the idea, you said that anyone who comes out of a box is instantly
Over.
Excuse me, over. Is this true?
Well, much like all of the other things that Vince Russo has ever learned or gleaned from the wrestling business, he got the tip of the iceberg on this and took it and ran with it and didn't understand the underlying truth. Because, you know, as Bill Watts would say, if Vince Russo was walking through a wrestler's locker room, he'd be whistling Stranger in Paradise. What I said was Mick Foley, who I don't remember at that time whether he was still Mankind or whether he was going to become Cactus Jack or whatever the he was going to be, but he was a top guy at the time in the WWF. And I can't remember who he was with. Might have been the New Age Outlaws. I don't know. I, once again, like an Auschwitz survivor, I tend to put my times with Vince Russo in the same room out of my mind, like a bad, you know, sexual abuse case when I was very small or something. So what I said was, I said, he needs a partner. And they were talking about who could it be and what could we do and blah, blah, blah. I said, have him do the old deal. Of course, it wasn't old to Russo because Russo never paid any attention to wrestling. He was too busy watching his B movies to steal bad scripts that went straight to video to try to redo them in wrestling. Have Mick come out and bring the New Age Outlaws or whoever it was the present. It's the big box. It's the big box. And people, ooh, what's in the box? It's been done in wrestling territories for years and years and years. And when the New Age Outlaws come out and go, what the f is this? And we don't trust this. And whatever the f happens, bam, out bursts Terry Funk in Madison Square Garden or where it was going to be, busts out of the box, and together he and Mick Foley beat up the New Age Outlaws, and there is Mick Foley and Terry Funk as a tag team. And Russo said, well, why would he come out of the box? I said, you idiot. He comes out of the box because that's the way the skit's done. Did you ask the guys in vaudeville, Abbott and Costello, why did they say Flugel Street and slowly I turn? No, because that's the bit. You idiot. You drive me crazy with your stupid comments. And I said, which Vince, you ought to know, anybody that comes out of a box always gets over. And he just couldn't comprehend that. And plus I was with him at that point because he was showing me his stupidity. It's like you like professional baseball?
I don't.
Okay, what sport do you like?
Football.
Football, what's your favorite play in football?
Whatever's going to score.
Can you, because I don't know anything about football. See, we're trying to come up with an analogy here, and it may be a bottomless well, but is there a play, can anybody name a play in football, an old play in football?
Sure, the Hail Mary.
Okay, the Hail Mary. Okay, what if you're a professional football coach and one of the guys says, let's do a Hail Mary, and the coach says, what's that and why would that work? Vince Russo is the writer of a goddamn major television wrestling program, and he doesn't even know how to bring somebody out of a box because he never paid any attention and blah, blah, blah. And it's, you know, he would see things since he has apparently the ADD and not very good attention skills and comprehension, retention is what I'm trying to say. What he would do is he would see things that stuck with him, and he would remember those, but not the setup or the payoff or the build or whatever. So he would just do them. And then he'd do something else. And then people would be going, why would that happen, followed by that and that? We didn't even remember who was inside of these guys. And they don't know what. But he doesn't know why you would build the guy coming out of the box. But I don't know.
Steve, Brisbane, Australia. Jim, if you were backstage with a wrestler who was about to walk to the ring for his first match, what advice would the all-time greatest wrestling manager have for him? I'm guessing that's you.
Don't jump over the top rope. No. Glenn Kulka actually was a former Canadian pro football player that was in early developmental in the WWF. He was training in the warehouse, and then he went to Memphis for a little while. He was massive, he was solid, he was big, he was jacked up and everything. Boy, he looked great. And he was a little green, a lot green. He goes to Canada to where he played football, his big hometown, and this is where he actually drew a house. The place was packed to see him. And he's so jacked, he's ready to go. He comes out, he gets the music, he gets up on a second turnbuckle, he jumps out into the middle of the ring to face his opponent and lands and breaks his leg. Mike Furness, Doug Furness, you remember Doug, the world's strongest man. Mike Furness wanted to be a professional wrestler, and that was box office for us at Knoxville because Doug Furness was a UT football player, a big star there. So Doug agreed to come back. If we'd use Mike and Doug Furness against the Heavenly Bodies, this is going to be money, right? So we got Mike in the ring he was a good athlete. He'd played football too, so we got him in the ring for a little while. Jimmy Del Rey and Tom Pritchard worked out with him some. Several other people worked out with him some. I think he maybe had a 30-second TV match, but his first real match was going to be Christmas night in Knoxville. I think it may be '93. And so Doug, even the experienced veteran, he even offers to sell for him. So the Bodies beat Doug like crazy. Boom, 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 boom. They got him going for like 10 minutes till finally Doug can build. He makes that hot tag to Mike Furness, and Mike Furness jumps in the ring and runs at Tom Pritchard and flies through the air and hits him with a clothesline, and Tom takes a big bump. And so did Mike. He ran and charged at such speed when he hit him, he flipped over and landed and rolled right out the ring on the other side. So the babyface comeback lasted 5 seconds. Tag, jump in, bam, and boom, out on the concrete on the other side of the floor. Don't jump into the ring, over the top rope, off the ropes, or dive in, or any combination of those, because it leads to tragedy.
Keep it simple, and your odds of succeeding will be higher. Sebastian from Quebec.
Keeping me moving here today.
Keeping you going, brother. Who, in your own opinion, is the legend or the icon in today's pro wrestling? His choice, okay, you're limited to, apparently, Sting, HBK, Mick Foley, Ric Flair, Jerry Lawler, Undertaker, Bret Hart, Terry Funk, Hulk Hogan, or fill in your own. So you're not limited to anything.
Geez. The icon or the legend. With all due respect, we got to narrow this list down a little bit. Ric Flair, Hulk Hogan, Undertaker. Not that I don't appreciate the work of Jerry Lawler. Is one of my favorite wrestlers. Grew up watching him. I love Mick Foley to death. Not so warm on HBK like Bret Hart. Love me some Terry Funk. But you know, when you think of a legend or an icon, got to be a huge name. Ric Flair, Hulk Hogan were the biggest names in the business during one of the biggest boom periods of the 80s. Undertaker, his longevity and the place that he's had at the top. Gosh, I think then it comes down to, you know, then it's icon of different people. You like great pro wrestlers, Ric Flair's your icon. You like, you know, 80s WWF, Hulk Hogan's your icon. You like badass WWF, Undertaker's your icon. So pick your icon.
Okay, those are 3 good ones to work from there. Supersonic, courtesy of F4WOnline.com, wants us to ask Jim what he thinks he really knows about drawing huge money in 20. Oh, they like to needle you sometimes.
Oh,
Jim.
yeah, they're sticking me.
What exactly is so great that he could come up with that could sell out a stadium for WrestleMania? Why has he allowed himself as a booker to amount to jack? I'm sure he was great in OVW, but why hasn't he ever brought that booking side of himself to a much bigger, drawing ridiculously huge money stage?
Okay, well now let me take them one at a time. What do I really think, or what do I think I really know about drawing huge money in 2010? Nothing. Reason being, the promoters have, I mentioned TNA and WWE specifically, and a lot of the independents and the hardcore stuff is just ancillary damage. But the business now has become so hokey and so overdone and so over drawn out, dramatic, choreographed, fucking passionless, emotionless that I don't think huge money can be drawn in 2010 except for WrestleMania and that type of event, which if you notice, it now pretty much does the same business no matter who's in the main event. I mean, obviously there's a difference between having, well, I hate to mention anybody's name as the Mulkey Brothers. I'll go back. They love it when I mention them. The Mulkey Brothers can't be in the main event, but huge money is reserved for the UFC. What exactly is so great that he could come up with that would sell out a stadium for WrestleMania? Well, I don't know, because I haven't come up with it yet. Because number one, I haven't been trying, because I'm not going to sell out the stadium at WrestleMania, and secondly, it's not my job, and third, for the reason I just mentioned, business is in such shape. Why has he allowed himself as a booker to amount to jack? Hey, that's pretty good for a wrestling booker to amount to. I worked hard to amount to jack, I'll have you know. I'm sure he was great in OVW, thank you, I was, but why hasn't he ever brought that booking side of himself to a much bigger, drawing ridiculously huge money stage? I have been. I was on the booking committee of WCW. They weren't drawing any money, but it wasn't my fault. Jim Hurd, see the book. I was on the booking committee in the WWF. That's where I first developed blood pressure problems, because unfortunately this moron named Vince Russo was next to me at the table, and that prevented anything from happening. And secondly, TNA I tried, but once again, C, answer B. So, you know, and I'm not saying I'm the greatest booker in the world, because I'll tell you what, Bill Watts said himself that he learned from Eddie Graham. Eddie Graham taught Dusty Rhodes. Eddie Graham taught Bill Watts. Eddie Graham taught Kevin Sullivan. Eddie Graham taught a lot of people. He was great. You had great bookers in the past who proved time after time, year in and year out, in their territories that they could pack the buildings week after week and month after month with different talent because they had an affinity and a feel for the business. I've tried to learn from them. Vince Russo tries to learn from some guy that writes scripts for B movies that go directly to video. Bootleg bowling won't even sell them. So, you know, I may not be the best. I'm certainly no Bill Watts, and I never said I was, but I'm better than these comedy writers that get a degree in college that have never performed or been in any type of sport, either one, to know what it's like to be involved in professional wrestling. They've never been fans of wrestling, so they don't know it from the inside, they don't know it from the outside. They get a degree from some college that says that they're writers, and they go write comedy, and then the boss's daughter hires them, or some moron that had success because he worked for a company that had it together 15 years ago, somehow suckers other people into letting him control the destiny of professional wrestlers. That's what the problem is. Them, I'm better than. So thank you for your question, and thank you very much.
All right.
Mr. James E. Cornette. This is the Hess Express here on the OffTheMarkShow.com. I want to know, are you ever going to start another wrestling promotion?
Is that it?
That's it.
No. I'm not young enough. I don't have the energy. The talent is not out. Why would I start another wrestling promotion now when you got one that's doing well and one that's pouring money down a drain and Ring of Honor is treading water quite nicely in the pool and everybody else is starving to death? Yeah, I want to jump into that. Next, I'll start that buggy whip factory that I've been looking to invest in for my retirement. Thank you very much for your question. No, I'd love to. I'd rather spend my time without having a heart attack helping Ring of Honor than I would trying to do, because I'm a micromanager and I got the OCD, and then I don't sleep, and then I yell at people.
Oh, you're fun to work for, huh?
Well, you know, it's not that I'm a perfectionist, it's just everything has to be flawless.
Potpourri. Next chapter.
Potpourri.
Here we are. Eric from Kingston, Tennessee. Congratulations.
We used to run that town.
I was going to say, it's right in your backyard. Congratulations on the website, CornettesCollectibles.com. I bought both Midnight Express 25th Anniversary Scrapbook and Wrestling Rarities. DVD
the
set.
Midnight Express set,
Midnight
which I didn't even
Express
mention
set,
yet.
Right.
You know.
didn't even talk about that.
Amazingly enough.
He loves them both. Can you give us any hints on future projects or releases? This is QVC today, but go ahead.
Yeah, well, the Midnight Express DVD is, everybody's seen all the classic TV matches and pay-per-view matches that we had, and Vince McMahon owns those in the library of the WWE, and you see him every once in a while when he wants to jack us on royalties. But I had some home video, some camcorder footage, some stuff that aired on Japanese television. It was never showed in America. That some cable access stuff, some different things. Quite nice quality, if I do say so myself. And that gave the people a chance to see the Midnight Express that you never see on tape. And as a matter of fact, there's about 5 World Tag Title matches with the Rock and Roll Express from 1986, including a couple of the best ones we ever had: Philadelphia, Charlotte. There's some matches, the Tully and Arn match where we won the titles in Philadelphia. A lot of stuff, camcorder footage now, but this is the stuff that was in my private collection that you can't be sued for. So
speaking of which,
check it out.
Jorge Negron says, what's the most prized possession in your wrestling memorabilia collection?
Okay, well, it's the easiest question I'll have all day to answer. St. Louis was the home city of the NWA for so many years, and Sam Muchnick was revered as one of the greatest wrestling promoters in history. He kept St. Louis business. I mean, the sports writers in town covered it as a real sport. It had respect. The attendances over the years were huge. He started promoting in 1945, retired in 1982. I won't tell you the whole long story and saga of how I was able to obtain this legally, I might add, but I have a bound set of every program for every show that Sam Muchnick ran in St. Louis, from his first in 1945 to his last in 1982. So this many volumes, and the first volume is autographed by Sam Muchnick, Lou Thez, Jack Briscoe, Dory Funk Jr., Terry Funk, Harley Race, Ric Flair, and Gene Kiniski. Bam! I say. If anything ever happens to the house, carrying that out first, my wife second.
Yeah, you won't be playing this one at home, I guess.
Oh no, I've told her that. I've told her to prepare. I said, if you got to slide out a pole or jump off the deck, do what you got to do, because I'm taking the St. Louis.
Well, she has an affinity for the business, so she understands. Sebastian, how many wrestling tapes or DVDs do you have in your own personal collection? Round it up to the nearest thousandth for us.
3,000, maybe something of that nature.
Greg Pike, if you wanted or requested a certain match, would WWE make a copy of it for you?
I don't know that they'd slap me in the face and call me Barney, much less make something for me. I I would love to see the old Florida stuff they've got. I'd love to see some of the older stuff just for historical purposes, but I'm quite happy with my collection. I used to ask them for stuff every once in a while for the OVW television show when we'd have some of the talent coming down, and they would always send me a tape of a match and cut the finish off. Like I'm trying to.
So you couldn't use it.
But yeah, basically I just get in there and rig up my own music video. But they were like they didn't understand. That's how they didn't understand how to work with another promotion. The idea of sending talent to a promotion so that they will sell tickets for that promotion is that promotion takes tape of that talent that you actually own and puts it on their television to get your talent over by seeing them winning and beating people. But they're like, oh, we can't give away the finish of the match. No, you idiots, that's not the way you do it. So I just make music videos. But anyway, so I don't even know that I'd see the finish on it then.
Eric from Kingston asks again, you were voted Pro Wrestling Illustrated's Manager of the Year in 85, 93, and 95. Are awards like this special to you?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I still have the plaques, and I am, wait a minute. Was I Manager of the Year in 95, though? I think it was just 85 and 93.
Well, Eric seems to feel you were.
Well,
maybe that's enough for you.
I did win the Wrestling Observer Manager of the Year 13 times. Sherry Martell broke my string. It was, but I'll take that from Sherry. Yeah,
anything Sherry can do to your string.
She was a string puller. Yes, I like those awards. I don't even know if they were worked. I don't know. Probably, but I can't say for sure because I never asked because I just, assumed. An expose on the magazines today, how they worked. Well, there's nothing to expose. They wrote stories, that they thought would be evergreen because if they got pictures, it was going to be 3 months before the magazine was on the stands. So they wouldn't say, except for the big title changes, they wouldn't say so-and-so just beat, so-and-so in Cleveland last Tuesday. They'd come up with something a little flowery, and sometimes Bill would stretch credibility a little bit, and I didn't like the apartment wrestling,
Well, in his defense, that was Stanley Weston probably that used to do those, right?
They was sort of pushed on him, somewhat, but anyway, overall, I loved the magazines because, like when I was a kid, I remember I waited for 2.5 years from the time I first started. Well, 3 years from the time I first started watching wrestling on TV to where I could actually go see the Sheik live because Sheik never came to Louisville once every few years, but I'd read about him. It was a big deal. Oh, the Sheik's going to be there. Now it's not a big deal anymore. You see everybody every week on television that's of any consequence in the business. And so nothing's a big deal. The magazines used to be the way because you didn't have national television that these guys got over. So anyway. I like stuff like that.
Jay Zaretsky, Ontario, Canada. WWE recently put out a list of the top 10 managers of all time, and you weren't on it. It's like making a list of the best fast food places and leaving out Dairy Queen. Wink. Does it bother you at all, or is it just par for the course with WWE's ineptitude?
Well, it doesn't bother me. It is par for the course, and I wouldn't put Dairy Queen on a list of top 10 fast food places because actually I saw the Dairy Queen. I got to tell you this story. I saw the Dairy Queen grill burger commercial the other night. And I said, we haven't had Dairy Queen in a while. On the way up to New York, we're going to stop at Dairy Queen, right? I like their chicken sandwiches. Get a little burger, foot-long hot dog, whatever the case. Go to this Dairy Queen. And it was in rural Kentucky. They couldn't figure out how to punch the button to put the extra cheese on the burger, so the manager has to come over, and she's about to turn to dust from age. If they told her to act her age, she'd drop dead. So I said, I want a double grill burger, because I blow the diet now that when I'm on the road, it's only a weekend. I want a double grill burger, chicken sandwich. Stacy's getting the hot dog. They screwed everything up. They left the grill burger completely off the order. They gave me the chicken sandwich with the toppings that were supposed to be on the burger and left off the small fry. And then the flood had gone through there. So as a result, they were under a boil water advisory. And so they couldn't give us fountain drinks. So they had no non-caffeinated stuff. It was leave Dairy Queen off that list. Oh, and did we mention the WWE? Yeah, them. They suck. No, yeah, of course they left me off. Heyman wasn't on it either, from what I understand. Except I heard it was the 20 best managers.
Well, I don't know.
This is the story I was told. But anyway.
So you didn't make the 20. Wow. Maybe because you weren't homegrown. You weren't.
And neither did Happy Heyman. No, I think they just don't want to mention my name.
Hour back. Do you like Brian Alvarez's who? Figure 4 newsletter, and what do you think of him as a wrestler?
Well, I have not seen the newsletter in print. I've done shows and interviews with Brian, and I've seen the stuff online. And yeah, I like. Well, as a matter of fact, I've seen his reports he does on SmackDown sometimes for the Observer, and I like his tongue-in-cheek, sarcastic style. I have never seen him wrestle. I hope he doesn't see this and has sent me a tape or something that I'm blowing off. And the follow-up question.
Oh, that's mine. Would you ever manage him?
Well, see, that's why I was pitching it to you there. See, we work like this, back and forth. Just stick with me, kid. You'll be all right.
We should call NBC.
I'll graciously get out of this one by I wouldn't, because I'm not managing anybody anymore, because I'm done. I decided I'm done falling down on purpose. Except if Bobby and Stan won't get in the ring anymore. If Bobby and Eaton and Dennis Condrey are wrestling, I will manage, but I will not fall down, and I ain't starting managing anybody new.
Particularly someone you never saw wrestle, which is why I didn't ask it to you.
Well, and I just wanted to get it out there.
We got it. We got it.
Oh, he's back.
Is he vomiting? What is he?
I'm sorry. I know, Sean, you think I have marbles in my mouth?
Oh, I've told him before.
But I ask questions all the time, but I really don't, Sean.
He really is easier to understand
Maybe
if he
you
puts
should
the
get
marbles back in.
Mr. Jim Cornette, did you always use your tennis racket to hit people? Or is that just the only weapon you could find?
Well,
way to punch that go home line there, pal. I'm having him do promo class, by the way.
there's not a question there. Sam, in all those years of carrying the racket...
Did he just pay you something to play that and we don't even have to then refer to him? Okay.
In all those years of carrying the racket, did you ever take up tennis?
No, I put it down. Pretty. No, I actually... I don't think I've ever played I've been on tennis court many times for photo shoots and etc., but I don't think I've ever played an entire game of tennis. You know, I've maybe 3 times attempted to.
Mike Kinney, Jim, how do you feel about your appearance and beyond the mat?
And this was a thing where, you know, I liked everybody involved, and Barry Blaustein, you know, loves the wrestling business, and of course he centered on Funk and Mick, and you know, I like those guys, but I didn't want to be involved in a movie because I knew they were going to show backstage. Remember, this was just edge of the internet. There was still a lot of that had never been shown, never been talked about. A lot of people didn't know. This was what, 96, 97, 7-ish. So you will concur with that for the young folks out there, that there was a lot of that you just take for granted everybody knows now that nobody knew then. And I didn't want to be involved in it. And Bruce Pritchard was always, oh, he wants to interview you. You'll be great. I said, no, I'm not going to tell this. Till now, I'd look like a blithering idiot because obviously everybody knows everything, except how to draw money. So they were bugging me, and I would always, when I would walk around the corner to see the cameras, I'd whiplash myself to get out of the way. And finally, they said, here, just do this. Just show the TV guys where to dress tonight. Just do that, right? Okay, well, if ever I've heard of a scene that was described to me as a way it would end up on a cutting room floor, and that way I'll get them to quit bugging me. So I've fucking show the guys where to dress, and that's the scene that ends up in the movie. Yeah. And then I didn't know that the camera was there when I was saying holy shit when I was watching the monitor. But oh,
that's right, that is there. Yeah. Your reaction to their tryout match.
But actually, I didn't expose anything there. But everybody else was really working hard to do so. But
would those guys have gotten a dark match if they weren't being folled by the movie crew?
No. Now, which because I only saw Beyond the Mat once.
Mike Modest and
it was that.
The tall, thin black guy.
Not Robert Thompson.
Tony Jones.
Tony Jones. I don't remember which came first, the chicken or the egg, because I think I booked them for the dark match, and then they just made it part of the. I can't remember.
Oh, maybe that's how they.
I don't know because well because generally we would give some of the guys to. That's where Vic Grimes and Aaron O'Grady, Crash Holly, got their tryout match out on the West Coast. I would get some of the guys and try to get them a dark match early. I can't remember whether this was for the movie or I'd done that and they just shot it. I can't remember.
The Catfish. What'd you think of The Wrestler with Mickey Rourke?
Oh, I love Catfish. Not the person, but the fish. It just so depressed me. Besides, once again, people making blades and the whole thing on the big screen. Also, then the barbed wire and the staple gun. And you know, I came away with it. Number one, it was depressing. It showed no upside of the business. I mean, the most successful wrestler in the movie was a guy that owned a used car lot in Phoenix. Oh, there's the Holy Grail. I own a used car lot in Phoenix. You know, the guys, for a long time, I didn't want to do and still don't do a lot of independent shows because they show the guys at the National Guard Army or whatever falling asleep signing autographs for 15 people because they need the money. It ran me off from doing independent shows because I don't want people looking at me and say, oh, now he needs the money too. It's embarrassing. And it exposed the behind-the-scenes part of the business. And for people who don't know that there are successful wrestlers and there are successful wrestling promotions of some description today, somebody who hadn't seen a wrestling match in 10 years comes out with now they're shooting each other with staple guns and they're wrapping each other up with barbed wire and they hit each other. What a bunch of morons these wrestlers have to be. I didn't want my family, that I have cousins that don't know a lot about wrestling but certainly know that I'm involved in it. I wouldn't want them to see that. I wouldn't want people that I, you know, associate with that are outside wrestling to see that and go, oh, that Cornette, what the, you ever wrapped yourself up in barbed wire? No. Because I was too smart. It presented no opposing view. It was very gritty and real, very well done. I'm not saying that, but as someone in the wrestling industry who thinks that the wrestling business after the past 5 or 10 years can't afford a lot more negative publicity, I went into a depression for about 3 days and I got a bootleg disc. I didn't even buy it. I didn't pay for it. I got it for free. I threw it out the window. I was driving down the road.
Jason Worthing, I'm a fellow wrestling
Just so you know.
fanatic and also very terrified of flying. It is well documented that you also dislike flying and sat next to Hawk so he could knock you out if the occasion was needed. Would you please share an airplane story that you recall as a very frightening experience?
Well, and that is true, especially because Jim Crockett had the plane, right? And actually, I was always on the Jabroni jet, which was the Gulfstream. It was like a G20 or what. It was a commuter plane that they had converted to where it had 14 captain's chairs and had a stereo and a TV. We could watch videos, all that stuff. And then they had the jet that was a real jet. You couldn't even stand up straight in it. It only seated like 9 people, and you know, so that was for the executives, and we didn't get on that one much. But anyway, I would always get next to Hawk because I said, okay, Hawk, here's the deal. Plane, if something happens, knock me out. Just hit me as hard as you can. He's like, okay, brother. I said, now, make goddamn good sure and well that there's really something bad happening. But when you have established that fact, knock me out. I'll take care of it, Jimmy. You're the guy. Because you jumped off a scaffold for me, I'll knock you the out. It was, and really he was serious, and I was too. Because if that plane was going down, it wasn't going to be any of this Captain Sullenberger water landing business. That thing would have broken to 15 million pieces if you'd have bumped into it with the luggage cart. So, as far as scary plane,
Yeah.
I mean, I've been scared on a plane a lot when people weren't scared, but the worst turbulence I was ever in, we were a Southwest Airlines coming back from El Paso to Dallas. And this was turbulence to where the stewardesses were upset. And I won't mention anybody's names, but there's a couple of the boys in the back that just said, I got a couple drinks and lit up a joint on a Southwest flight with the girls that they didn't even know they'd met on the plane were hanging on to them. And I'm like, bugger, I'm gonna get down, I'm never gonna get on this thing again. The wings were shaking like that. You could hear the creaking. It was just horrible turbulence for about 30 minutes, and then we landed in Dallas. I said that, and I drove everywhere for like 2 weeks after that. But El Paso was 700 miles from Dallas. That was, see, now I can make the 700-mile drives because I only work 2 days a month whenever the moon is blue and I feel like it. But then we had to be somewhere every day, so it was a little tougher.
Greg Pike, what's the most number of days you spent on the road in a row?
In my book, The Midnight Express and Jim Cornette 25th Anniversary Scrapbook, available at jimcornette.com, you could actually go through and figure. I have not figured the exact answer out to that question. However, I know that at one point when WCW, we had the big contracts and they were trying to run us off, we were gone out of 40 days, the better part of them, over a month. And the Great American Bashes, the worst schedule we ever had, the 88 Great American Bash schedule, I figured it up in the book, but out of like 45 days, we worked 42 of them, and several of those were matinees and TV tapings. We had like 48 matches in that period of time, and that was from Charlotte to Seattle to Los Angeles to Florida, back to the Northeast. But we were home, you know, like we'd be home 2 or 3 nights because we'd be in Greensboro or Spartanburg or whatever, and then we'd go for a week, and we'd come back home for a day, but we'd still be working that night. So it wasn't, you know, days on the road in a row was not as much as working in a row. For Watson Mid-South, I think we went 140-something days without a day off one time, but that was, we were home a lot, just only for a few hours.
Right. Okay.
Thank you, Greg.
Noel Medina, want to have some fun now? He says, do you ever get the urge to do the WrestleRock Rumble? Let's watch this together.
Oh, my
I'm curious
God.
to get your commentary on it. This, you thought you didn't want to show your cousins the wrestler because of how it's on the business. Here's something from the Gagnes, circa 1986.
This is Ken Resnick, and I'm here to say we've got the greatest wrestlers in the AWA.
I remember
You're not here to listen to me mumble. Let's fill you in on the WrestleRock Rumble. Get on!
WrestleRock, be there.
We're the Midnight Rockers, Sean and Marty. We love to wrestle, and we love to party. You don't have to worry, we're not gonna bumble, because we'll be shaking through the WrestleRock Rumble. Out! WrestleRock. I'm the Sheik, and that's not funny. I got my army and lots of money. If Gunny in my way, I'll make him crumble. He be sorry, I did the WrestleRock Rumble.
WrestleRock, be there.
I'm Jerry Blackwell, I want to speak. I want to get my hands on that Pennsylvania geek, as I watch the EDF fumble. I'm gonna make my splash in the WrestleRock Rumble.
God damn, I could break that.
Here he was, you, me, and WrestleRock.
I'm Greg Gagne, and I'm in a rage. I want Brody, and I want him in a cage. A high-flying drop kick will make him see double. I grind him up at the WrestleRock Rumble. Woo!
WrestleRock.
I'm Kurt Hennig and Big Scott Hall. As tag team champs, we'll take on them all. So bring on the long riders, those dirt ball dumbos. We'll smear those bushes to the WrestleRock Rumble.
He even took a good bump in the pool.
Yeah.
Curtain call, 10 years before its time.
This is Nick Bockwinkel, and I've got a passion. I'll get the title back from the humanoid Hanson. I've got the brains, and I'm not humble. I'll take the belt back and do the WrestleRock Rumble.
He was more in time, though, than any of the other guys.
I swear to God.
WrestleRock.
I was about to say that.
At the Dome.
WrestleRock, 86, be there.
What is this, a mini-series?
It's quite long.
I'm Larry Zabisco. I won't be through till I get done slapping around Scott in the suit. Gonna beat the ugly bartender into a bundle and laugh all the way doing WrestleRock Rumble. Ow! This game talk got a mouth that won't quit, but I'm Scott, but you don't want to smack a little. When I'm through, you won't be able to mumble. I'll be left alone doing the WrestleRock
Oh, my
Rumble.
God, all those
Yeah.
hurt.
Just one last word from the former champ Vern, but give a lot of thought to one more turn. There's some old scores that still give me trouble, and I'm starting to get the urge to do the WrestleRock Rumble. So there you have it, and now you know him. And on April 20th, it's at the Dome. So get your ticket to be under the bubble, because you two can be doing the WrestleRock Rumble. Do it! WrestleRock Rumble.
Realistic insert shot there.
WrestleRock Rumble.
Would I miss anything if I turned this off now?
I don't think you would have missed anything if you'd turned it off 15 minutes ago.
WrestleRock Rumble.
Okay.
Okay. Let me just say that Nick Bockwinkel was fantastic. Okay, Nick was. I was going to give Larry Zabisco props also, except that he had that awful scream. It sounded like he was giving birth afterward.
Yeah.
Somebody was ribbing Vern because they gave him too many words to say, and he almost popped his dentures out because they gave him too many words for the beats. Now, see, if I was a booker and somebody presented that to me for my big show, here's what I would do. I'd fire them. I'd fire everybody that cooperated with them. I'd burn the videotape, and I'd swear the people that had seen it to secrecy under penalty, a confidentiality agreement, under penalty of death, if they dared reveal that that was ever done. That was so awful. I remember seeing that one time like 20 years ago, and That was too many, but that was really bad. That may have been the worst thing I've ever seen.
Maybe you could put that up on JimCornette.com in the archives there. And
well, as a matter of fact, we're working on video. We're going to have some improvements to the site coming up in the next couple months, where we're talking about some video things. So
I take it that won't be there.
That will not.
Weasel Suit from Minnesota, courtesy of WrestlingClassics.com. How many times has anger management training been suggested to you throughout your career?
A few times by a few different people, but you know, I've never really seen the need.
FC Monk?
Actually, what I do is instead of managing my anger, I just get rid of the anger by getting the people that drive me crazy out of my life, and that seems to work quite well.
They seem to resurface, though, don't they?
It's like fungus on a shower curtain. You can scrub it and you can scrub it, but when you think it's gone, it pops right back up. But for the most part, that's, you know.
FC Monk asks my favorite question of this whole show from F4WOnline.com. What do you do to relax? Do you relax? If so, when? How often? Do you sleep?
Do I sleep? Not as much as I used to, because after I had the last knee surgery, when I get up in the morning and have to piss, it's a struggle to put weight on it, and that kind of wakes me up. So I used to be able to sleep until the sun came out my ass. But now I'm up at a reasonable time in the morning. I do sleep often. Actually, when I am at home at Castle Cornette, inside my house, or on the property in the periphery, you know, anywhere from my mailbox to my back fence, I am very relaxed, especially if I'm not on the telephone and not thinking about professional wrestling. I am in the leather recliner in my TV room, cranked back to loser, with formerly a Sprite and now a Sprite Zero sitting right here, the remote in this hand, and possibly a chicken wing or a cheeseburger if I'm really wanting to relax, and I'm almost comatose.
And what's on the tube?
Well, a lot of Fox programming. I like Bones. I like House. You know, you got to watch Idol, just see what's going to go on. Do like the History Channel. Watch a lot of MSNBC to just keep up on current events. But then I start not relaxing because I see how bad things are going, and people start pissing me off in absentia. So I switch off of that, and you know, basically some nice late night programming, like, you know, your daily shows, your Chelsea Latelys.
Okay.
Things like that.
You and the wife like the same stuff?
Family Guy, obviously. Animation domination. Family Guy's funniest show on television.
Well, let's jump to that. Mark O'Connell.
Food Network. Except I've been trying to stay away from that since I've been on the diet.
Like
and yes,
watching.
we watch the same. As a matter of fact, we'll watch the Food Network and we'll cook while we're watching it.
Yeah, but that's like Gacy at a Boy Scout convention.
Yeah, well,
watching that stuff.
Yeah.
The reference.
It
the
really
reference,
is.
Dates me, I guess. A
Yeah,
little
like
bit,
giving a
whatever
can
that
of gasoline to an arsonist.
There you go. Mark O'Connell, what's your favorite Family Guy episode?
Oh my God. I don't know about a favorite one. Actually, this past season's opener, The Road to the Multiverse, was hilarious. Seth MacFarlane to me is a genius, and because it's an animated comedy, it's a cartoon, you can get away with doing and saying so many things you can never get away with in live action. But The Road to the Multiverse, when they went to the futuristic society in Stewie's time machine, and Stewie's, oh, this is America as it would be right now if Christianity had never been invented. that was sharp for me. I loved that.
All right, let's see.
But anyway, I have no one particular favorite Family Guy episode, but I do have all the box sets, so that's why so many episodes running through my mind. What did he pay you?
James E. Cornette, you will forever be considered one of the greatest minds in the history of the professional wrestling business. In a previous shoot interview, you stated that a family member of yours was freaked the out when they went to Kmart and they saw your action figure for sale. So I'm going to put you on the hot seat. Which family member would you like to see an action figure of?
Well, living or deceased, I would. Actually, I think my mom, Mama Cornette, would have made an excellent action figure because she was always in action.
What would it do if you pulled the string? What would Mama Cornette's figure do?
Shake her finger at me and spank my ass, or possibly ride a lawnmower, because she loved mowing the yard. But actually, I think tit for tat, so to speak. I shouldn't say that. I think that,
particularly when you're talking about your mom.
No, I was going to go somewhere else with that. Tit for tat. The family member that saw me hanging in Walmart, and it wasn't by the neck. It was my cousin Gail, and tit for tat, I might want to see her action figure. You never know.
We'll see if Jax can
see what
do
kind of
that.
action comes out of that.
Jay Zaretsky, Ontario, Canada. If Sarah Palin becomes president in 2012, would you consider moving up to Canada with Jay? I'm in Canada. I'm thinking of moving even further should that unthinkable situation occur.
I think if the country was to undergo such a mass hallucination that Sarah Palin was elected president in 2012, I wouldn't have to move to Canada, because the Muslims would take that opportunity to blow us all to hell, since we'd be totally undefended, and the force of the blast would probably deposit me in Upper Ottawa.
Which brings us to the assassin in Jersey City. What are your thoughts on 9/11? Any conspiracy theories? Keep it to 2 minutes, Jim.
No. I'm not Jesse Ventura on this.
No, this was 10 minutes for Sandman.
I was talking.
Should have heard that.
Well,
shit.
I was talking about this with Brian on the way over here that picked me up. One of your fine staff members. Your huge staff that you have here. No, my point was that I don't think that it was a conspiracy, because George Bush and Dick Cheney, well, President Cheney and Vice President Bush, Bush obviously was completely surprised. I mean, he was completely surprised when he got up and remembered how to brush his teeth. But I don't think that they could have done anything like that and kept it quiet or reasonably quiet, because they were so totally incompetent with keeping all the other crooked that they did under wraps, and people gradually found out about that, subverting the Constitution, and and Cheney becoming the first vice president since the Aaron Burr and Hamilton duel to shoot another person. I don't think they were competent enough, while they were destroying the financial system of the United States, trying to spread Christianity to Muslims to convince them that they were in a holy war so that they would kill themselves until the end of time to kill Americans. Did I mention ruining the financial system and subverting the Constitution and doing away with many of our modern rights and liberties that now these crackpot, conservative, Christian, Republican, right-wing wackos keep saying that Obama's trying to do? I think they were too busy doing all those things to be able to figure out how to blow up the biggest buildings in New York City with their own citizens. I'm sorry, I don't buy that one. I think they were idiots, crooks, imbeciles, morons, and reprobates, but not, I don't think they did it themselves. I just think they were too stupid to prevent it from being done.
Sex and drugs.
Really? I didn't know it was that kind of show.
Greg Pike. Who was the funniest guy to party with?
The funnest, actually, is what it says.
Funnest guy. Funnest.
Funnest.
All right, the most fun to party with.
Well, actually, and see, now this may come as a shock to some people because of my outgoing nature, but when I was on the road all the time, really in the business, working every day, it was me and the Midnight Express in the car, and then there was, our ancillary riders like Tommy Young, or, a bunch of people, would be the fourth guy in the car, but I was a very good boy on the road. I didn't drink or partake in things and such of that nature, because we had to get up early the next day and go and do it all over again, and that's one of the reasons why James E is able to sit here now and say "F you" to so many people, because I didn't get involved in it. And of course also, whether the drugs, but the sex part was harder to get if you were with a bunch of guys doing drugs, because it was better to go back to the room. Here's my room, Domino's Pizza, and wait for the phone call that's been prearranged. That was my life on the road, and I got a lot more sleep that way and saved some money. So, well, but I will say, I never had any more fun traveling with anybody than Bobby Eaton, Dennis Condrey, and Stan Lane, and we were together constantly. I mean, in the car for 4 or 5 or 6 hours to the show, at the show, back from the show. Holy mackerel. Like I said, Tommy Young, it was one of the funniest people, the Felix Unger of wrestling, without ever intending to be. I had fun with a lot of the guys, but I won't say that I was in the middle of a bunch of parties.
Okay, not in the sense that Greg is asking.
Not in the sense that this moral reprobate and disturber is trying to.
Well, it's a Youshoot tradition, and you better not clam up.
Anything that comes out of a bag gets over.
Exactly. You don't clam up on me now. It's a Youshoot tradition.
Okay, have I ever clammed up?
I will hold up an item.
You will.
And it's like the.
Do I have to do this, and you got to describe it to me, and I guess it, or how?
No, I will show it to you, and it's like we think it was a Rorschach test, right? The first name that comes to mind in the business when you see the item.
Okay.
So here it is.
Most people have no problem coming up with something like this, I guess.
No, we've been 100%. There's been a name for every item and every wrestler that's ever been on the show.
Kevin, I hope you're proud of me.
Go.
Oh, the Freebirds.
Okay, very good. Actually, they'd probably apply for most of what I'm about to
Well, I was
pull
about
out
to
of
say
this.
there was different, people, but.
All right, here we go. I always just wonder what I did with my life when I get to this part of the show.
Oh my God! Now, see, I don't want to bury anybody or anything, but half of the entire locker room at various points in time. Actually, there was a story. I hate to just pick on the Freebirds, but at a reunion arena show one time, the Freebirds jump in and they're getting some heat on the Von Erichs, boy, and they're just kicking it out of them. Reunion arena sold out. People are screaming. Buddy Roberts drops down in the middle of the ring to pull his cowboy boot off to hit Kerry or Kevin over the head with. He pulls the cowboy boot off and an ounce of weed falls out in the middle of and bam,
I love it.
So I hate to pick on the Freebirds, but we're in their
And had he hit Kerry with that? I forget it.
But,
okay, so you want to use Buddy Roberts?
Buddy Roberts, because that's the first thing
There
that
you go.
But I mean,
No
I hate to
problem.
just pick on anybody. Oh, now come on, come on. Is that a headache remedy?
I no. You probably couldn't give us a name we haven't heard thus far.
I'm not gonna. I wouldn't want people to do that about me, So I don't.
I'm not about to pull a cheeseburger out of the
I don't
bag
want to
on
give
anyone.
it.
Your name's not going to come up in this game.
I don't want to give a name like Shawn Michaels, or for example, or anything like that.
I love you. Do you know that I love you? Have I told you that lately? Okay.
Oh, okay. Bill Watts. Here's why. When we first got to Louisiana, give me that thing. When we first got to, let me see, where's
A straw?
Well, no, we don't have anything to simulate, but when we first got to Louisiana, and Watts would always have meetings in the locker room before TV with the guys, and he would, not only talk about wrestling, but, he really was interested in the guys doing well, and he actually had financial consultants that he would hook the guys up with if they wanted to talk to him. I don't think anybody ever, took him up on it, but I remember the talk very specifically, and poor Buddy Landell, well, I didn't mention any names, but poor Buddy was down in the front row. And Watts took a packet of Sweet and Low and took a South African Krugerrand and said, gentlemen, these are equivalent in terms of price. You can spend, it was $400 at the time or whatever it was. I was a big packet of Sweet and Low, but you can spend your money on this, or you can spend your money on this. I, holding up the Krugerrand, have spent a lot of my money in this, and I think that's where you should be putting it. And every head in the place turned to look at Buddy Landell, and so, but the point is, here's a guy standing there with a package of Sweet and Low and a package of Krugerrands in a room full of 30 guys, and I swear to God, I went out and bought 10 Krugerrands. And I guarantee you, anybody else in the locker room who had a predisposal to do such a thing went out and bought 10 packets of Sweet and Low. So Bill Watts, but not for the reason why you
Excellent
think.
story. Very good. By the way, Kevin Sullivan answered King Curtis for every item in the bag.
Well, I've actually never got to meet King Curtis, but I've heard Kevin's story.
With the exception of Kevin said the entire Florida territory.
Yeah.
for that one. And this one actually was Mark Lewin, I believe he said, for the hard stuff. The Rock.
Oh, okay. I was about to see. I'm a Mark. I'm about to ask, what is that? Okay, I got you. I've seen that on Cops. See.
Any names come to mind?
No, well, it's filmed on location, so.
Nobody for that? For that item?
No, really, no. Of course, I was never in the ECW locker room. I've heard all those stories about things and such of that nature, but I don't even when did they invent crack?
Early 80s.
Yeah. Okay, well, see, maybe, because we were on the road, that time, and then in Smoky Mountain, as Dutch Mantell said one time, Jerry Jarrett came and had a meeting in Memphis with all the guys when he started to work for Vince McMahon. He said, now, I just want to tell you boys, I'm going to start working with Vince McMahon. Some of you may get the opportunities, so I want to make sure all of you are off any of the steroids and stuff. You can pass a drug test. And Dutch stood up and said, hell, Jerry, the way you're paying us, we're not even on food. So we didn't have any of that in Knoxville because, the budget was light. So
we could call this the ECW game, actually, when you talk about the ECW locker room. This is a gimmick bag, and New Jack almost broke his fingers trying to get into that thing when we were playing. Okay, the final item.
Oh, geez. What is it? Actually, that's a glue dispenser in it. Now, are you diabetic or what? No, it's a pen. It's a writing pen. Yeah. Well, you didn't even bother to get the real props.
If we get pulled over with this on the way back from a shoot. That's the one thing they'd be able to.
And the video equipment, they'll think you're shooting porn. You know, and that really isn't funny because, you know, the thing is, well, obviously I never had to worry about it with the steroid deal because it was my mouth and not my physique that got me over. But you know, it's not even funny now because so many guys, you know, and I can kind of give, you know, I can separate the other stuff, the recreational stuff from that. It's almost like the guys were led to believe by Vince McMahon's hiring practices, if not anything that was ever stated, and by the way the business has evolved over the past 20 years, that you had to have a body, you had to have a physique. That was the most important thing. You weren't going to get a job, you weren't going to make money. So guys had to, you know, whether they were bodybuilders or not, whether they were into it or not. I mean, Vince loves that kind of thing. He loves to work out. He's a 62-year-old billionaire. I'd have people stuffing food in my mouth and rubbing my throat so I didn't have to chew if I had his money, but he still wants to work out and take whatever he takes to retard the aging process, let's say. But so many guys had to do that. And now, whether it be just heart attacks or whether it be superstar Billy Graham's problems or whatever, you know, it's, I mean, now I'm just, boy, Mr. Blanket, first name Wet. I'm bringing things down here, but that's not even funny because the guys, we never needed steroids. You didn't need bodies like that. You didn't need human cartoon characters. The UFC proves that. The guys are in great shape and they're athletes, but they don't look like they're ready to blow up at any second. And I think the business would have been a whole lot better off without that. And I can say, as long as I've been in the business, I'm not going to say that nobody was ever using needles to do anything, but I never saw it besides steroids. And, you know, I think the whole drug thing until the last 20 years was, everybody used to, you know, a little of this and a little of that would, you know, was the wrestler's trademark. And now it's all of a sudden, oh my God, he had 16 different kinds of prescription medicine in him when we found him in his apartment. And it's just, anyway.
All right, well.
Boy, I just brought a real somber tone to that one,
So
didn't
this
I?
is our exit, I guess.
Time to play the game!
Oh, Jesus.
Let's see what we got in the bag today!
That was going to be our intro for it, but I forgot to play it, but I thought it was worthy enough.
Please don't edit any of these mistakes out.
For the outro there. Okay. Here we go. Moving on. Back to, all right. Can I get back to them? Here we go. Ah, well, here we go. Well, we kind of had that answered. And you're not going to do the roller joint. Let's just point out that Sabu. Well, we kind of answered that already.
Oh, well, that was meaning the things that
recreational gimmicks, and you really didn't have that.
I can answer that. I can answer that.
Well, we're going right to it then. There you go.
Mr. Cornette, Jimmy James here from OffTheMarkShow.com. I've seen a bunch of your shoot interviews, and I don't think you really get into this topic much, so I'm going to ask it. Now, you've been up and down the roads, done the territories, the independents, WWE, WCW, ECW, Smoky Mountain, you name it, you've been there. Now, recreationally speaking, on the road, what were your favorite gimmicks? You know what I'm talking about.
Thank you, Otis Campbell. No, we touched on it a little bit, but I did have some recreational gimmicks that allowed me to make those incredible trips, working, you know, 8 shows a week, driving 4,000 miles a week for Bill Watts, or flying daily for the Crockett's WCW. Domino's Pizza, Wendy's triple cheeseburgers, heavy Pepsi user until I had the acid reflux issues with Jim Herd and had to get off caffeine, and then I was on 10 Sprites a day for 20 years until I finally was able to kick the sugar monkey off my back. No, everybody that knows me knows this is legitimate. I'm telling you, junk food. I used to eat a bucket of chicken nuggets on the way to the towns because we would meet in Louisiana. We'd meet for rides in Alexandria where we lived right next to a McDonald's. So I'd eat a bucket of chicken nuggets. I've gone through more Popeyes and Church's fried chicken, Dairy Queen, as we mentioned, Wendy's, etc. That's why I've always maintained this girlish figure. I would aggravation eat. I'd eat when I'm happy. I'd eat when I'm sad. I'd eat when I'm mad. So junk food and sugar. And
well, you managed to kick a lot of the sugar. Let's focus on the positive here, right? It's going to be a very positive show.
It's a positive show.
You kicked the sugar. You're clearly off the steroids now.
Got
you probably
that,
haven't had one in a couple of years, an injection. And so you're working toward Toward health. You have a vice every now and again on the road still, right?
Oh yes, yes. And now let's be perfectly honest. I will now enjoy a sociable cocktail, because instead of being on the road 6 and 7 days a week, I may be on the road 4 or 5 days a month, and I like to take my time out, and we make vacations out of it. And I will have a sociable cocktail, but I did not because it was business before, and now it's just me jacking off. So,
very good.
You know.
Glad to hear my payday described as that. Kosher boy. Hello, Mr. Cornette. I was wondering if you had any crazy stories about the backstage antics during your managing career. What's the craziest thing you've ever witnessed going on between a wrestler and a rat?
Oh, my God.
Did you have any rats? Thanks for being so candid in advance. Honest and entertaining. Sincerely, Kosher boy.
He's backing me into a corner. Yes, believe it or not, it was so prevalent in the 80s, I even had rats. As a matter of fact, what we would do is we would just stand... maybe stay at the other end of the hotel from the Rock and Roll Express's room, and then you could just go and pick one off the back of the line, because it was so long, once it stretched around the corner, they wouldn't see you grab one of theirs. I found in my time that the girls who appreciated the talents of the heels were generally more like the kind of girls that I wanted to be around, because instead of your teeny boppers with the cute little skirt and a lollipop that, you know, had to go to elementary school, they were the ones with the, whips and chains and leather and high heel boots and things of that nature. A little bit more off the center. So I like the heel girls much better than I did the baby face girls. Were just too bubble gum. So
Interesting.
What is the
crazy incident?
Altercation.
Altercation. You may be able to call.
I've seen a few guys have a few altercations with. Oh my God! I'm not only trying to think of the craziest thing, but also, how I could tell a story and not bury anybody that I'm not up on their marital status as of the current point.
Well, this was back before everyone was married, wasn't it? It was the 80s, for Christ's
Oh,
sake.
Look at it. See, he's so smooth. He slips, and most people would fall for that, type of thing. Yeah, it was the 80s.
People that can even remember it are a testament to.
I will say that God, I wish you'd let me prep for this, because I really could have come up with something entertaining, but off the top of my head.
Who was it that described Andre? Andre had left the curtains open in a motel one night. And was it Sheik Adnan? Somebody said that they walked by the room, and it was Andre with a young lady from the arena that night, and it resembled a lion mauling a puppy.
Well, I did see Polaroid pictures one time, and then he's passed away now. It's a Plowboy Frazier and a midget girl. That was interesting, because he was 6'10", about 450, and he had the Polaroids to prove it. But I mean, there was a lot of things.
That ain't in your book, is it?
That's not that's an original right here for kayfabe commentaries. There were a lot of things going on, but I don't want to spoil anybody's.
All right, we're not getting it.
Because once again, if you'd have given me a day to prepare, I could have worked around names and things.
Dewey, I think it is, from courtesy of
Cheatham and Howe,
online.com. Who got more rats in the 80s, Flair, Morton, or Kerry Von Erich?
Oh, Jesus.
Throw in Stan Lane, too. Go ahead.
Well, I was about to say, you got to throw Stan in that equation. Actually, I think I wasn't around Kerry as long as I was around the other three guys, and of course he had his share. I've got video. Ricky Morton used to have more sex on the way to the ring than most people did in a month. I mean, girls have their hands down his tights and sticking their tongue in his mouth or his ear or anything they get a hold of. He's lucky to get to the ring with his jacket on. Flair, I don't know that he had more in quantity, but his quality was certainly off the charts. And Stan, Stain Lane, S-T-A-N-E, Stain Lane.
Fired. You're fired.
Actually, that's kind of been fitting with the topic. Stan's production was incredible also. I'd say Ricky may have been the numerical advantage, but Flair and Stan had quality, the likes of which you would never see. And they were fly-ins, too, as a matter of fact, a lot of times.
Okay. Jeff Stanifer, continuing with that.
And he just comes out with it.
We all know Stan was a ladies' man, so on average, how many girls does Stan a week? And do you ever get jealous watching him get so much ass?
No, I wasn't jealous. I was amazed and proud for him. I never kept count. I don't know if there was an average, and I wasn't actually sitting there with my Sprite or Pepsi in hand watching him get the ass, but we did, as Mick put in the book, a lot of times you'd see him headed to his room with a girl or two and a bottle of baby oil. So,
Greg Pike asks, do you ever hit up a bar and a party with Ric Flair?
Well, and you know, I've been in bars and restaurants and places of that nature with Ric Flair. And yes, he's the same 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And it's actually more fun eating with him. Because when you have a chance to actually sit down and talk a little bit while, you know, if there's some food in between there, it keeps, you know, separates the alcohols. So
Kamikazes, that was his deal, right?
Yes, we've had some nice
long.
dinners, though, as a matter of fact.
All right.
Kayfabe commentaries. This is the Hess Express here from the offthemarkshow.com. I know, Sean, you were wondering why we had our shirts off in the last Youshoot.
I did.
Sean, we don't go that way. I know you like it. We have our shirts off because it's funny. And my question to you, Mr. James Cornette, I want to know how many ladies you slept with on the road. Because I know there's got to be tons.
Did you have lunch yet?
Okay, once again, way to punch that go home line in. Secondly, the thing with the no shirts, it's not funny. It's a little sad, to be quite honest with you. I saw the one guy naked one time. I canceled my check to prevent blindness. The answer to that question is I never slept with one single lady on the road. Not one single one.
Not on the road.
No, not one single lady. Hundreds of sluts. Hundreds. Feast your eyes and fantasize. Yes, even me, in my day.
The racket ever come into play?
Shh, kayfabe, I can't talk about that.
San and Ed Antonio.
I have pictures, actually. No.
What was scarier, falling off that scaffold or fending off a drunken baby doll after Starcade?
No, wait a minute. Why are they? What?
Is this? Am I not privy to something?
Why?
That I should be?
I don't know if I'm. I've never seen Baby Doll drunk. And actually, we didn't work with Baby Doll at Starcade. It was the Road Warriors and the Rock and Roll. Well, now wait a minute. Was there a question in there that we just pretty much took it apart? It was scarier falling off the scaffold than most anything I've ever done. But no, Doll and I were always good friends, except when she potatoed me. And no, she was never drunken, etc.
Very good. Okay. The Big Dog, who was the most promiscuous backstage of all the classic valets: Sunshine, Baby Doll, Precious, Missy, Dark Journey, Terry Runnels.
I don't necessarily have to give details, but they would be welcome. But now, here's the thing. Okay, number one.
All my notes. You can host it. Well, that would be great. That would be great. You interview yourself.
But I'd blow up moving back and forth from chair to chair. See, what you're trying, Big Dog, good name, what you're trying to do now is you're trying to get me to lose friendships, because Terry Runnels and I have always been very good friends. Missy Hyatt and I have always been very good friends. Baby Doll and I have always been very good friends. I haven't seen Sunshine in 20 years, but we always got along, and Precious is a very nice lady. At Dark Journey, I didn't know that well, so I'll bury her. Yeah, she everything. I said, no, I'm not. Once again, I'm not. These people are my personal friends. I'm not going to come out and call them the whore of Babylon. I will say, Dark Journey, I've heard a few stories about. Missy has told some stories, so I'm not going to add anything. But I'm not going to say she was better or worse. Sickness and health, I don't know. You know, I can't. These are my personal friends. I'm not going to go.
Pick up Youshoot Missy Hyatt at Kayfabe Commentary.
Yeah, if she did something, she'll tell you. Now, of course, you know, a lot of the stories are exaggerated, because, you know, if she'd done that many fucking things, you know, if she had as many sticking out of her, she'd had stuck in her, she'd look like a porcupine.
We had her rank about 50 wrestlers by size. We brought out the board with the various. Well, Greg Pike, would you bang Terry Runnels? I don't know if we're going to get an answer on that.
It would be insulting her to say, my God, who wouldn't? If you got a pulse.
Well, if you weren't married back in India, you're not married.
Whether I was married or not, it didn't matter. And I would actually, I would invite my wife to come along and pick up some tips, I'm sure, you know.
Jason Worthing, here's the tough one. It's another Youshoot tradition. You got out of it last time. Marry, kill. You got to one, you got to marry one, you got to kill one.
Oh.
Mae Young, ODB, Dixie Carter.
Mae Young has always been a sweetheart to me. I love ODB. I think she's a great person. So Dixie Carter, on the other hand, not my favorite person. Now, just approaching this scientifically and hopefully entertainingly, but it's not starting out in that direction. I got to kill Dixie Carter because I wouldn't want to kill people that I like. But if I say kill Dixie Carter, then I could be indicted by the federal authorities for being some kind of terrorist.
Right.
So I don't know whether to do that. But now, the thing is, What about
That leaves you a fucking marry of ODB and Mae Young, I would just like to point out.
What about if I f***ed ODB, married Mae Young, then killed Mae for the inheritance and just ignored Dixie Carter like everybody else should? Does that work?
We'll let you get away with that one. No problem.
Mr. Jim Cornette. I want Mr. Hess Express here from the OffTheMarkShow.com. I want to know, how many illegitimate children do you have in the South?
The
Because
delivery.
we all know, down in the dirty South, everything was legal.
It's a little Chris Walken. It's a little maybe Jay Silverheels of Tonta.
No, I'm thinking it's maybe a little special ed with a tad bit of New Jersey. Sorry, the cameraman's
Boston.
from New Jersey.
Boston.
Well,
They're
Boston.
from
whatever.
Boston.
I don't.
Can't
It's
tell.
hey, anything north of Indiana for me, it all kind of sounds the same. I do not have any illegitimate children. I don't even have any legitimate children, and I know this for a fact because I will say this: one time, somebody went so far as to try to claim that I had fathered their child. But the problem was, the child was born like 14 months after I'd even been in the particular town in question, which indicated either they gave birth to like a hippopotamus baby or else. So that turned out to be completely bogus whatsoever, and I have no children.
We're a little heavier back then, but I wouldn't go so far as to say hippopotamus.
Hey!
But how can you say with any degree of certainty that you don't have any children in the South? You never kicked one past the goalie that you know of.
I keep track of these things, and I'm very careful.
All right, good for you. Mike Campbell, 411mania.
I'm not just running around willy-nilly spreading my genius and seed and chromosomes and DNA all across America because heavens, then people wouldn't pay for it. See, one of these days I'm trying to work a deal where they'll pay for some of my DNA so that they can hatch wrestling geniuses in the 22nd century.
Oh, like a wrestling cryogenic program where
Absolutely.
the geniuses of the business have the sperm frozen.
Freeze a
or
little.
maybe freeze your head when you go finally to keep the brain. Didn't they do that to Ted Williams? Isn't his head in a jar somewhere?
I think they froze all of Walt Disney, didn't they?
I think that's a myth, though. Disney on Ice.
They froze Richard Nixon's head. They've got it in a jar. I know that I saw it on Futurama.
They can have it. Mike Campbell, 411mania.com. Do you know if there's any truth to the long-standing rumor that Randy Savage slept with an underage Stephanie McMahon?
All right, people. I'm sorry. You know as well as I do, if there was any way that I could validate this with any evidence or at least even a rumor, that I would be more than happy to do so on videotape. But no, I didn't even hear this until a couple of years ago. And I don't know where it came from. The timeline doesn't work to me, and also I never heard anybody when I was up there. It's just in the past few years that this has popped up. I think it's one of those. I'd love to have something on it, but I think it's one of those Hulk Hogan and Brutus Beefcake are brothers or whatever.
Okay, Dan Wright says, hey, Jim, can you give us the dirt on Tammy Sitch, a.k.a. Sonny? You gave her first break in SMW and worked with her then in WWF. Are there stories about her drug use and cheating on Chris True? Which wrestlers did she screw around with in Smoky Mountain? Which wrestlers did she screw around with in WWF? Doesn't everybody know this shit already? Hey, did Chris know about any of this? What were her and Chris like as a couple? Was she telling the truth about her 9-month relationship with Shawn Michaels? Why was she let go by WWF? What are your thoughts of her posing nude on Missy Hyatt's website? So take a Sonny moment.
Jesus Christ. And once again, Tammy is a very good friend of mine, and I'm not going to come out here and she did this and she did that. When she and Chris came to Smoky Mountain Wrestling to Knoxville, I'd met them when they were working for Dennis Corluzzo. She was like 16, Chris was 17 or 18. And I always thought that Chris was very talented, and when he told me that she wanted to get in the business as well, I thought she was attractive, and I thought they'd make a good pair, and that's how I was able to bring them to Knoxville, because I couldn't pay him or her individually enough money to justify both of them moving down there. But if they were both working, they could get by, and it was very good. When Tammy first got to Knoxville, she wouldn't drink a beer. She didn't do any type of drugs. She and Chris were a great couple. Tammy, as I've said many times, and I'll say it right to you, Tammy, you're a bitch. You're a cunt. And that's what I love about you. And she loves that about herself. She was able to be a heel. And she was fun, and she was smart, and she could do a great promo, and she had a photographic memory. and she looked good, and I never had any problem with them coming to the towns and coming on time or coming early. And when I say she's a bitch, I say that in a loving way because she has that air about her that she's going to get her way and etc. And that's what made her an interesting wrestling personality. So anyway, as far as when she was in Knoxville, she wasn't taking any drugs and blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to get into her and Chris's relationship because he was a good friend of mine and he's passed away, and she's a friend of mine and she's still here, and I'm not going to speculate or comment. But I will say that everybody knows that she had problems when she was in the WWF and when she was released from the WWF. And part of that comes from, if it can happen to her, it can happen to anybody, because she was in a territory, in a kind of a developmental program where she loved the business, knew it, was around it, and still, when she became the most downloaded celebrity on the internet and the first true WWF diva and a worldwide star on television, she got a little snotty and was a little hard to deal with, and she knows this, and she also did some things that she probably wouldn't do again because she was a young person all of a sudden making a ton of money. And she got by that, and she cleaned up her act, and she's still young, and she looks great. And I'm not going to fault her for anything she's done in the past because she was smart enough to know that she needed to make a change.
Sprite. Now these questions will have to be asked in the past tense, of course, because you know, you're being a good boy now. Mike Campbell, 411 Mania. Do you drink anything? Did you drink anything other than Sprite for a long period of time there?
And Mike Kinney follows up with how many Sprites do you consume on an average day? And Jason Worthing pipes in with what is the maximum number of Sprites you've drank in one day? Actually, for a period of from 1990 until January, no, I didn't drink anything else except the occasional sociable cocktail. Sprite, no water, no milk, no nothing. Sprite, Sprite, Sprite. Probably 8, 10 a day. Some of those hot TNA TV tapings, 12 or 14. I'd down them like water, no pun intended. And I think the sugar is because immediately when I quit the sugar, I lost like 12 pounds straight off the bat. So I think the sugar was filled. But now, having said that, it is the nectar of the gods. It is the greatest drink that has ever been invented. And now that I have achieved some success with my weight loss program, after a wrestling show or for a special occasion like Derby Day last week, I'll get me a big 20-ouncer. I'll have a glass of ice. I'll take the top off, sniff it, decant it, feel the fizzing all over my hands, and suck that bad boy down and love it.
You know, I tell you, and this is true. When did you show me that DVD, that videotape in the '90s at some point? That heel barbecue thing that you did that was videotaped by somebody.
Yes, yes. The fan week
that got out, and I remember saying to you at the time, this is before we dominated the Shoot DVD business, before we were even in the business.
Before you began your dynasty,
you consistently, at least 5 times on the tape, go, where's the Sprite? Can I get a Sprite? I said, what the f is wrong with this guy? So you are chronicled. If anyone doubts this, he is chronicled needing a fix many times on that DVD.
I'm telling you, it's the best drink in the world.
All right, so now it is time to put this to the test. This is the Sprite challenge. There are 3 cans before us. They are hidden. This is not a work in any way.
I have no knowledge,
knowledge
of which can is in which canister there, and they've been on Funkin' Wagnall's porch in a mayonnaise jar since noon today, and no one knows, except you, because you put them in there, knows which can is which brand is which, but I, in my divine and borderline mystical way, will taste these fine beverages, these products, and determine which one is which.
This will show a real commitment to the product, and this might even result in endorsements for you, because if you be able to do this, this shows that there is a real commitment. The only other person and we did it with Sprite, was New Jack on the Youshoot show, and because he beat somebody up over being given a 7-Up instead of a Sprite, or was it vice versa, whatever. It was.
I heard that.
Yeah, he pulled the person over the concession. It was a woman, I believe, actually, and yeah, there was a bit of an issue there. So we made him prove it on camera, as we will do with you. Okay, so A.
And I'm gonna turn away. I'm gonna even make this more legitimate.
1, 2, and 3. I'm sorry, is what we'll do. Okay, here.
A, 2, and B.
Crack this right here.
I'm not looking. Everybody can see I'm not looking.
No, he's not.
Can the people behind, can the crew vouch that this is legitimate? Can we hear that on audio?
I'm only going to give you a tiny...
Can you say yes, it's legitimate? I guess not. Oh, there you go. Okay, there we go.
I'm only going to give you a tiny bit.
Well, give me enough.
Here's number one. Go ahead, turn around. Here's number one. We want to send you to the cardiologist today.
Uh-oh.
You know, don't share your thoughts. You know.
Okay. Hold on.
Let it ingratiate your palate.
That's number one.
Yeah. Okay. It's a little like the Food Network today, isn't it?
Ah, that sound.
Okay, this is number...
Is it safe for me to turn?
Oh, yeah, this is number two. Some soft music, perhaps, behind us?
Alrighty then.
All right, and...
Now, also, we are in New Jersey, and if this was
Yeah.
from the New Jersey Bottling Company, the tainted water is going to have some part to play in
We
this.
make great bagels, though, and pizza. Here you go. Number three.
Oh, boy. Wait a minute.
Now, what I learned in all the silliness just now was that there is actually a difference in color a little bit in the three.
I'm going number one, Sierra Mist, number two, Sprite, number three, 7-Up.
Well, let's go to the... Well, you said number two, Sprite, right? So let's go straight to number two and reveal. This is number two, right?
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Ha! Oh, yeah.
Unbelievable. 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 And would you
Because
say
you notice I
number
took a
three?
couple extra sips. What I said, Sierra Mist, Sprite, and 7-Up is what I'm...
Okay, so well, three was.
Oh,
Sierra Mist.
geez,
The last one was Sierra
okay.
Mist.
You know what? Now that I think about it, yes, because this was number one. See, there is an aftertaste with 7-Up. I very seldom drink Sierra Mist at all because it's not as available in as many places. But I would take 7-Up as a backup for Sprite, even though I don't like it because it has no caffeine. But I was confusing the 7-Up aftertaste with the Sierra Mist that I'm not as familiar with. But there is no comparison, as I just showed you, with Sprite. And actually, why do I prefer it? The question was asked, although not by you, by this gentleman here, who you've obviously bribed.
Feel free to
I'll point out your inaccuracies and inequities. Why did I choose Sprite as my drink? Because I'd drunk Pepsi for years and years and years and years. And finally, when I got on the WCW booking committee and worked with Jim Hurt on a regular basis, I'd always had a cast iron stomach. Never had any problems with digestion, constitution, eating slop on the road, gas station food. I could put anything down. I started having heartburn. But I didn't know what heartburn was because I'd never had it before, and I didn't know what caused it. So I kept drinking cold Pepsis to try to cool it off at night. And then finally, I had to rush myself. Stan Lane had dropped me off. We were coming back from a town. I suddenly couldn't breathe, horrible chest pain, couldn't even speak, had to rush myself to the hospital emergency room. He followed in after me, and my car was parked sideways. The door was still hanging open. I'd go to the desk. They put me in the daggum thing. They hooked me up to and put the nitroglycerin, thought I was having a heart attack. Horrible acid reflux and overproduction of stomach acid, which was caused by, the doctor said, stress, caffeine, spicy food. He said, can you eliminate spicy food? I said, yeah, I guess. He said, can you eliminate caffeine? I said, yeah, I guess. He said, can you eliminate stress? I said, no, I work for Jim Hurd. So he put me, this was when Zantac was prescription medicine. He said, get rid of that stuff and take 2 of these a day. And I started taking 2 of them a day, and I switched to Sprite because there was no caffeine. Never quit spicy food, but got off the caffeine, didn't eat a lot of chocolate, and quit the WCW booking committee. And except for isolated instances, if I stay away from caffeine, I've never had any more stomach.
So you
problems.
don't need the Zantac or Nexium or anything?
No. I can eat anything I want to now as long as I don't drink caffeine, and I haven't seen Jim Herd in 20 years.
That's hot stuff.
Although I was getting, there was some Russo-driven pain that I was going through, but I would take a Papa Zantac for that. So those are my gimmicks, you know. Anyway, you know what? Bring that rest of that Sprite over here.
I knew it. I knew it.
There we go.
Fast food. Here we go. It all leads to this. We've been hinting at it all show, and here we are. We're going to pin you down to a few answers here. Greg Pike, favorite places to eat while on the road?
Well, you know, and I do eat good food also. I just don't discriminate between fine dining, drive-ins, dives, and things like that. But I love great Italian food. I love a wonderful steak. I like to go to flavorful local restaurants like Gene and Giorgetti's in Chicago, or you know, whatever the case may be. I've been to many places in Philly and the Northeast, this area, Morimoto's, you know, the Iron Chef, etc. But while you're on the road, you want to get in, you want to get out real quick. Okay, Wendy's, the triple cheese, extra cheese, mayonnaise, pickle, onion only, my all-time favorite. And really, the service at most fast food places has really gone downhill over the past 10 years. Number one, I'm not being racially insensitive when I say that hire somebody that speaks English to serve people that speak English. I don't expect to move to Germany, immediately get a job at a fast food drive-through because I can't speak German. So please, they got pictures of the food on the wall and they still can't take orders at most of these places. But Wendy's is my favorite burger, except Steak and Shake is tremendous, but that's a regional issue. And, you know, so you've got to take that into account. Of course, there are regional hamburger places, but for a national basis, Wendy's is the best. Also, the KFC, the new Double Down, just so you know. Oh, yeah, the cameraman's, yeah, because the cameraman's so big, when he hauls ass, he has to make 2 trips. So, you know, the KFC Double Down, you know, yeah, really, actually, Burger King had me with the quad stacker there for a while. Because basically meat, cheese, bacon, sauce. No, meat, cheese, bacon, sauce. 4 patties, 4 pieces of cheese and bacon and sauce. So that's good. But Wendy's, I'll pick over just about anything.
Halloween Havoc 89, courtesy of WrestlingClassics.com. Have you ever been to the Heart Attack Grill in Arizona?
Yes! Just went after the Ring of Honor shows in Phoenix. I love the place. I would move in if I could. Let me. Do you know what?
I know what it is, but
for our viewers out there, the Heart Attack Grill, it's like it's a burger place, but the guys at the grill are dressed as doctors, and the nurses and the waitresses, they do look nice, are naughty nurses with the short skirts and everything. They put a hospital gown on you instead of giving you napkins. They put a little wristband on you, and they take your order as your diagnosis. So they got the single bypass burger, the double bypass, the triple bypass, and the quadruple bypass. Now, each patty is a ½ pound of meat with 2 slices of American cheese on it. So, and by the way, people over 350 pounds, you ought to keep this in mind, eat free every day, no limit.
Is that true?
Yes, they have to weigh you, and then you order singles at a time. But they have French fries that are deep fried in genuine lard. They have the Mexican Cokes that have the real sugar in them. They even sell unfiltered cigarettes at the counter. You know, so anyway, if you eat the quadruple bypass, which is 4 ½ pound patties, 8 slices of cheese, and you can go to the burger bar and dress it any way you want. Bad boy's about that tall. If you eat the quadruple bypass, you get a free wheelchair ride from the naughty nurse back to your car. So, because I had been on a diet for quite a while in front of this trip and for the photo op, I had to get the quadruple bypass. Now, bear in mind, we'd had a long show on Friday night, and then we were back there on Saturday afternoon, so in 36 hours, I'd had 2 Ring of Honor shows, met a lot of the fans, run around, did promos and stuff. I was ready to eat. I downed that quadruple bypass in 10 minutes while I was having a conversation with people at the table, and then I asked Stacy, I said, would it be bad form if I got another single? Because it was so good. She got a double. She said, here, and it gave me half of hers. So plus 2 trips to the French fry bar.
Oh my goodness.
I'm telling you, that thing was slicker than whale and ice flow. Slicker than cum on a gold tooth. It was good, boy.
Kyle Sands writes, has Wendy's ever caused you to have irregular bowel movements?
What irregular bowel movement? That's my weight loss program. See, a guy came into the gym and he said, I want to lose weight. And the guy that owned the gym said, well, let me ask you this. How many times do you eat per day? And he said, 3. How many times do you per day? He said, 1. He said, reverse the procedure. I'm not only regular, I'm almost unstoppable. I can the last bite while I'm still chewing the last bite. So, but then what they say about cheese stopping you up, not true at all.
Okay, good. Greg Pike, Big Mac or Whopper?
Well, see, that's your fish and fowl, apples and oranges. A Big Mac is 2 small pieces of meat with the 3-level bun and a lot of grated lettuce and a sauce and a couple of measly pieces of cheese. All you're eating is a bunch of bread. The Whopper is those a triple Whopper, which is what I usually get, is 3 giant patties of meat, on a big bun. But see, the thing is, Burger King's burgers are microwaved. So, the quad stacker where they melt all that cheese on it and there's a little sauce on it, that makes it go down easier. But the Whopper, if you get a triple Whopper, unless you get triple cheese on it, and even then sometimes they're not fresh off the grill. So really, both of them are sadly inferior to the Wendy's triple.
There you go, Jason Worthing. This is kind of a 3-part question. It all relates to Dairy Queen. You've talked about it a lot, so here are some nuggets that we didn't get. Thank you, Jason, for the question. Did you know it was being taped?
No.
Okay.
No.
Who was in the car with you?
Who was Brian Hildebrand? Mark Curtis, was he driving? I think he may have. Or who was driving?
It was actually being taped by.
It was being taped by Ron Head.
Oh, okay.
Jericho was sitting in the back.
I thought it was being taped by Jericho.
Jericho takes credit for it, but Ron Head had the video camera. Okay. Ron Head was this gentleman from California that had come out for Fan Week that since moved to Louisville and did some ring announcing for us in OVW. But he's been a friend of mine for 15 years. I thought he was a friend of mine until he taped this. And my wife, she knew him from California years before that. He had his video camera there that night, and it was me, and it was Mark Kyle, Killer Kyle, and Brian Hildebrand, Mark Curtis, and I think Jimmy Del Rey was in the van. Jericho was back there. Ron Head was back there. We had come from a show at the Richard M. Nixon Center in Hyden, Kentucky. They were supposed to be heavily promoted by our local sponsors there, and did a massive gate of like 300 people in this giant building. And then we leave after this financial, fiasco that I'd gone through. And we're all driving back to Knoxville. It's 180 miles. It's like 11 o'clock at night. The only place to eat in Hyden, Kentucky, open to get anything that's even been remotely cooked that day and resembles food, was Dairy Queen. So we sit in this line, and we order at the speaker. And by the time the line ekes around, it's been almost 20 minutes from the time we ordered to the time that we got to the window. So I remember I was in a passenger seat, and I think Brian was driving. We might watch this and we'll see. But anyway, I idly, and you'll see this now, I'm going to explain this because I did not just go off at random at these people. They say that'll be $42 because it's like 8 wrestlers in advance. We ordered a lot of and Jericho got the, the banana split without the ice cream because he's on a diet or some special order. I don't know what. So anyway, as we're handing over the food, I idly said, I thought in a jocular way, well, as long as we've been in line, we thought you'd have that ready. And the woman says, well, we'll start fixing it right now. I said, wait, you start fixing it right now? Well, we weren't sure you wanted it. I said, what do you think is a rib? And then Jericho chimes in the back, yeah, it's the comedy bus, right? I said, what do you think? We wouldn't have ordered the damn if we didn't want it. We've been sitting here 20 minutes and you haven't even started this massive order we just made. Sir, you cuss me and you won't get a damn thing.
Here we go.
Just like when TNA sent me the lawyer's letter, it said, be confidential. I'll show you confidential. Don't tell me I won't get a damn thing when I'm trying to give you $40, probably the biggest order this goddamn Dairy Queen in Hyden, Kentucky has ever taken in at one time, and they think we're ribbing them. So, therefore, boom.
Here we go.
Went from there.
And you know those two double cheeseburgers were extra cheese only, nothing else on them. Just extra cheese only, that's it. Extra cheese, nothing else on them. We figured you had that already by the time we got up here. Didn't know what? Didn't know whether to to fix it or not. We wouldn't have ordered it if we didn't want it fixed. Goddamn. We're a fucking idiot. This ain't a fucking comedy show.
Jericho.
Comedy buff to you. You know what? Hey, don't you want me to goddamn
You know, she was cussing at him. She wasn't even cussing at me now that I look at this again.
There we go. Hey, we ordered the damn shit. Because we're hungry, not because we wanted to f around. Don't cuss me, ugly bitch.
Just clarifying. Candido and Tammy were inside at the counter.
Stupid son of a bitch. Anyway, we ordered goddamn $30 worth of food and sit here for 15 minutes and they don't even start fixing it till we get up here because they think we're joking. We just sit here.
That's the manager I'm telling, by the way. He's wondering what's going on. He's out. I'm sorry, sir. I couldn't see who was driving.
Fucking little cunt. Damn straight. We didn't start a fucking thing. I thought we were joking. 15 fucking minutes. Got to drive 200 fucking miles. I thought we were joking.
Look at them.
God,
yeah.
Damn it.
You're stooges. Oh, I tell you, Mo.
Why is that funny every time I see it? It's overplayed. I know, guys. I know what the board is going to say. I know.
I know.
It's
I used to
funny
have...
every time you see it. It's like, well, who's on first?
15 years ago, I used to have people at the WWF house shows in the third row of ringside chanting, Dairy Queen, Dairy Queen. But once again, simple matter of competence at your job.
Good Lord.
Well, and there you go.
Yeah, Chris Jericho, Ron. Okay, so Bombshell Billy on the Kayfabe Memories board actually knew that it was Ron Head, so shout out to him. Guitar Dude says, ever had a problem at
he ordered the
Wendy's?
banana split with no ice cream to further complicate.
Guitar Dude says, you have a problem at Wendy's. I think he means Dairy Queen since the incident.
Oh, since the...
subsequent to that, yeah.
No, I think there's a picture of me, and many Dairy Queens in the Southeast do not serve this man.
Did you eat the food that night?
Oh yeah, well, it's Dairy Queen. If they spit in it, it would help the seasoning.
I was going to say, maybe you wouldn't be able to identify. Mark, courtesy of F4W Online, I believe you made a statement to the woman that you were verbally abusing, degrading, and here we go.
Oh, here we go.
And insulting because she apparently got your fast food order wrong, that she couldn't get a job anywhere else. Do you find this ironic since you can't keep a job or run your own business?
Thank you, Mark. And you, by the way. He won't even be the of the week. But wait a minute. Now, let me take this point by point. I was verbally abusing, degrading, and insulting her, but she didn't get the order wrong. She didn't do the order. And I never said she couldn't get a job anywhere else, did I? I was too busy calling her a cunt. Right. And lastly, I can't keep a job or run my own business. Well, I don't keep jobs that I don't really want, and I've run my own business. And by the way, Mark, you.
The Boys.
The Boys.
Halloween Havoc 89.
The Boys.
Courtesy of WrestlingClassics.com. Like his opinion on the following talent in and out of the ring, since this is a whole disc. Word association.
Jesus Christ.
One word or so.
Okay.
About each name. Let's start with Dr. Death.
Dr. Death, baddest man in the world. I loved him. Lou Albano, crazy. Ahmed Johnson, great googly moogly.
Thank you.
Aldo Montoya, liked him better as P.J. Walker. Scott Norton, did not know the man, but he was huge. Bad News Brown, tough son of a bitch. Yokozuna, tougher son of a bitch. Great guy. Great Muda, the Moonsault. Tajiri, C. Muda. Rick Martel, didn't know Rick that well. I don't remember. Anyway, I'm AWA champion. Honky Tonk Man. The Blonde Bombers. Ferris and Latham with manager Danny Davis. Vader. It's time. It's time. I almost gave him that. It's Vader time. Bunkhouse Buck. Jimmy Golden. He's been around the business since people saw in black and white. Sid Vicious.
We print them as they send them.
Yeah, okay.
Copy paste.
Sid Vicious. Psycho Sid. Larry Zbyszko. Very funny man. Also, The Stall. Larry Hennig, The Axe. Kurt Hennig, the son of The Axe, one of the great workers in the business. Greg Gagne, son of Vern. Terry Taylor, the Yellow Rooster. Chris Taylor, never met him. Probably not suited for the wrestling business, but he was huge. Bam Bam Bigelow, huge guy that was suited for the wrestling business. Dan Spivey. John Nord, the second Barbarian. Skandor Akbar, the General. Love me some Akbar. He was fun to be around. Mike Modest, good kid, never got the break. Motor City Machine Guns, got their break, turned out to be the worst thing that ever happened to them. Love those guys. Too Cold Scorpio, innovator. He was at one time, he was on his. David Flair, like David, stood in too big a shadow. Danny Hodge, I'll come back to Danny Hodge. You can't do that in 2 words. Bob Backlund, crazy as a rainbow trout in a car wash. I like Bob. Howard Stern, why is he on this list? Bubba the Love Sponge.
Trying to get you on the show to promote ring roasts. Howard Stern, take it again.
Hold on. I was going to say, Howard Stern, why is he on this list? Bubba the Love Sponge, why is he on the air? You killed my fucking punchline.
I'm sorry.
Actually, my wife Stacy has Howard Stern's, and this is fine because she doesn't mind. Has his autograph tattooed on her ass because she was in San Francisco when he did his first book, right? And she's standing in line, and her mom saw her ass on a 6 o'clock news. They had film crews out there, but she's standing in line for like 4 hours or whatever, and finally she got up there. She said, "It, just don't sign just the book here." So boom, so he signed her right ass cheek, and then she went and had it tattooed in. So some of my most enjoyable times have been spent thinking about Howard Stern. Anyway,
China,
great country, lousy wrestler. X-Pac, I like Sean. Most of it wasn't his fault. Trevor Murdoch did not get the opportunity he should have gotten. Heck of a worker. Al Snow, head. Love his work. Wasn't crazy about his booking when he was working at OVW. I love you, Al, but come on. It was a little funny. But you were doing sports entertainment. Alex Wright, never met him. Do remember him. Could not dance worth a shit, but his father was a great wrestler. Steve Wright, the German guy. Disco Inferno. He legitimately, if he was, and I'm coming back to Danny Hodge, if Disco Inferno ever gets anywhere near the booking job of any wrestling promotion, please, somebody shoot him. Legitimately, he wanted to do like the Invisible Man and People from Mars and the evil architect named Bill Ding. And no. At first I was laughing and I thought, but then people said, and no, he kept with it. He's serious. Sports entertainment would look like goddamn, Marcus of Queensberry boxing in the 1890s compared to what he is. So I like the guy as a person, but if he ever gets anywhere near a book, somebody shoot him in the fucking head. Danny Hodge, I will go back to and just say, I mean, without doubt, one of the all-time greatest athletes that this country has ever produced, and not even taking professional wrestling into account. If there was a UFC or a Dana White in the 50s, or there was a Danny Hodge in his prime today, there'd be no question who the biggest gate attraction in all of combat sports would be, and Brock Lesnar would be screaming in the streets for his mother. That's how bad Danny Hodge was. And you can read his book. And I don't even sell it at JimCornette.com. I'm just saying.
Ray Luca from Naperville, Illinois. Jim, please tell us a good Bob Caudle story. Did you intentionally try to say something funny to make him laugh?
Constantly. And it was easy to get to Shivani, and I'd even get Big Bubba Roger to stand back there, and every once in a while you watch the tapes, he'd have to turn. But you couldn't get Bob, and Bob's the most personable, guy that you've ever met, but he was really into what he was doing. And JR did a production meeting one time, and he said, and Bob will be interviewing maybe the Doom or whatever. So you got Doom there, and you got Bob Caudle. He called him the epitome of a white man in brown shoes. Bob Caudle is that's what his appeal was. He's the average, everyday guy that, he would ask the questions that the fans, just the average fan, not the one of, was that a hammerlock or a flying crotch lock? No, just the average people. He would ask the questions or say the things that they would be thinking of asking or thinking of saying. And he was just a great personality and fun to be around. You would try to crack him up, but it was almost like he was so into what he was doing that it didn't really register with him that you were trying to be funny. And he and Dutch Mantell were classic because Dutch would say that I'm dying on the monitor, And Bob, it's not that it's going over him, it's just going by him because he's into his thing. But Bob is great, and also he at the Charlotte Fan Fest, I think 2 years ago, he was honored, and he comes every year, or tries to, and he came out, and it was almost like the professor on Futurama when good news everyone, when he said hello everyone, and they just had that tone in his voice. It just cracked me up. But anyway.
PBR Street Gang, courtesy of WrestlingClassics.com. Any good Ref Tommy Young stories?
Tommy was hilarious without meaning to be to me, and without doing anything that would be funny if anybody else did it, but because he did it or said it, it was funny. I would call him the Felix Unger of professional wrestling because he was so persnickety. Like one time at a talent meeting at the office, Dusty, opened up the floor. Does anybody say anything? And it's not Ric Flair that stands up, or it's not, the Horseman or the Midnight Express or Nikita Koloff or anybody that stands up. It's Tommy raises his hand first. Guys, I'm telling you right now, I'm just telling you, we're meeting for rides at the Holiday Inn on Woodlawn. I was over there last week, the corner where we always park. Couple of beer cans, newspapers. I'm not saying anybody in particular, but we got to keep these areas policed. We got to keep them clean, or these businesses aren't going to let us trade, park our cars there when we ride to the towns. Okay, thanks, Tommy. We'll take care of it. Or he was so cheap. He was so cheap. He would squeeze a nickel until a buffalo would fart. We would go every day. We're going through the airport, right? And Tommy was in our riding group. Me and Bobby and Stan and Tommy. So we would go to the airport together, and he would trade days with Bobby, of which day it was his turn and which day it was Bobby's turn, to buy the USA Today, which at that time marketed for a grand 25 cents. And if Bobby missed his turn, he would remind him, Bobby, it's your turn to buy the USA Today. Oh, sorry, Tommy, here. And he'd peel out the quarter. I love Tommy Young. We just had him referee the Ring of Honor show in Charlotte to do the outside the ring referee, and by the best referee that's ever been in the business also. Just his facial expressions, his body language, everything he did to be surprised or shocked or make the match seem legitimate, Uh-oh.
Salvatore M., could you do your best Jim Barnett impression?
Oh, my boy. Any news, any scoops? Oh, here, my wonderful stars, all in the light. He would walk in and go, and here's all my wonderful stars all together in the locker room. Everybody did Jim Barnett, but the reason I got
only Tommy Rich.
Well, no.
Oh, don't go there. Right?
The reason I got the James E. nickname was because of Jim Barnett, because his James E. Barnett. And so when I went to Atlanta the first time, they saw the booking sheet and they're like, "What the f is somebody ribbing us?" They thought it was Jim. Oh, Jim Cornette. Okay. So the guys started calling me, well, James E. or Jim Z, and I just adopted it.
That I did not know. Larry Lambert, Mr. Cornette. I was curious of how you rate the Fantastics as a tag team. It seems that whenever the Rock and Roll Express leave a territory, that the Fantastics would come in to feud with their opponents. I feel that the Fantastics have had some of the best matches of all time with the Midnight Express, bar none. Do you think that the reason the Fantastics never reached the top tag team sport nationally was a timing issue or a talent issue? It seemed that their work and psychology was top-notch, but they lacked an intangible star quality. Thank you for your time, passion, talent.
I think the Fantastics were a great tag team, and he says it seems that whenever the Rock and Roll Express left a territory, the Fantastics would come in to feud with their opponents. Excuse me. Wait a minute, the carbonation. Let me get some more of that. That wasn't the case everywhere. And unfortunately, the second team in always suffers. The Rock and Roll Express started in Memphis, but they were never a money draw in Memphis because they were started as the B babyface team, B show team to the Fabulous Ones, Stan Lane and Steve Keirn. The people had seen the Fabs, the Rock and Roll didn't get over. But then the Rock and Roll went to Louisiana, where they were the first rock and roll type tag team with the music and teeny bopper girls, etc., and they got over like $1 million. Then the Fantastics came into Mid-South, tried to follow that. They couldn't because people had seen it. But the Fantastics went to Dallas before the Rock and Roll. And when we worked with them in Dallas, the Fantastics got that response in world class because they were the first ones. And when the Rock and Roll came over, the people had seen that. So I rate the Fantastics basically great team. Bobby Fulton is one of my lifelong friends even before I got into business. Great guy. They were, the matches technically that we had with them were in some cases better than the ones with the Rock and Roll Express, but the Rock and Roll drew more money with us and us with them because we were first in Louisiana and first with them in the NWA And that's the name of that tune.
Greg Pike, did you know or ever interact with Iron Mike Sharp?
Yes. Mike used to do a lot of the WWF TVs when I first got up there, and my God, what condition he was in. He would get there early, and he would do calisthenics and push-ups and squats and everything in the locker room and run the stairs in the building just up and down. He'd be there like 3 hours exercising, and he'd go and have a 6-minute match, you know. Not that he would have gone longer if they'd have let him. And then he would take literally hour and more long showers where he would be in the shower and they actually locked the building up one time while he was still in the shower.
There was a bit of OCD going on there.
A little
right?
bit, and I can identify with that. I got quite a bit.
Okay. Jason from Melbourne and also Ray Luca ask your opinion of PG-13 and you got any good Jamie Dundee stories? Jamie Dundee, Youshoot, available at kayfabecommentaries.com.
PG-13 was a great tag team. They actually they had the Public Enemy deal before the Public Enemy did. Wolfie D was Jamie's partner and was actually, at that point, Jamie was quite small, painfully thin. So Wolfie was the muscle of the team. And Jamie was somewhat of the mouth, although they both did some talking. They had great teamwork. They worked on it really hard. They stayed together quite a while, which is a mark of a good tag team. Jamie he's always been outspoken and off kilter a little bit. But my best Jamie Dundee story, I fired Jamie Dundee once, and he wasn't even working for me. They'd been working Memphis for Randy Hales, right? And then something happened, and Randy gave him notice, right? Let him go. Well, then I came down with some of the developmental guys. It was the fall of 1999. And at that point, you know, after it had been a few months or however long it had been, Randy said, I'm going to bring PG-13 back. I said, well, good. They're a good team, you know. He said, but what do you think? I said, just tell them, you know, if it's Jamie or whatever it was, they got to show up. They got to be on time. They got to, whatever it was, you know, just tell them, hey, here's another chance, but you got to do this. So anyway, I get to Channel 5 TV one Saturday morning at 10 o'clock like we're supposed to. Randy comes in and says, well, Wolfie's here. They ain't got no Jamie. So what do you mean? Where is he? Doesn't know. They got in last night into town and went to sleep in the hotel room, and Wolfie woke up in the middle of the night. Jamie was gone. He hadn't seen him since. Well, let's see if he gets here. So 10:15, 10:30, 10:45 comes. 15 minutes to live television. Jamie Dundee is not there. Randy said, what would you do? I said, I'd fire him. I said, what, you gave him notice for something like this before, and I love you, Jamie. She gave him notice something like this before, and now the time they're supposed to re-debut on television, they're not even back in the territory yet. He does the same thing. I said, you got to fire him to, you know, set an example, because the other guys can't think you just let this go on because these guys are your favorites. Okay, I agree with you. 5 minutes later, in the back door comes Jamie Dundee. And Randy comes over and says, can you come over there with me? I'm thinking, well, you know, Randy's not a physically prepossessing kind of guy. Jamie's not that big. Maybe Randy wants some backup, you know, stand there and be stern, you know, while he gives Jamie his notice, just in case something would happen. That, boy, me, Randy Hales, and Jamie Dundee, that'd have been, actually, I'd paid money to see that myself. But anyway.
No one's ripping the cage door off of that.
Nobody's ripping the cage off of that. But anyway, so we go back in the stairwell. I'm standing there like this, and Jamie's looking like, I'm sorry. And Randy says, Jamie, JC has something he wants to tell you. You're fired. And then he starts arguing with me, but Jim Cornette, how can you fire me? I don't work for you. I said, I don't know how I can fire you, Jamie, but I'm firing you right now because you didn't come to TV. And it was, so
it's great.
Anyway.
Robert Pintangelo, please give your opinion and rating of my number 1 and 2 respective favorite women wrestlers of all time, Reggie Bennett and Bull Nakano.
My opinion and rating, well, I knew Reggie Bennett personally because I did some of the LPWA stuff, and she's a very nice girl and strong as a bull, which comes to number 2, Bull Nakano. I think she probably had a little bit more success with her wrestling career, than Reggie did. And of course, I'm not knocking Reggie. I doubt very seriously she's going to see this. So I think they were both great, but Bull probably should go a little bit ahead of Reggie.
Shane Mead, Melbourne, Australia. Everyone in the business has a funny Iron Sheik story. Do you have any stories about the great man you may not have heard of?
Did I tell when he cussed out the commissioner on the microphone in Louisville?
No.
Have I done?
No.
Okay. back in the early 80s in Louisville at the Gardens. Wait a minute, back that up. Hold on a second. Back it up a second.
For the Sheik?
No, but
What do you
just
wanna
to the Sheik question, because, I want to follow up with the other Sheik. The Iron Sheik was in Memphis. This was 1982, and he was working a program with Lawler and et cetera, et cetera. And I was the fill-in ring announcer when the local radio DJ that usually did it was on vacation. So there was a rule back then, because we'd gotten a real strict state athletic commissioner in Kentucky at that time, and he wasn't smart to the wrestling business. It was a political appointment. So a lot of like, when Jonathan Boyd punched the referee, he fined him for real, and Jerry Jarrett had to pay the fine to have Boyd come back next week and lose the loser leave town match. And he said, well, you can't have a battle royal because the rules state when a guy is thrown over the top rope, the match is over. So a 20-man battle royal would have 19 winners and like this. He also had a rule, nobody can talk on the ring microphone except for the licensed announcer. Because you got these wrestlers talking on a microphone and they don't have announcer's licenses. So this was one he was really sticking to, so nobody was supposed to talk on it. Well, Sheik's big thing was, don't say USA, don't say USA. Well, the guy's name was Fred Lamson, and he recently died a couple years ago at the age of like 95. And it just goes to show that good people die young and pricks last forever. But anyway, so Fred Lamson is there that night, and the Sheik is on the card. So Christine Jarrett comes up to me and says, now you make sure, don't let the boys get the microphone, but Sheik's going to try. I said, don't worry, I'll tell him, I'll have this, don't let go of that. So now Christine Jarrett, who I would have jumped in front of a bus for, has told me, don't let go of this microphone. Here comes the Sheik. It's time for his match with whoever he's working with. I can't remember, it was Lawler or whatever. And here he comes down the aisle, and as he's coming toward me, he's coming right toward me. I'm sitting in a chair. I got this microphone. I'm going, the commissioner, like this, and he grabs my arm, and he says, give me the mic. I said, no, the commissioner, no, give me the microphone. And the commissioner, and finally he pulls my arm up, and the microphone's right in front of his mouth. He says, the commissioner. And right then I turn it, here comes Fred Lamson with his ties up on the other side of his neck, and we called him Mr. Fudd because he resembled Elmer Fudd. His big bald head's getting red patches on it, and I'm like, he's got me hooked. I can't, right? And I'm pulling the cord out of the thing. So then he goes back and he just chews Christine Jarrett out for about 30 seconds, just chewing her out and everything. I think it's either that time or when he tried to get on the microphone and tell Jerry Lawler and Terry Funk in the middle of a double juice pull apart with 15 guys, okay, boys, the match is over, break it up. Lawler said, if you think it's over, you get your ass in here and try to stop it. But he's chewing out Christine Jarrett, and finally she gave him the grip. Any of the boys or anybody that did anything that was out of the way or stupid or not thought through very well or something they shouldn't have done, I don't care if they were 6 years old or 60, Christine Jarrett would give them the grip. She would take like this, and she would grab you just like that, and she would pooch your lips out, and she would focus and look in your eyes and tell you, dress you down about what you just done and make sure you knew not to do that. He's going on blah, 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 and she gave the commissioner the grip, and she said, Fred Lamson, you worry about collecting the taxes and leave the wrestling to us. And he didn't come back for 6 months. Christine Jarrett, she could have stared down a mountain lion. I'm just telling you.
Great.
Oh, and did I ever get to meet the Sheik, Ed Farhat?
Yes. Street Gang. Did you ever get to meet Ed Farhat?
I actually got my picture taken with the Sheik wearing the United States Championship belt with an independent show in 1991 after I'd left WCW. But after all those years, I was never around. And finally, the '88 Great American Bash in Detroit, Dusty arranged to book the Sheik. It was the Sheik and Dusty against Kevin Sullivan and Dick Murdoch, right? And Detroit had not been doing well. They did over $100,000 gate that night. And Bobby Fulton grew up in Ohio and got to see the Sheik in his glory days as a childhood wrestling fan. So me and Bobby Fulton are standing in the back watching the first match, but we're waiting for the Sheik to show up because the first match on the card, this was his deal. The first match on the card would be going, and all of a sudden the back door of the Cobo Arena would lift, and in would come the stretch limousine, and out would get the driver. And he'd walk around, and maybe the other bag assistant would get out of the other side, and they'd walk around and they'd open the door. And out would step the Sheik with a three-piece suit on with no shirt, a big amulet, and his headdress. And they would grab the bags and they would fall in behind him and So now there's a match going on in the ring, and there's 8,000 people or whatever it is with their heads craned to watch the Sheik because he was that larger-than-life personality. And I've seen people come into the arena on actual entrances for their matches, on horseback, Lawler, and drop from the ceiling. Lawler did that. A bunch of people, Sting has done that, and every kind of in between. The most magnetic entrance I ever saw into a building was just for the guy, just for the periphery of people to just see, like, oh, because all the focus wasn't on him, but he knew that if he carried it even that level, to come in when the show was already going on and interrupt things and blah, 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 and just they see him just walking out from the car to the locker room door, that was good enough. That guy made money for 40 fucking years. He never dropped his gimmick. Well, problem is he lost the money because he never dropped his gimmick. As you can take a good thing way too far.
Well, the focus has been on you for the last 2 hours or so.
And rightfully so.
And rightfully so. And I thank you once again.
Thank you.
It's been fun. We've learned a thing or two.
Oh, do I have 5 minutes left? Is there 5 minutes of tape or even less than that? I just want to, just a couple of things off my chest before we do
go ahead,
the deal.
actually, yeah.
I'm not going to get into specifics, but there's two things. Number one, people have a problem when I call them up on a phone and cuss them out. And well, now don't leave.
Yeah, go
Don't
ahead.
go
The
anywhere.
show is yours.
No, but I want you here. I want you here. Come here. Come here.
Shot with you alone.
Come here.
It'd be a funnier shot.
Because I've never done this to you. I've never called you up and cussed you out. I did send that one smarmy email. But people get mad when I call them up and cuss them out. Here's the problem. The problem is that I don't appreciate when people that I either have never heard of and don't know me, or that I know and have always treated fairly and politely and in a professional manner, knock me, lie about me, or say about me that I don't deserve to be said by them. Then, unlike most other people in the business, instead of cutting their nuts off behind their back, what I do is I call them up and say, you pissed me off and here's why. Then if they want to do something about it from there, it's up to them. Now, I'm not a tough guy. I'm not going to whip most any professional wrestler. Maybe if Cowboy Lang was still around, we might be able to have a go. I could whip Vince Russo, but he's never been in a fight in his life. But I'm not saying I'm a tough guy, but I will tell you what I think. If I believe that I've treated you fairly, or I've never done anything to you and you knock me, or if you lie about me and something that I haven't done, there's plenty of shit that I have done. Go ahead and pick from. You don't have to make it up. The TNA put the, which I'll talk about in just 1 second, TNA put the story out trying to make themselves baby faces after they released me because I was making Vince Russo look bad by pointing out how his stuff was. They put out a story, I acted unprofessionally towards Russo. As I told the people in New York City when I debuted for Ring of Honor, if I had yelled and screamed at Vince Russo, if I had called Vince Russo names, if I had lunged for Vince Russo's neck, not only would I be telling you word for word, verbatim, exactly what I said, but I would hopefully have video from some bystander as well to share with you, and I would put it up on my website. It didn't happen. They were trying to make themselves babyface. And of course, Vince Russo, whenever I'm let go from a situation, is always 1,000 miles away from me because he doesn't have the balls to confront me about it. Now, having said that, last thing I'm going to say, the TNA situation with the legal letter came down to this. To be quite honest, I'd always, as I said in the letter, I'd always got along with Terry Taylor, and he had actually sent me an email saying, Jim, I've always been your friend. I like you, I really do. I'm sure we'll work together again someday, your friend Terry Taylor. And that was last October, the last thing he ever emailed to me. And since then, people had told me, you know, Terry Taylor's a stooge. He's a backstabber. He's a liar. He talks out of both sides of his neck. He was in on it with Russo. They were trying to take over the company, take over the direction of the company, and it would have succeeded, except then a month later they hired Bischoff and Russo to come in, or Bischoff and Hogan to come in, and they take over from Russo and Taylor, trying to take over from Jeff, and a whole bunch of backstabbers. But anyway, so I wrote Terry Taylor a simple little email doing two things. Putting over him and all the rest of the people in the company that I liked, many of them by name, and saying about Vince Russo what I've always wanted to have the opportunity to say to Vince Russo's face, not even on the phone, in person, because he's always been so gutless he makes himself scarce whenever there comes a time where it's got to be a him or me type of thing. So I figure one of three things is going to happen. Terry's either going to tell all these fine folks that I like and had fun working with that I don't take it personally, that I like them, but I will knock TNA because they've ruined their chances of being a competition to Vince McMahon. Or he can delete that email, or he can run that email right over to his buddy, Vince Russo. Guess who flunked the Stooge test? And you know, I'm not as broke up about it. I got hundreds of emails over the next several days after this happened, and I'll tell you why it happened in a second, but I got hundreds of emails, and I know what it's like to lose a friend. You know, it's a pain that goes deep. Well, I appreciate y'all thinking about me, but it wasn't that painful because I'd had people that I really do respect and really do believe tell me, I didn't have proof, but they told me, Terry Taylor's a weasel. So I just gave him a weasel test. The email wasn't intercepted by internet technology people or whatever, the IT people, because number one, I've been to the TNA offices. These people are lucky to be able to get their own emails, right? They got no staff. Secondly, the letter that I got sent the copy of was not the email that I sent to Terry Taylor. It was the email that Terry Taylor sent to Vince Russo in the time and date that he sent it to him to his personal email address. So he forwarded it, shot it right over, just like the spineless, dickless stooge that Terry has become since he wears that empty suit now because he's scared he'll get fired because he's had so many problems everywhere else and he couldn't get hired in WCW because of human resources complaints about hitting on the girls and all that stuff. But anyway, so the only reason that this became public knowledge because once I sent the email, you know, I was going to forget about it because I never heard back. But a month later, I figured just delete, boom, and that's fine, moving on. A month later, up the hill at Castle Cornette comes the mailman. Now, if they don't leave the stuff in the box, if they come up the hill, they got to get a signature. You know it's some important. A letter from a Beverly Hills law firm saying that not only have I committed terroristic threats, now what I did was I said all the things that I wanted to say to Vince Russo's face in this letter to Terry Taylor. One of the things was, I said, if I could figure out a way to murder him without going to prison, I would do it. And that's true, I would. But I would also, if I could figure out a way to Pamela Anderson every day, I'd do that too, and I'm having no luck on that one either. So I think we're safe here. And I said he was an abominable prick, and I said that he had ruined the chances of TNA to be competitive with the WWE, and he'd ruined guys' lives and careers with his booking, and he'd cost me money, and that I hated the thought of him, and I wake up from dreams where I'm in the act of murdering him. All these things are true, but at the same time, none of them are illegal. And this lawyer accused me of making these terroristic threats, like I'm Osama bin Cornette or something, like I'm the Zodiac Killer. I'm circling Vince Russo's house with my SUV. I wouldn't circle his house. I'd go up and knock on his door, but I don't know where he lives. And he's kept that one a well-guarded secret. I know it's somewhere in Colorado, and that's too far to drive, but I understand he is moving to Nashville. But anyway, this letter from his lawyer goes on to state, and let me know if I'm running out of tape here, but this letter from his lawyer goes on to state that in addition to the fact they've reported me to the federal and state authorities, I got news for you. They've been aware of me for quite some time now. You didn't tell them anything they didn't already know. But in addition to that, not only do they give my information to all these people, if anything happens to Vince Russo, so what I'm doing now is I'm encouraging everybody out there, if you see him walking across the street, don't run over him. They'll come and hassle me. At least let me know so I can get an alibi or something. The whole thing's a joke. But they also said you've revealed confidential information. And by your TNA talent contract, you're bound to confidentiality. It was an email sent to the guy that signed my TNA contract. Terry Taylor's the head of talent relations. What am I telling him he don't know? I probably could, but there was nothing in that email that he didn't know. So they said basically, we hold you to your confidentiality. I'll show you confidentiality. Here's the problem. The problem is I've known some of you people for 30 years, and you didn't realize that if I get a letter from a lawyer telling me because I hate Vince Russo, I need to shut the f up, I checked out billboard rates, but I figured the people couldn't read the fine print that far up, so I put it on my website, and I'll do the same thing because I want people to know what Vince Russo has done to the wrestling that they enjoy, that we perform, and that everybody has to suffer for. That's what I wanted everybody to know, and so they want to send me a lawyer's letter and tell me to shut up. Well, number one, I didn't do anything wrong. I ain't gonna kill a guy. I will punch him in the nose if I ever see him, but I don't think that'll kill him. Boy, that would be a pay-per-view fight, wouldn't it? Me and Vince Russo? Everybody wants to know. Let's see what would happen. But anyway, yeah, work on that. But anyway, that's the point. I haven't lost it. I haven't gone off the deep end. I have this one thing. I have this burning hatred of Vince Russo, everything he's done to the wrestling business, everything he's done to the people in the wrestling business, everything he's done to the people who enjoy the wrestling business, and everything that comes out of his mouth is the direct opposite antithesis of anything that I believe in my heart and mind should happen. Otherwise than that, I'm a calm, rational guy. But I just wanted to give the explanation so everybody wouldn't think, oh, Cornette's going to run off and kill people. I'm unfailingly polite, especially to strangers, because I don't like confrontation, but if I detect rudeness or stupidity or a combination of the two, I will say something to you because I have no patience. If I have been nice to you or professional to you or not bothered you in any way and you begin to bother me, then we got an issue and then I yell at you. And if I happen to hate you more than I can possibly describe because you have ruined a business that so many people have sacrificed their lives and their blood and their sweat and their efforts and their tears for, if I happen to hate you because you stand in opposition to all of that, Vince Russo, I will tell you. I will tell everybody until the end of time. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I really don't. Vince Russo wrote a book recently. I can't imagine he wrote one. I didn't even know he's ever read one. He made the statement, and I'll close with this. He made the statement that the wrestling business has, I'm paraphrasing here because I can't stand to memorize his words. The wrestling business has punished me and been harder on me, and I've done more of the wrestling business. I'm just so tired of writing fake wrestling scripts for wrestlers that don't appreciate what I've tried to do for them. Let me tell you something, you sorry sack of Brooklyn. One of the reasons why nobody in this business respects you, why people in your own company, when I would ask them and grill them, how does he keep a job? What does anybody see? They don't have a clue. They roll their eyes behind your back in the production meetings. They laugh at you. The wrestlers get actively angry at the that you ask them to perform that's completely impossible. And you are a joke to veterans and rookies alike, to office staff and wrestlers. And the fans' emails that I've gotten, Vince, call you names that I've never even begun to attempt to come up with. Part of the reason is because you insist on talking about the fake wrestling business. And it comes as a surprise to you that that's a slap in the face to anybody that's ever worked in this profession, anybody that's ever enjoyed watching it, or anybody that's ever spent any time or effort involved in putting a show on or going to see a show. You disrespect them. You slap it in the face. You act like only you and your brilliance can make this better. And in the process, you make wrestlers do silly, stupid things that hampers their ability to get over and shortens their careers, or you give them stupid gimmicks or meaningless stipulations to kill their programs, or you take away their television time altogether for the sake of seeing your brilliantly scripted comedy come to life in backstage antics instead of giving the wrestlers an opportunity to do what they do in the ring, which is go out and be athletes. You jock-sniffing son of a bitch, something that you've never been, and I admit I've never been. Instead of being athletes and getting themselves over, if it ain't about your writing, Vince, then you don't like it. And that's why you don't like wrestling. And that's why we don't like you. And that's why we wish you would all piss up a rope. Thank you very much. I just wanted to clear those things up.
What would his reply? You've been talking about Vince Russo for
I
years.
don't know
what
what
do you
his
think
reply would be.
If he were here, you know him better than...
He would say, but wait a minute, I created Steve Austin and The Rock. I've sat at a meeting, at a TNA talent meeting, and listened to him lie. And I believe, actually, I don't think he was lying. I think he remembers it this way. Lie and say that he talked Vince McMahon, he twisted Vince McMahon's arm into letting Steve Austin do color on Raw one night, and then Vince saw that he was a great talker, and that was the start of Steve Austin. No, it was the King of the Ring. You remember it. The King of the Ring always gets the winner always gets an interview. He came out and said, Jake the Snake, you can say your prayers and thump your Bible, but Austin 3:16, which was all him, said, I just kicked your ass, and the next day was the Austin 3:16 signs, and Vince McMahon, who I was standing behind when he was looking at the Austin 3:16 signs, said, yeah, we got something here. And then he told Russo to write some for him, or to at least just put him on the format so Austin could be himself, which is more appropriate. And so now for all these young guys that don't know better and weren't there, Vince Russo well, I created Steve Austin. Vince Russo had a year and a half of wonderful business in a company that was very, at the time, loaded with talent and people to back him up and support him. He went off on his own to WCW, and we know what happened there, and we know what's happened since, and he can't even keep a CD warehouse in business. So I don't know what his response would be, and I don't give a because all he ever talks about is, well, I like good wrestling, it's just fake wrestling I don't like. And then he proceeds to call all wrestling fake. And he insults the fans when he does it, and he insults the people involved in the business when he does it. So I don't know what his response would be, and I don't care. If you want to put a pay-per-view together, we'll find out what his response would be to this.
Well, we'll see.
How about that?
I created Jim Cornette.
Thank you for
You didn't create me, you just popularized me.
Thank you for shooting.